mysterious.
CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que
ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is, malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque eu basicamente vivo para jogar CFS, eu quero jogar CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CFS para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é o grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire.
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火线意味着我一个青春吧。
CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nó thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um.
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smile đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive crossfire esports world championship tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round-robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round-robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out.
goes down. Snake, good for two. Beba, good for a dump. 哦哟！知道你在这2键完成参
价位是不是能好一点？
是，另外一边，但是 Top。Their first map win as they finds a third through the door, finds a...
Never look back， 保持冷静，勇敢面对，Don't be sad， 把枪口对外。Never look back， 穿过泥泞的道路，Yeah we go high， We stay together， Yeah we stay together，We will never lose，Yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路。兄弟 always stay right here， We will never lose， Yeah we crossing fire， Say whoa, whoa, yeah we go higher.
Look, I'm with the clan, they're my brothers, I'ma ride for 'em. No second guess a load of gun, I'm ready to die for 'em. We the ones that's poppin', we the ones that copy. See an enemy, I drop 'em, winning is the only option. I ain't never scared, hold closer to alliance. If I catch 'em, promise I'ma stop 'em, I ain't lying. In the crossfire, you better survive. I'm rolling with the guys, I'm never switching sides. Getting money with the team, but I'm not surprised. Cause we prayed on it, waited on it for a little while. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna flop, all I know is gold. Team full of winners, first place we need that gold. I done see the fame, turn a friend into a foe. But we not the same, I'll never turn back on my road. Crossing all the star, I'm a superstar. We gon' take it far, win, lose or draw. Gotta keep it going, I can let the fan down. CFS 23, we gon' shut it down.
We will never lose, 不会再迷路， Yeah we crossing fire， 兄弟 always stay right here。 走向胜利由我领队，时刻准备突出重围。Yeah we go higher， 冲散，把敌人真心冲散。Crossing all the stars， Crossing all the stars， 冲散，把敌人真心冲散。Crossing all the stars， Crossing all the stars。
这是 YO 语文集100%。Let's go。 代价里有10颗子弹，现在只剩9颗，还有1颗跑哪儿去了？躺在你的脑壳。这9万我能看见你，但你看不到我。如果你要当我对手，劝你赶快跑了。M4A1 What you say？ 哈，你玩没得实力，那就给我闭上嘴。AK47 不得水哈，惹我兄弟我就让你变成孤魂野鬼。AWM 打在你的脸上，遮住太阳让你根本不能跟我反抗。Crossfire 又要被我点亮 ，Crossing on the star。 每个晚上，老子的兄弟坚决果断，甩就穿越火线，老子们相信选择伙伴，兄弟火线点燃火焰。下不是第一步 ，AQ 起步，我们一马当先，随时争分夺秒。
We will never lose, yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路，兄弟 always stay right here。 We will never lose, yeah we crossing fire。 Say whoa, whoa, yeah we go higher。 冲散，把敌人真心冲散。Crossing all the stars， Crossing all the stars。 冲散，把
cũng chưa tưởng tượng. Không thì em cũng đã xem ở trên mạng xã hội nhiều rồi, thì cũng đã hình dung được là cấu trúc như thế nào rồi.
So the panda to me is just a very cute, fluffy bear.
Hello guys, we are here at Panda Park here in China. Hello, hi. Hi.
Đây là lần đầu tiên em đến với Trung Quốc, cũng là lần đầu tiên em đến tham quan nơi này. Cảm xúc hiện tại của em là rất là vui khi đến tham gia tại nơi đây.
Hey everybody, I had a great time here at the park, and I'll see you guys soon at the plane. Bye.
那个画面是在我脑海里挥之不去的。
就像是和以前的自己有一种时空交融的感觉。
老马！哇！
那会儿的比赛感觉非常的纯粹。
让我们恭喜CHENGDU！
那个时候很想哭，因为1年来都是亚军，然后最后获得了冠军。
其实很难找到某个词汇去形容 CFS 所带给我的感动和力量。我们那个时候都是热血小青年，也经常跟朋友那个时候打一些线下的小型比赛。最开始我们是抱着战术学习的角度去看比赛的，但是令我没想到的是，我的10年 CFS 观赛生涯就此开始了。
我大概是从2014年开始关注CFS 的赛事。
欢迎回到 CFS 2014第3赛季的比赛。
当年的话，应该是 EP 拿到了 CFS 比赛的冠军。
因为当时只有EP，然后进了季后赛，当时承载了中国赛区所有观众的压力。
他从后面一打后面
后面，抢得漂亮！恭喜中国魔人获得 CFS 第3赛季冠军。
这种紧张激烈的这种气氛，是让人感到最痛快的一种感觉吧。
最让我印象深刻的是2015，当时是中国赛区的汉宫对阵欧洲的潘达。当时那一分来自中国的汉宫是打了一个挺完美的2v4。
当时一起在网吧，很多人都在关注这场比赛，然后整个网吧的气氛都特别的高涨，大家也是特别的激动。
我记得16年总决赛 VG 对阵 F3的第2场里 ，VG 当时在开局落后4分的情况下，依旧没有选择前压，而是选择稳扎稳打，慢慢的清点去追平比分，最终完成了这个局势的逆转。
2个，最后一个
，nice，
4比2。
让我真正感受到了选手们在赛场上那种临危不乱的那种大心脏。
关键时刻，蜂蜜站了出来，这个包点的1v3无敌了。
17年。CFS 是我觉得就是赢的会比较艰难的吧。
哎呀，这你要是让他们在正面出现的话，
我记得很清楚，是在17年的 CFS 的小组赛上，是当时 SV 打 BD， 中国队作为潜伏者吧，然后进攻 A 区，然后被打掉了4个人。
这边 Dynamo 的一个刷屏，哇 ，double kill。这边老马换掉 Dynamo， 但是损失有点伤啊，只剩下老马了。
然后当时只剩下了1名自由选手是马哲，当时我们都会认为啊这一分没了，但是没想到
老马打掉一个有机会，1打4吗？但是血量有点残。哎，有闪光，2个人来抓，1打3，残血了老马 ，nice， 老马，
哇！我真觉得很帅，很有魅力这个人。在17年、18年的时候，其实国外赛区他们的队伍真的在不断的进步，而且研究了一些我们赛区没有接触到的一些技巧。
那完了，这边就贴到今年。
2018年，巴西的战队 BD 横空出世出来就拿到了冠军，其实是我们当时一点都没想到的。
Makes it happen, the golden round, and Black Dragons are your world champions here.
18、19年巴西两支战队他们获得了冠军吧，我觉得其实有一部分原因是必然的。
据我所知，他们的大环境和训练条件是远不如我们的，就我很难想象他们在那样的环境下为这个赛事付出了多少，所以他们最后夺得冠军让我非常的佩服。
没有声音吗？
不知道。这边为怎么反秒
？20年总决赛CHENGDU跟 VG 对战那一场，当时是非常的焦灼。
又来了！
交头鸭子了，加现在补强2打2，
只剩2打1。
MND
落地了，来，
漂亮！让我们恭喜CHENGDU！
哇！
赢的那一刻是特别的激动，然后从椅子上就是激动的跳了起来，就是觉得中国区终于又拿回了这个世界冠军。21年就是中国赛区的 AG 对战这个越南赛区的 CRB，
漂亮3打1，直接软爆自己一个狙击枪，哇，盲点了，侧身啊
！Rainbow 打掉2个人之后，准备拆包的时候，沃夫他用手枪打3枪没打死，
不用看他，只要玩他就可以了。再拆包，回到楼梯位，蹲到箱子上，一个侧身收下，但是没子弹，5秒钟，还有时间吗？2秒钟，1秒钟，天哪！哎呀，
应该不算惊险，但是就是特别的有戏剧性。
令我印象深刻的就是当时 IMP 队伍的勾肯选手，他当时是一把狙接手枪完成了1传5，当时我就觉得非常的激动。
漂亮勾肯
啊！这3个真的要一个一个刷吗？打残血，1打1，直接秒掉勾肯！
我印象最深刻的画面就是2022年的 CFS 决赛，当时BaiSha就是3比1战胜了 AG， 然后获得了这次 CFS 的冠军。
Let's congratulate BaiSha Gaming！
那个时候很想哭，但是还是忍住了吧。
这真的是给我们很大的一个冲击啊！
现在这个时代变化太快了，现在各种各样的这种电竞比赛其实非常的多，但是我从来没有想过会有这样的一个赛事能让我关注10年之久。
CFS 的10年也是我人生道路上最重要的10年，让我从校园步入了社会，经历了不断的摸爬滚打，成为了更成熟的自己。
可能是对我青春的一种见证吧。
你的过去我未曾缺席，你的未来我想全部参与。
CFS 10周年生日快乐！
祝 CFS 越办越好，下一个10周年更加精彩，
能给我们带来更多精彩的比赛，青春不留遗憾吧。
真心的祝福 CFS 还能有下个10年，
我们一起见证更多的10年。希望我们下一个10年都还在这里。
CFS Go Go Go！
Otherwise, this is going to be rough. He doesn't have any utility himself, and that spray ain't going to do it. He does take out Caney.
Barely any damage actually done to 577 there, so that's about as good as it's going to get. Really pushes through. Oh my word, it's doable now. Eagles again. Done some good damage. 46 HP here for 577. Needs a headshot, looking for it, hunting for it, and getting it. GDSC would be doing this.
Yeah.
Ice Cube is still in. Down though, and now Caney is watching that angle as well. Buckon gonna have to be lucky to make that one work, and in the end, it's down to Ice Cube. 1 on 3. First one cleaned up with a nade.
Prevents it, but now a chance. Giving them some time. That's the kill though to Ice Cube. And he's got some time on the...
But he's got to try to find a way to force this fight. Like, you can't be dancing around it anymore. You've got to get in there or tap the ball or just hit the headshot. How about that?
Other side of it. Only going to be good for 1. ZQ, he's already on the bomb site. Locking it down. CZY knows exactly where he is. Doesn't matter. ZQ good for 1 on the way out as well. And now even Peaks alone. Not the timing he was looking.
Running into the A site as we are getting ready And that's going to do it for that one. N9 is going to take it down.
I mean, that's a really strong start here. I almost feel like...
Been pushed down. Baby will overwhelm him, but Evans in there for a trade and can't quite double down. Very winnable still for all gamers. The nade over the top is going to catch 9 and bring her back to a 2-on-2.
They know the angles too. CZY, he really needs to hit the shot. He's not going to do it. It's 2 for ZQ. And just like that, all gamers. Map 5 and we lost. Or I guess it doesn't.
They've got to go for it. They're going to be filtering their way through. Borson down early, but Kaney in the spot to strike, unable to do so. And now it's just Eagles, pistol in hand. They've completely wiped the floor with Vincent.
They gave us an underwhelming performance to do something big on this map. Maybe that's the trick they've got up their sleeve, or it just took them a little bit too long to wake up in that first map.
But they have responded very nicely there in round 2, and that's confidence from Menace popping off. But like I said, that's not going to happen every single round. It's not really fast enough. Xiao's down now as well. Oh, BaiSha in this best of 5. And
corner has an M4 and the angles are kind of rough, but he pulls it up. I think you're absolutely right, 7. And I think that Botcon doesn't care. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna send it by myself. Okay, there's Nevis, and he gets it. And imagine this, some aggression.
It's been dropped. Vincent, they're going to do it. They're going to make it happen. Ice Cube's alone instead. Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's obviously fantastic to see here for Vincent, but I don't think they can really take their foot off the gas here. A bit more difficult to secure considering Xiao is on this line and getting entries, but the bomb has now been spotted and that's info. Baby still locking it down over toward B.
Ball off. Gonna be there from N9 to find Borson. He's got nothing left to do.
Doable, and now he's been spotted. The shuttle needs one more shot onto GDSC and gets it in the end, 10-8.
，BG 加油，BaiSha加油！
Greetings and welcome to the CFS Grand Finals for 2023. I am Valdez. With me is Elfish Guy and ZZXQ. We are here for the pre-show, counting down to the opening ceremony of this wonderful day. It is the final day here, and we will have BaiSha Gaming up against CHENGDU All Gamers in this one best of 5 to decide who's going to win CFS for this year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is an exciting final. It's kind of the grand final that we all hoped and maybe anticipated would actually be the matchup today, and obviously we've gotten to that point now after 10 days of competition that we do have BaiSha and All Gamers. And I think it's fair to say that there's really no argument that these are not the two teams that deserve to be in that grand final, right? They definitely have been doubtlessly the best two at the event so far, and grand final hopefully is going to deliver, perhaps unlike that upper bracket final that we saw between these two teams yesterday.
Yeah, I'd really love to see a full 5-map series here. I feel like BaiSha had a bit of an off day to start it off against them in that match, so All Gamers looking like the better probably coming into this one, but I'm expecting a new level out of BaiSha in this finals performance. We're going to see everything they can bring to the table, because I feel like when you go down in the upper bracket knowing you might have to face again, you may not show everything you've got here, but now there's no holds barred. You've got to go in with everything you've got.
Yeah, just one more best of 5. And before we do get into the final day, do want to do a shout out to our sponsors, Open Minds Alienware. Alienware is supporting CFS 2023 Grand Finals with all of their devices. Thank you so much, Alienware.
And a big thank you as well to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah, and they're trying to, interrupt the sponsor call-outs with their gyos. A lot of people here in the stadium, a pretty big venue for the Grand Finals, and already it's pretty much filling up, so it's going to be a pretty hype atmosphere for these finals here.
Yeah, a lot of people. I was told 6,000 tickets. I don't know whether that means 6,000 seats or whether that's just the tickets or whatever it may be, but yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like quite a big number. And speaking of big numbers, well, who has been the best player at the event is definitely going to be a discussion to be had. Now, there's a lot of categories that you can break down in that department. For me, 9 probably leading from the front. Hugh Mio definitely has done a pretty good job for himself as well. But yeah, maybe just not quite making it the distance that 9 did, of course, having now made it to the grand final. So hard to really argue against 9 considering the MVP numbers there, the KD, the ADR, that kind of discussion. But then again, that could very much change up in this grand final still.
It very well could. I actually think Even has a really good shot from his 4 MVPs at making a run at that #1 spot, assuming we see another 3-0. He was the key player we saw in their previous matchup against BaiSha, which was a little bit more one-sided than we anticipated, but I feel like BaiSha, they got put to the test against Vincent, maybe a little bit more so than they expected, and I think that's only going to help them here coming into this final.
Yeah, it is for sure. As we see the match record here for these two teams, Ankara has been CHENGDU All Gamers' kind of place to play. And of course, compounds being in favor of BaiSha, not a big surprise. Also, the sub base slightly favored there, 6-5. But overall, CHENGDU gamers have gotten the better of them over the course of many, many different maps that these guys have played against each other throughout, you know, CFPL and CFS and all of these big matchups, these big stages that these two teams are just very used to at this point.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did see that graphic as well yesterday, and it didn't look very pretty actually yesterday for BaiSha, and it's actually gotten worse since then because they went down 3-0 yesterday, so the conversion rate's even getting a little bit more difficult for them. But either way, we have to talk about all gamers. I think coming into this grand final, very much the favorite, right? They won 3-0 yesterday over BaiSha. They've shown that they can win this series already. They've obviously historically had quite a good matchup as well against BaiSha twice at the Summer Invitational. Did they beat them once in a full best of 5 that went all the way to 5 maps, a reverse sweep for all gamers there, and once a clean 3-0 as well. So if that's anything to get an indication from, again, maybe this grand final is going to be a little bit closer than the result that we saw yesterday, but still definitely seems like all gamers are going to be the team to beat. In saying that, though, I don't really think BaiSha showed us the best that they've got to offer yesterday. Even in that game against Vincent, I thought they were a little bit slow. They didn't look as clean as they normally do. I thought at an individual level as well, some of those players were kind of making decisions which I wouldn't have necessarily always associated with them. So something that I really hope that they've fixed up going into today's game. If not, I can potentially see another pretty clean one coming through here for all gamers. I think BaiSha needs to lift.
I think they will kind of elevate themselves coming into this match. I feel like I kind of think back to last year's grand final where it was kind of the same scenario. All gamers looked really favorable on paper. They played really well leading up to that point. But then all of a sudden, BaiSha brings out this new level in the 2022 grand finals, and all gamers, they were just not ready to keep up with that pacing. And I feel like if BaiSha wants to win, they've got to do the same thing here, kind of take the lead early on and make all gamers the team that has to catch up.
They absolutely do, and it's going to come off the back of this guy on the side of BaiSha, but also you were talking about even here for CHENGDU All Gamers. So this will be our key player matchup between these two, kind of fulfilling a similar role, especially with Even stepping up and getting more of those frags. I feel like N9 was doing a little bit more carrying just because Even has so many of those talented members, just especially talking about this tournament in specific fashion, because, you know, it has been kind of everybody on the side of All Gamers stepping up, whereas N9 was kind of the one guy that regardless of winning or losing, he was always performing really well. As you could see, you know, over the course of many, many years, you can see their team rank in these years, and yeah, All Gamers being around for a very long time, and also BaiSha reaching that top champion form there for 2022. They're currently both at champion for 2023 because we don't know who's going to win just yet.
I actually really like this graph because it kind of shows you the way that these two organizations have gone through their history within Crossfire Stars, and obviously they're both like coming to a tip, they're coming to a pinnacle right here at the 10-year anniversary of Crossfire Stars, so it's kind of the perfect time to even be talking about this matchup and be talking about how things are going into this grand final.
Let's take a look at the talent prediction precision. The Chinese side generally pretty good, and also Seven and Elfish Guy doing pretty well for us. You and I, ZZXQ, we suck. We're really bad at this, I guess. Just the way it's meant to be, yeah, I don't know.
What is going on there, Carl? I've got to say, like 62%, mate, come on.
I feel like I came into this event really wanting and maybe even expecting more upsets than we got, and it was pretty straightforward. But
that looks like yesterday's graphic. Yeah. That is not correct. We actually all voted for All Gamers.
I will say, though, if BaiSha wins this, like, I mean, it's on the graphic, you know, you can't argue with that, but yeah, look, I guess just to really give the context, I do want to make sure that everyone at home recognizes that maybe it isn't that one-sided for BaiSha, because like you said, we actually all went the way of All Gamers. I know Seven also went to All Gamers as far as his prediction is concerned. I think we were all very convinced by what we saw yesterday from All Gamers, and for me it wasn't even necessarily just so much about what I saw yesterday from All Gamers, it's also what I saw yesterday from BaiSha, which actually has pushed me in the opposite direction. I think they really didn't quite play up to standard. They didn't look super solid. Individually, I thought, again, like I said, some weird decisions being made. So if that BaiSha comes back, I think they're really going to struggle in this grand final.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like BaiSha is a team that's a little bit more volatile, but at their peak, it could be enough to get them by against All Gamers. And I feel like All Gamers, they've had their moments as well where they weren't as consistent. I think back to the Imperial matchup where they were very, very shaky in crossing that finish line, only winning that one by 2 rounds in a 5th map situation. And it's also probably the most pressure we've seen these teams have to face as well. We haven't had a crowd this big yet, but everybody is here and supporting both of their teams, and I feel like the home crowd does lean a little bit in favor of BaiSha, which could be something that maybe gets into all gamers' heads.
I don't know if that's true, though. I was just listening, actually, while you were talking to what was going on behind us. Obviously, the Chinese stage host sort of trying to get things a little bit exciting here for all the fans at home, and they were doing a bit of an AG, and all the AG fans cheer, then a BaiSha, and all the BaiSha fans cheer. And I almost want to make the argument that the AG fans were a little bit louder. I don't know if you guys felt the same way, but at least that's what I thought. I thought it was pretty similar, yeah, but I thought AG might just have the edge slightly.
Yeah, I do think, though, that all gamers kind of originally were like the bigger team and the biggest team with the biggest fan base, and now BaiSha's kind of catching up. So in a way, it's like, you know, if it's similar, that could be that BaiSha now is getting up there.
I mean, that's a good sign, yeah, for BaiSha, definitely.
For sure, and they did win the championship last time, and it wasn't a big upset, so I'm sure some fans were like, well, I want to support this team. They were the champion from last year, and so, you know, they might just do it again. And yeah, we were walking around before this all started. We got here pretty early, and lots of fans for BaiSha as well. Like, there were just tons of them walking around, and
it felt like there was more BaiSha fans when we were walking
on
around.
The ground,
there were people carrying BaiSha bags and like signs and stuff like that, and there was like very few people actually with like an All Gamers sign or something like that. So I don't know. Like I said, it felt to me like just a little bit louder there for the AG fans, but maybe we're a little bit closer to like where the AG fan zone is. I'm not too sure exactly. I thought AG was actually on the other side, because if you can see, which you can't, behind us, there is like a sign in red. I think it's right behind me. But anyway, it's behind. You can't see it. But I'm pretty sure it says something about AG, because there's the AG logo in the middle. Obviously, I don't read red. I don't read Mandarin, and it's in red, which is the AG colors. And on our side of the stage, it's blue. So I'm assuming underneath us is where the BaiSha fans are sitting, and over there behind us is where the All Gamers fans are sitting. But yeah, look, who knows really at this point. Still, everyone's making a lot of noise. I think that's the big TLDR. And like Kyle said, this is probably the biggest crowd that I've seen at a CFS event. I want to say ever. I was at 2015, and 2015 was pretty big, certainly very loud. But I think there's actually more people here today. And obviously, we haven't even really started, so there's still going to be more people kind of filtering in as the game gets underway. Opening ceremony in 4 minutes there. So, you know, we're probably not at peak capacity even just yet.
Yeah, I feel like we're definitely going to see probably the loudest crowd we've ever had to date, and I'm excited for that, because I feel like this one's going to offer a lot more than what we saw in that upper bracket final, especially with both teams kind of knowing what's on the line here, because I feel like you not only have these teams kind of vying for that first place, you also have several players that are kind of looking to solidify their careers here. I mean, you look at even an N9, these are decorated players that are looking for multiple trophy lifts.
2 and 3.
Yeah, 2 and 3 for them. So I feel like N9, this is a good chance to make his argument that he could be potentially the best Crossfire player of all time.
I mean, if he wins here today, it will be 4 championships for him, and no one's even close to that, right? So that would pretty much be GOAT status, not to mention the fact that as an individual, he's very much performed at this event and pretty much every event that we've watched him play, and he's always been a sort of a key factor for his respective teams. So, I mean, that's definitely a conversation. I don't know if he's going to get it done today, though. I've got to be quite honest with you. I think at the moment, really, it's kind of feeling a little bit like the 9 show, and that's the problem for BaiSha. All gamers, they're rocking up. Everyone's sort of turning up and having a good game, but for BaiSha, it's like, well, how many times can you talk about 9 before it becomes a little bit of a broken record and a little bit of a problem point for BaiSha?
Yeah, it's a good point, and I think that if 9, there's another argument where it's like, if 9 can win with this roster, then he must be the GOAT. Like, the roster's great, but also based on what we saw yesterday, like, I don't know, he's really going to have to put his carry pants on and do a little bit more unless everybody is really able to step up to the plate, because AG did look like the better team yesterday.
I mean, I think a good thought exercise in that is to think, what would happen if we took 9 and put him into AG? And what would happen if we took one of the AG players out of All Gamers and put them into BaiSha? Which team then starts to feel like they're really strong? If you take 9 out of BaiSha,
AG
I feel like BaiSha
will be the much better team.
really struggles. Whereas if you take any of the players out of AG, my argument would be you've still got a very strong core around that can kind of make it still look like maybe potentially the best team in the world. So that's why I feel like there's just so much more importance put on 9 in this BaiSha roster than any one individual on the All Gamers squad.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree, because when you present that scenario, I can't even think who I would take away from All Gamers either. I mean, they're so well-rounded. It's like, yes, N9's probably the best player in the world, but they have value across every single player on this roster, whereas I feel like on the BaiSha side, we haven't seen the best of 577 really yet in this event. He's had some good moments, but overall match-wise, he hasn't really impressed me.
Yep.
And I feel like the younger players are going to be more of the story here and the potential for success because they have the most pressure. Not having felt that win before can really cause you to feel a little bit anxious, maybe not making those key plays. And those are really the players that I have my eye on this matchup, the CZYs, the Xiaos, and even Du. He hasn't lifted that trophy yet either. So I think there's a lot more pressure on them to perform compared to these veterans.
Yeah, absolutely. We lost our timer. I hope that we're going to be going into this one on the same time in about a minute, but maybe it's getting a little bit, uncertain. But yeah, we're getting close to the opening ceremony, and this is going to be pretty awesome. You were talking about how there's so many people here. This is 10 years of Crossfire. Of course, we do have this anniversary here, and yeah, it's awesome to see that we have so many people here after all of these years, you know, following the tournaments or maybe even newly getting interested in these tournaments. And, you know, a lot of advertising, a lot of room here in the stadium, and we're getting filled out. So that's a really good sign as well for the health of the Crossfire scene here in China, which has been kind of the hub as well of CFS here for quite a while. So, yeah, just really awesome to be involved with all of this, and yeah, I think it's a good sign for the future.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, you all also kind of got these like developing regions in a sense, and I sort of feel a bit strange about even putting Brazil into that discussion, considering they do have a couple of world championships under their belt. But it does feel like they're obviously got quite a strong scene even to this day. Consistently being able to make it into the top fours of events, and yes, they have been a little bit eclipsed by China over the last couple of years, but you know, they're still sort of hanging around and potentially still looking like a bit of a threat. I think Vietnam as well is one of the regions that, you know, maybe I didn't really have on my radar like 5-6 years ago necessarily. Like, they were always around, but I never really felt like they were a massive threat. But coming into this event, right, it seemed like there was a lot going on in Vietnam. We obviously had the Summer Invitational there in Vietnam. Cara House and Ranking, at least initially, maybe weren't too sure about where they were going to sit, but Ranking came in and they really did a good job for themselves. And honestly, kind of refreshing as well to see Pacific Makta having a pretty good run at this event. They didn't make it all the way into the top 4, but either way, you know, Philippines, Crossfire still in a pretty good spot as well. So I think it's about maintaining those regions and potentially looking at some of the new, fresher faces that are maybe coming through, like the Egyptian teams coming through and those kinds of regions, and seeing where things can go over the next 10 years.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot with the CFVL teams, but it's also, I think, probably the most impressive bounce back I've ever seen as well, just ranking from the Vietnam Summer Championship to now. They were 0-6 at that event, so for them to get top 4 here has to feel really great in that short of a moment to get that kind of improvement in such short time. But I do feel like we're going to see a lot of mix-ups from maybe both Vietnamese lineups coming out of this event to maybe create that super team. And if they can do that, I could see them competing for a title very easily from that region. And then we also look at, you know, North America came back for the first time in almost 5 years and
looks pretty
actually
good.
outshined most of the West League as a team that's not even in the West League.
I mean, they came in, just rolled up. They're like, hey, we're here to Crossfire. And they did. They crossed fire pretty well at this one. They didn't make it through the wild card, but to make it to the wild card match was pretty nice. And yeah, I think it's nice that everybody's kind of coming in here for CFS 10th anniversary, and we're getting some pretty interesting new stuff to happen, and teams are coming back in, regions as well, and the health of the scene is better than ever. So definitely always a good treat. And yeah, just waiting a little bit more to get that opening ceremony on the stage for you guys, which is going to be fun to watch. And yeah, just anything else you guys want to talk about before this match? I mean, we kind of covered the best of 5, how it does look like all gamers are the stronger team, kind of makes sense, and BaiSha are the challengers, but similar to last year, we kind of got through those points. I'm very curious to see how some more of those individual players on the side of all gamers are going to perform, because they looked great in the upper finals match, the upper bracket match against BaiSha, like Du and Dway as well. Guys that weren't always like the biggest fraggers there, but really stepping up to the plate, I feel like, in this event. But now it's like, okay, well, you performed in front of 300, 500 people, but how about 6,000? How about like the grand finals, the final match, up against a team that also has a ton of fans that are going to be cheering, and you're probably going to be hearing them now. So yeah, it's a lot of extra pressure.
One of the big things there, I guess, obviously, is at least when we're talking about the Chinese teams, we do have to sort of take into account CFPL is still quite a big product when it comes to China. It's certainly the biggest tournament in Crossfire outside of Crossfire Stars. The most importantness, I guess you could say, regional tournament as well. There's no doubt about that. So I think they actually have got a fairly good level of experience. We were even taking a look at some of the stages. Some of the Chinese casters were showing us what they, were kind of working with for CFPL. And well, it's maybe not this big, but it is actually still quite a big production. And I think generally I would want to say for these two teams especially, they should be feeling pretty comfortable going into today's match on the stage. I don't know. I mean, I guess the question obviously is going to be for BaiSha more so how have they bounced back from yesterday rather than, how are they feeling necessarily coming into today? Because both teams, they shouldn't necessarily have any stage fright at this point. They're very seasoned, they're veteran teams, even if, not all of the players have necessarily won a CFS. They've been on stages of similar size with quite a degree of importance. So at this point in time, yeah, I think for me right now, the biggest question is going to be how does BaiSha bounce back from yesterday?
Yeah, it is going to be a very tough one for them, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, looks like we're almost ready to hop into this opening ceremony, so this is going to be a lot of fun for you guys. Make sure you are tuning in to watch everything we've got prepared here on the final day. I do think we have about 30 seconds left, so going to be dancers, there's going to be music, there's going to be a lot of fun stuff going on. There's going to be lights.
There's going to be
rappers. And, yeah.
But
so
on us.
We're
we'll be
almost
back.
there.
We'll be
we're
back
almost
after
there.
the opening
Yeah, we're going to be
ceremony.
back after the opening ceremony for the Crossfire as well. I'm assuming that's why you're here, to watch the Crossfire.
Yes,
but,
indeed.
Yeah, definitely have a lot of fun entertainment, essentially, for you guys here for today. So, yes, the CFS Grand Finals for 2023 are about to begin. Let's hop over to the opening ceremony right now.
Crossfire esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary who has just become the champion of CFS. Champions, VG!
Team Grand Champions, Super Valiant!
Champion, Black Dragon! Champions, Vincent Gaming!
打一下了。
对，好的，乃是恭喜 AG。
Champion will be BaiSha Gaming!
Never look back， 保持累积，勇敢面对懂比赛，把枪口对外。Never look back， 穿过泥泞的道路，Yeah we go high， we stay together，Yeah we stay together，where we never lose，Yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路。兄弟 always be right here, where we never lose. Here we crossing fire, say whoa, whoa. Yeah, we go higher.
Hey, look, I'm with the clan, they're my brothers, I'ma rock for 'em. No second guessing, load of clip, I'm ready to die for 'em. We don't want this poppin', we don't want that copy. See your enemy, I drop 'em winning, it's the only option. I ain't never scared, hard closer to alliance. If I got your promise, I'm a sniper, my line. In the crossfire, you better survive. I'm rolling with the guys, I'm never switching sides. Getting money with the team, but I'm not surprised. Cause we prayed on it, wait on it for a little while. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna flop, all I know is gold. Team full of winners, cause we need that gold. I didn't see the fame turn a friend into a foe. But we not the same, I never turn back on my bro. Cross another star, I'm a superstar. We gon' take it far, win, lose or draw. Gotta keep it going, I can't let the fam down. CFS 23, we gon' shut it down.
Where we never lose, hey, 不会再迷路
We'll never lose.
Yeah, we crossing fire,
CFS 23,
we stay right here.
Let's go.
走向胜利，有我领队，
Yeah.
时刻准备突出重围。Yeah, we go higher， 把敌人阵型冲散 ，Crossing all the stars，
Cross another star,
Crossing all the stars，
cross another star, on the star, yeah.
冲散，把敌人阵型冲散 ，Crossing all the
Cross
stars，
another star,
Crossing all the
cross another
stars。
star. wanna start.成都。Let's go, let's go！ 再开你的时空，子弹现在只剩9颗，还有1颗跑哪儿去了？他在你的脑壳。有人我能看见你，但你看不到我。如果你要当我对手，劝你赶快跑了。M4A1，what you say？ 哈，你问没得实力，那就给我闭上嘴。AK47不得水哈，这个兄弟我就让你变成孤魂野鬼。KWM 打在你的脸上，这组太阳让你根本不能跟我反抗。Crossing fire， 有人被我点亮。Crossing understand， 每个晚上拿着把兄弟解决我在水穿越火线，拿着把香气选在河边，兄弟哥姐点在火焰。Chopstick AUG 我们地方当先，随时争分夺秒。
Yeah we never lose， Yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路，兄弟 always stay right here。Yeah we never lose，Yeah we crossing fire。Let's go， let's go。Yeah we go higher。
For the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, welcome Chengdu All Gamers Even! Now welcome to the stage, BaiSha Gaming's N9! CHENGDU All Gamers ZQ! BaiSha Gaming's Baby! CHENGDU All Gamers, jouez! BaiSha Gaming's 577! CHENGDU All Gamers ZY! BaiSha Gaming's CZY! CHENGDU All Gamers DOO! And BaiSha Gaming Show!
要成都。冲散，把敌人阵型冲散。Crossing all the stars,
Crossing all the stars,
crossing all the stars,
all the stars, all the stars, yeah.
冲散，把敌人阵型冲散。Crossing all the stars,
Crossing all the stars,
crossing all the stars,
all the stars, yeah.
Hello to all Crossfire esports fans all over the world. We are live from Chengdu in China. Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. I'm Matt Andrews, and today and together we will find out who will be the CFS 2023 World Champion. We have the two final teams here on the stage. On one side, the challengers, the former champions, the runners-up of CFS 2022. They are your CHENGDU All Gamers! And on the other side, the team who beat them for the title, the reigning CFS 2022 Grand Final World Champions. They are your BaiSha Gaming! Will AG take the title back? Will BaiSha Gaming beat them for the ultimate glory again? It is time to find out with the perfect battle and rematch of last year's World Championship final. I proudly declare the CFS 2023 Grand Final to begin, and good luck to both teams. One more time, they will compete to conquer!
10年，无数次比赛，不知道自己还能坚持多久。
这一次如果说能拿到冠军的话，对于我来说就是一个10年来的一个总结。
10年前我还是个粉丝，但现在我站在了 CFS 的舞台。
恭喜白沙！
冠军是属于 AG Pepsi， 有请。
在10年之前取得过 CFS 的冠军。
那会儿就特别想站在这个舞台的最高点，想拿冠军。
冠王一个。
在 CFS 10周年的今天，我也是希望可以再取得到一个冠军。
其实来说是没怎么赢过AG的，一直在输。
白沙其实我们交手过很多次了，我们彼此之间互有胜负。
白沙这支队伍，战术非常多样化，个人能力也是非常的强劲。
就按照今年 CFS 的比赛情况来看，我觉得我们的状态可能是更好一些。
小组赛之前我们还是比较顺利的，但是到了8进4对战 MP 的时候，其实当时遇到了很大的危险。
输掉 AG 的时候就是比较失落吧，因为主要是也被打得太惨了。
虽然很沮丧，但是我还是相信我们一定可以打回总决赛的舞台。
这个走位非常风骚，大配合。
是的，
后续
再来一个，让我们恭喜白沙！
拿到了进入到总决赛的门票。
作为新人，我希望通过这个冠军吧， 在10周年之际开启属于我的冠军之路。
第4冠军可能是运气，第2次冠军才能证明我真正的实力。
抛弃之前的那些挫折和失败，这个冠军我势必拿下。
10年，我将燃烧自己的全部，战斗到最后一刻。
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that opening ceremony. We are about to kick off the grand finals here, and this is going to be an awesome battle between BaiSha Gaming and CHENGDU All Gamers. One of these teams will end up as the winners here at the end of the day. I'm still Valdez, still ZZXQ, still Elfish Guy from the opening. Yep. You guys might have seen us a while ago, about 20 minutes ago. So, yeah, we're almost ready to jump into the crossfire action. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it should. I mean, I think this should, in theory, be the best match of the tournament, though, to be fair, that's kind of what we were saying about the upper bracket final yesterday between All Gamers and BaiSha, and it turned out to be something of a non-event, and I don't know whether there may be an opportunity to have that kind of a result again, or has BaiSha been able to bounce back after what they suffered yesterday? They haven't had a lot of time, to be fair, to kind of figure things out, because they lost that game against All Gamers. Then they had to stay here for another 5 hours. Then they had to play another game against Vincent to lock themselves in for the grand final today, which means their preparation coming into this final has definitely been hampered. And against a team that has just 3-0'd you, that is definitely not going to be something that you're too keen on. But either way, BaiSha have to turn up today. Otherwise, there is, again, like we said, a possibility All Gamers is just going to wipe the floor with them.
Well, at the very least, they've been here before. They've won it before. Not this entire roster. You have some new names coming in this year to try and get it done for the first time. But overall, I'm expecting a really strong performance nonetheless from BaiSha. I feel like at this point, with what we've seen so far in the tournament, there might be rounds where, you know, N9 just puts the team on his back and gets it done. But you can tell how much he wants to win. And I'm sure these other guys are more adapted to this environment now as well. Hopefully we see better days from the likes of CZY and Xiao, who were a little bit quiet in this first matchup, but with knowing what's on the line here, I'm expecting kind of everyone to step up on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've had a night to rest, to prepare. Perhaps you could say All Gamers have had slightly more time, given the fact that they did win earlier on yesterday, and they can kind of watch all the matches, don't have to play again. So maybe slightly less tired, but to be honest, it really just depends on who's going to show up on the day, as it always is. And BaiSha have had more practice, you could say. All Gamers, though, definitely looked like the more dominant team in the first match that they did play. We were expecting that one to go 5 games. I was, at least. I thought it was going to be pretty back and forth, maybe a little reverse sweep action, but BaiSha unfortunately just not able to show up. A lot of very dominant rounds, very dominant maps going all the way of CHENGDU All Gamers. So maybe they're here to reclaim their throne from last year, where they did kind of lose it against BaiSha. BaiSha coming in as the upset victors at the end of the day. But now we're in CHENGDU. We're not in Jeju anymore. We've moved back over here. It's kind of the home turf of All Gamers, you could say. And I'm definitely expecting them to take this one. You know, the predictions from before were incorrect. We actually did all go for All Gamers. And it just makes sense after the 3-0 to me.
Yeah, look, it's been an interesting run for both these teams coming into this grand final. I think earlier on in the tournament, we were very much on that BaiSha hype train, and there wasn't really any reason not to be. They hadn't lost a map at this event until yesterday. They had such a clean run going through the group stages and going into the playoffs as well. And All Gamers, on the other hand, were kind of a little bit shaky. They dropped a couple of maps here and there, LCK and Imperial respectively. And then again, Imperial, when they were playing in that knockout stage, really took them for quite a run. In the end, though, All Gamers do find themselves still in that grand final, but it's funny how, you know, you go through this sort of wave of emotion when you're talking about these two teams, because for BaiSha, it started up here, and it's sort of slowly kind of come downwards, whereas for All Gamers, it started a bit lower, and now we're actually reaching kind of the peak for All Gamers, which is actually almost what you want to be doing, right? You don't want to be playing at your best on day 3 of the tournament, because their grand final day is when you really need to be bringing your best, and it kind of looks like at the moment that is going to be what All Gamers is going to be doing. They've looked fantastic in the playoffs so far, almost indomitable, whereas BaiSha have certainly shown some levels of inconsistency that we didn't really show earlier on in the tournament. So that does have me worried. I think All Gamers are feeling quite comfortable, quite confident coming into this grand final, and BaiSha are a team that we're still, you know, kind of having our reservations about, which is very surprising. Again, considering if you go back and look at yesterday's broadcast, all of us did predict BaiSha. We thought going into yesterday, BaiSha, not 7, but those of us that were on the show. But the thing was, like, we were all looking at it and we were all saying, yeah, BaiSha's looking like the better team coming into today. And how quickly your fortunes can change one day to the next.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, though, I wouldn't necessarily count BaiSha out. I feel like we didn't really see a good performance from them either, and we haven't really seen these two teams at their peak head-to-head, and I think that's what we're going to get here, and that's where I feel like BaiSha have a pretty good chance of going toe-to-toe here, especially when you look at clutch rounds. I feel like that Vincent match told a really good story for what this team can do when the deck's kind of stacked against them. You look at that map where they had 7 out of the 8 last rounds won. That's the BaiSha I want to see here in this match, and that's a team that could take down All Gamers if they're that resilient again.
It definitely could happen. I think that All Gamers kind of showed us their best form so far. Like the 3-0 showed off. Pretty much every player was getting big rounds, getting clutch moments, and really dominating as a team, whereas BaiSha haven't really shown what they're capable of. So certainly, you know, we've got All Gamers here, BaiSha here, but if BaiSha do make that jump, I think it's going to be competitive once again. We did see it last year, as we talked about, and BaiSha now, yesterday was yesterday. That happened. They're here in the finals again. So it's just one best of 5. You got to just focus on this team, and I think that's going to make things a little bit easier. But I hope they don't get in a weird mental state where they're like, well, we got kind of crushed the first time around. That can happen in these double elimination bracket formats where it's like, well, we had our chance that didn't really work out. Can we beat them this time? Maybe losing a little bit of confidence. I'm going to be curious to see how BaiSha show up right from the get-go on map 1.
Yeah, one of the most important things for BaiSha is going to be coming into this game. They have to remember what last year felt like, what they were feeling like going into that game as well, and how they actually managed to make that win happen, because it sort of feels as if we've almost come full circle. We've gone back again to kind of where we began at this point in 2022, where we were going into that grand final saying, well, yep, All Gamers is looking like the team that should be walking away with the victory today. And over the course of that, maybe BaiSha has been looking like the better team. Maybe All Gamers at certain points have looked better. But at the end of the day, 12 months later, it's the same kind of a story going into the grand final. All Gamers are the favorites, but they were the favorites last year, and BaiSha were able to dismantle them in that 2022 grand final. So who's to say that they can't do it again here today in the 2023 grand final?
Yeah, I feel like now it's going to come down to what maps they're going to be confident picking in this series. We saw BaiSha kind of struggle with the first pick in the upper bracket final. I'm expecting maybe a few changes, but I feel like when it comes to win conditions here for BaiSha, you've got to look at sub-base still probably being on the table. Compound, even though it's their best, likely should be banned out here, but it is going to be on All Gamers to make that move. But BaiSha quickly going for the ban onto Eagle Eye. This makes me wonder what they've got here for us, because it is going to be Ankara in the mix, and we kind of question, you know, they left it in yesterday as well against Vincent, maybe to get some reps on it, but All Gamers, it's going to be a compound ban for sure. Definitely not a surprise there. The big ask, though, is going to be, are they confident enough to pull out sub-base again as the first map? Because it honestly didn't look great for them in the first meetup.
I mean, the thing for me is going to be, are we going to see for now the 4th time in a row the exact same map pool, which would be sub-base Ankara, Port, Black Widow, Mexico in a row? I mean, I think we had Eagle Eye at one point in there as a decider map somewhere along the line, but realistically speaking, when you're talking about at least the early stages of the matches or the maps, you do have pretty much just sub-base Ankara, Port, and then it sort of seems like, depending on how things kind of play out, maybe there's going to be a Mexico in there, maybe there's going to be an Eagle Eye in there, depending on where the bans kind of ended up. But yeah, I mean, very much like we've seen in the past, sub-base is the first pick for BaiSha. It has been the first pick for BaiSha every single game I've watched of them in the last 2 international events against All Gamers, so it's not a huge surprise to see it getting pulled out here. And like you say, it probably will be Ankara to get taken here by All Gamers, and indeed that is going to be the case. So I'd be expecting then a Port from BaiSha, and it's kind of like, well, we're just going to run it back, right? Am I Groundhog Day? Is this, you know, just deja vu? Have I done this before? Because it kind of feels the same.
It is. I mean, we did this just yesterday. We were in this exact same spot. Now it is, you know, 5 or so hours later today compared to yesterday. And it's the same maps, it's the same teams, it's the same best of 5. And, you know, I think the biggest issue for BaiSha was that yesterday it was their map pick of sub-base first, and they got squashed. It was like 10-3, and it did not look close at all. So, again, you got to start off good on this map. Otherwise, you go into Ankara, and you're going to get squashed again because it's All Gamer. So, again, I think this first map is going to make a huge difference, as it always does. Black Widow, Mexico, the next couple to go in the line.
It's exactly the same. I mean, the only difference, obviously, in some cases is Mexico for Eagle Eye, but chances are maybe we don't even need that 5th map. At least the way the match went yesterday. I kind of, I'm not sure. I think, see, the thing is, we kind of had this discussion in some of the other matches that we'd already seen previously in this event. We were saying, should you change up the map pool? Should you keep it the same? I think there's definitely value in keeping the pool the same if you're the team that lost and being able to adapt based on that. But then again, I kind of look at it and I say, well, this is now the 4th series in a row that I've watched All Gamers play BaiSha on the same map pool, and 3 in a row have gone the way of All Gamers. So, have you maybe run this map pool dry a little bit as BaiSha, right? Is there something else that you should be trying to maybe get onto as a first map, as an opener? But no, they believe they've figured out what went wrong on Subbase yesterday. I mean, they did lose at 10-3, so certainly a lot went wrong. A lot of players went missing. It really felt like nobody even stepped up. And my worry for BaiSha and for the health of this series is going to be if All Gamers just win Subbase again. And in the times that they've done that, they've 3-0'd the series, by the way. Is that what we're going to get to see one more time? And in the Grand Final, Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals, that would be a little bit disappointing, certainly for BaiSha. So I think for this matchup in particular, BaiSha, they just absolutely need to get Subbase to have any kind of an argument in this match.
I like how we're getting all these shots of people in the audience. We don't necessarily know who they are, but they do seem pretty famous. They're getting cheers as they're being shown. And yeah, also the waving of the AG flag, sparking a bunch more cheers, as is customary here. We've got a pretty much packed stadium at this point as we were getting ready for this first match, this first map, I should say. Eagle Eye and Compound Band, Subbase Ankara, Port Black Widow, Mexico. It's the same map selection, and I think that for BaiSha, they're just going to say, okay, we just got to play better. Like, we're a better team than this. We can challenge them on Subbase. We still like this map. Nothing changes. And, maybe if this fails again, perhaps next year they, practice different maps. They try to get good on other maps and maybe practice their Ankara a little bit, because if they keep running into this roadblock, like you were saying, Elfish, maybe today isn't the day to change it all up, but certainly in the future could be something to look for.
Well, it's also something that we do have to kind of discuss for All Gamers, right? They can look like the better team all year. They can look like the better team in the lead up to the Grand Final, and then they can go into the Grand Final and they can lose it. And that's what happened last year. So it's almost a redemption arc for All Gamers here today as well, after maybe missing out when they probably shouldn't have in 2022. So they themselves have, a little bit of a monkey on the shoulder, so to speak, right? I mean, BaiSha in these events have not looked as good as All Gamers in the Grand Finals, in the matches against AG, but then again, there's still a little bit of a concern in the back of the mind of the AG players and fans as well. So I think both teams, you go into this Grand Final feeling confident, but they also have something that will potentially concern them. And now we get to really put all of those discussions to rest, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what happened in the past. It matters what's going to happen in the future, and this is where we're headed now. Subbase, Ankara, Port Black Widow, Mexico, for the Grand Final of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. And of course, it had to be All Gamers and BaiSha, didn't it? Run it back. A repeat of last year's Grand Final, albeit a couple of roster changes, but still the identities of the two teams are there.
You can see here too, the BL side being slightly more favorable. That is where All Gamers will be starting. This is the only map in the pool. They will be on the BL side first. Every other will be the GR side, but when you look at the rest of the maps in the pool, that's actually somewhat favorable as well. Comparing win rates though on the BL, pretty equal, only a 1% difference. The GR slightly stronger overall for All Gamers, and this is where BaiSha has to have a really, really good BL side on this map if they want to get it done. For the GR for them, I feel like they are going to struggle a little bit more, but for All Gamers also, this is an opportunity to show us something different on this map. I feel like if you do the same thing here, that's what BaiSha's planning for. That's what they're expecting. That's why you pick the same map pool, because you expect the other team to play the same and for you to adapt to what lost you those rounds in the previous meetup. And if All Gamers isn't ready to change on the fly, it's going to be a lot harder than they think.
The fans are getting in to the cheers, the BaiSha side as well. It's almost like a reaction, a response, right? One side does it, the other side says, okay, it's our turn, we're gonna do it. The other side says, okay, now we gotta respond to that. But yeah, enough of the cheers. We are ready to get into the crossfire. We got potentially 5 maps today. I hope it does go the distance. I would really like this final to be pretty competitive here between these two teams. BaiSha really going to have to step it up and actually challenge CHENGDU All Gamers here in Chengdu, China. As we are just about ready to hop onto the first map. We got All Gamers versus BaiSha. Let's jump onto Subbase for this first map of the best of 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a critically important one for BaiSha. I think if they lose Subbase, then they might be curtains for the series. If they can grab it, then there's still a discussion to be had. But the last couple of times that they've lost this map to All Gamers has resulted in a 0-3 deficit. And that, of course, means the series is over. All Gamers would be crowned the champions here in 2023. But BaiSha, I mean, they've thrown the gauntlet down, really. They lost this map yesterday, 10-3 to All Gamers. And they've said, we're going to run it back. We think we can beat you on it. We think we kind of screwed up a little bit yesterday. And I kind of think they did as well. I don't think they played to their best of their abilities. And for All Gamers, maybe a bit of a tougher ask today. We'll see. We'll find out. It is All Gamers starting off on Blacklist side, and they'll just take a little bit of a slower approach to kick off map 1 of the grand final.
I like the change we're seeing already, though, from the BaiSha GR side, already putting a lot more pressure than what we saw yesterday on this A bomb site. They've got 2 players forward on the A staircase, and they seem to know All Gamers is going to lean in this direction, and I already like the change we've seen here, especially with 9 now being that player on the top of the A control. I feel like having him now in this position is going to provide a lot more value. You want him taking that aggressive fight, and All Gamers the first time around, they were very gung-ho to put that pressure on Lobby almost every round.
Yeah, this is what you like to see. You know, maybe just using that first best of 5 as information gathering, getting a little bit of extra practice, and getting ready for this one. As now, does look like All Gamers do want to push down through the stairs. We do have a couple of guys here. That's a little spot from 577. Gonna throw a flash here. We still got 45 seconds. CZY in the corner. Just waiting for it. It's not coming down. As look at this timing. N9, he goes down the stairs, and now they're gonna be pushing through. Let's see if he can hop out at exactly the right time, as he does spot them, but he is taken out as they're going in onto B. And a couple of guys here on the side of BaiSha are staying alive. They're sticking in this one, but the entry here from ZY still pretty strong. And up from the top, good timing from Even as they're getting in, and that's another kill here for the side of AG. They do need to get this bomb, but still a decent amount of time. Let's see if 577 can get these long shots.
It's so winnable. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. They have to get in and plant the bomb, and 577, he's already crept his way forward. They don't know where he is, and he'll clutch it out for BaiSha. Oh, it looks so good for All Gamers, but they lost the C4 in such an awkward spot, and they were indecisive as to whether they should go from B or A. And they ended up back where they started, but that was where 577 was as well. So big clutch to start things off for BaiSha. It's already a different start to the series than what we saw yesterday. All Gamers came out the gates quite hot, but BaiSha draw first blood.
It's going to come down to what they decide now on All Gamers for that answer back. They had the advantages up until the last moment of the opening round, so not necessarily a bad strategical approach on their end, but it is going to make them wonder if it's a good move moving forward to try that again.
Yeah, I liked the strategy. I think that they were somehow able to identify where BaiSha was in terms of their defense with 2 guys down on A bottom. You know, the maximum they can have on the B side is going to be 3, and in terms of rotations, they're going to be a little bit slower, so they make their way in. It's a pretty good execution. Nice fight back from BaiSha, and then, yeah, it comes down to having a lack of time, being forced to plant this one. You can see that Xiao had a very nice angle here on this entry as well. Picks up 2 kills on that, as I feel like the fans thought that was real time. They started cheering when Xiao was getting these snipes in the replay. But yeah, generally a pretty good defense, and I was satisfied with it, but AG still was coming out ahead by the end of it. Of course, not picking up the round, though.
Yeah, another really slow approach from All Gamers in this round. Probably be getting a lot of that throughout this grand final. AG do tend to bring a bit of a slower style than what BaiSha does.
They're starting on GR for 4 of the maps, though, so...
well, there you go.
BaiSha will have opportunities to up the pace. All right, coming on in here once again. Dway is going to get taken by BB, but you can see through the vents, that vent control, pretty important. Xiao playing the bottom of A here, going to eat a grenade that's 49 damage. Now flash on his head. This reminds me of him trying to play port against this team. Du's going to get the snipe, and he gets isolated. And Du is over at B right now. All Gamers just going to totally steamroll them.
This is exactly what we saw All Gamers doing, though, yesterday against BaiSha. They would have that 4-1 split. They would have Du lurking on the other side of the map. The 4 players would work their way into the site, trade relatively evenly at times, right? You'd go maybe 2 for 2. But then on the other side, and in this case that was over toward B, Du is getting work done as well and finding picks and keeping the numbers strong for All Gamers. So it doesn't seem like much has really changed in terms of the ethos of the way that All Gamers wants to play sub-base. Bringing the same approach, and has to be said, so far it is working. Yes, BaiSha are 1 apiece, but really does come down to 577 pulling off a nice clutch. And I think actually you look at these 2 rounds so far, you say AG have looked like the better team, eye test wise. Early days still. BaiSha are being more competitive, I feel, today than they were yesterday, but maybe even then that still isn't going to be enough. All Gamers are looking very solid right now.
CZY early boosted into the vents. He's got that forward position as well. If they don't check him, he could even pull out a flank early on if the bomb continues towards this A long positioning. But All Gamers, this is a bit of a questionable setup, I would say. If you've got ZY kind of lurking here alone, he might take the vent peak and run straight into CZY there, just holding on to it. And you've also got Even kind of playing for himself as well in the control room, waiting to see if that push comes through. But 577, he is all alone here. If they go down on the A stairs, it could be a tough hold.
Yeah, it could be a little bit difficult. AG, though, as we mentioned many times, just going to play with the clock. Definitely another one of these teams that loves to do this from the Blacklist side. Just hold on, wait and see if anyone's going to peek. Really set BaiSha in their spots and not really allow them to get much information, as Xiao may have just gotten a bit. And you see the grenade is going to come out here on good timing. That's a lot of damage already onto Dway and ZQ. And now they look to go down the stairs.
And not a bad place to head, though. 9 is still sort of floating around here, so it's not just on 5-7 to hold this one down. Ends up being a 1-for-1. He's kind of done his job there, and now we turn our attention toward 9, the star player, the standout. But right now he's 0-2, and he needs to have an impact. There's the start. 9 needs more. ZQ going to try to challenge him up over the top of the missile as well, but it's CZY that comes diving down the stairs to give up his life, and Nade will get the trade onto 9, and All Gamers prove to be successful again.
It's a tough round, though. I feel like BaiSha, they just got a little bit impatient on the site there. CZY, there was no need to jump swing onto the staircase behind and just kind of give up his life for free. I feel like 9 could have held his own for a little bit longer. Xiao as well, missing that rotational shot. And ultimately, All Gamers, they're doing a really good job of just overwhelming when they need to. CZY again grabs the early position, though, into the vents. I'm wondering if ZY is going to challenge it this time around, though. He thought about it last round, but then didn't go for the challenge. But with the confidence being a little higher, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the peak here.
Yeah, you can see his job from this side is kind of, while they're waiting, just checking vents, checking hallway, and making sure that nobody's getting any information, right? And if they do, he's going to be ready to potentially pick them off. So I really like this. It's very suffocating. It can be, to be honest, a little bit annoying to watch. You know, they're kind of just waiting around and not making any plays. But knowing All Gamers, I wouldn't expect them to only do this. I think we are going to see a couple of rounds where they do up the tempo a bit. Obviously, this one isn't one of those, but yeah, just waiting and seeing, okay, well, you're not allowed to look out of lockers. You're not allowed to look out of the vent or out of the hallway. You're also not allowed to go into woods and really challenge us. So covering all their bases, throwing down a smoke. Dre going to throw one even further, a little bit of a leapfrog. And how will BaiSha eventually react to this? Because these entries, you know, 3 for 3 now have been really clean from the side of All Gamers.
Yeah, BaiSha haven't really done too much to change anything up yet. They haven't really been overly aggressive on that GR side. All Gamers have kind of been given the run of things with a minute left on the clock. It's around the time where they usually do start to make their inroads. And again, a very similar approach. This time Shui again on the entry, looks for 9. It's going to come down to ZY in the end to grab that one. But CZY is able to double down before falling. It's ZY and CZY at this point. The nade as well chiming in. So finally, BaiSha have a late round advantage. A good shot from Xiao. And it's on to ZY to see if he can conjure some magic. Already a couple of kills in this round. He'll be looking for the ace. 20 seconds left on the board. He really doesn't have time to be moving slowly at all, but peeking an angle like this against a player like Xiao, it shouldn't be this easy. Somehow he gets across, and he might even be afforded a plant, which changes the equation a little bit, but not too much. Baby has it on lock, and BaiSha have their second.
Yeah, honestly, BaiSha, I was worried for them for a moment. They gave up that lobby control again, which has come back to bite them several times. But then that reaction from CZY in the vents saves them perfectly in the round. You can see it here in the drop down, the double kill, almost the triple as well. And CZY later on in that round even gets more before going down. The nade kill as well from Baby. Just really good rotations and support.
Yeah, that is one of the issues with all gamers kind of play, is they're going in pretty hardcore onto one angle, and you see ZY rather is going to check for CZY's position, because if he's just able to drop out of the vent and get all that value, it's not going to feel very good. You want to try to clear that out if you are going to go for that push through that tunnel once again. So yeah, just going to check it doesn't over peak. See, he's coming out of the vent now. Still going to hold a similar angle, but he's definitely looking to make sure that CZY isn't hanging out in there. And we can see now on the side of BaiSha, big stack over towards the locker room. 3 guys over there, maybe expecting all gamers to change up their angle of approach. And it might work out. All gamers for now still just kind of holding their formation, not really making a move just yet.
I like the change up on the lockers, though. They previously played just the 2 on that close locker corner. Now they've got this triple setup where they can kind of help each other trade, but also fall off a little bit more effectively when they need to. So it should work out favorably if all gamers actually ever goes straight onto the B bomb site. But you can see again, they're still targeting this A long control, looking towards the A staircase now. But BaiSha, they've put Xiao here this time around, and this is going to be such a key fight. And Du gets the pick onto Xiao and opens up the site.
Yeah, I mean, just like that. And that's a second one for Du. This guy, I was talking about him yesterday. He's really stepped up to the plate. He's been insane the last couple of days. And that's exactly what you want to see. The sniper winning the sniper duels as N9 comes in, misses the first shot. ZY going to make quick work of that one if you give him a chance. See ZY here once again. He's going to eat a smoke grenade for now, as there is not much hope now for the side of BaiSha to try to retake this.
No, don't really see much of a chance of retaking this one. 2 on 5. All Gamers is not the kind of team that's going to let that one happen. BaiSha got away with a couple of rounds, maybe not quite as egregious as this one would be, but 2 on 4s, 1 on 3s, those kinds of situations yesterday against Vincent. But All Gamers is a completely different beast, and they're up 3-2 again. So just kind of going even at the moment. This hasn't really been a hugely dominating performance from either team so far. Like I said, though, I do still have a kind of a positive feeling for All Gamers at the moment. Seems like they're just a little bit more switched on right now. BaiSha, when they get through their rounds, looking a little bit more streaky, especially that first one. And All Gamers more than happy to continue playing their favored style. Pretty spread, pretty default, pretty slow. It's working so far.
ZY just holding on to the corner of the vent. CN9 on the other side, but now they're starting to peek out a little bit. Even has to be careful. Xiao right on the other side, just barely misses the connection, and they've got the information now. They know where Xiao is playing. Wouldn't surprise me to see them double back towards A, but even he's going to go ahead and sneak across anyways. Gets onto the top of lockers, but Xiao through the smoke takes him down.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to do that. If you do get the pick, it could be nice to take out Xiao early, especially after you spotted him initially. But yeah, you're just on that long angle against an ALM, so generally it's not going to work out for you. ZY has moved very far up this vent, as they do want to go into A. That grenade doesn't end up doing much. It's now N9 in the corner. He is good for 2. And that should put an end to this push as he challenges Do and ZY, though. They get 3 kills. They're pulling this one back.
I'll tell you what, ZY is looking very scary in this grand final. CZY almost catches him on the timing. The nade on to Do is so good, but he's still alive. And a sniper on 1 HP, it doesn't really matter. All you have to do is hit a shot. But right now, you're really relying on ZY to get 1, and he does. Now it's possible. Do's just got to hold the line and hit the shot. He hasn't quite managed to connect. CZY closing the gap. It should be his round. But Do is not peeking. He's not giving him anything. Now the swing, and Do will get it done. 4-2 for all gamers.
I mean, that's a 2-on-5. You just can't let that happen there, but you know what? They'll take that all day long. You thought after 9 gets this play, surely you can't lose the round, but then ZY and Do, between the two of them, picking up all 5 kills, and BaiSha, that is a round that's going to haunt them for a little bit here.
You would have to be incredibly frustrated if you're 9, because you've done about as much as you could do from that stairs position and still lost the round. But at this point, I'm kind of just wondering if it's going to be a ZY kind of day, right? He's one of those players that can completely take over an entire series, get back-to-back MVPs, and I mean, 10-5 at the moment. He's certainly having a bit of a run-in for that kind of performance.
Yeah, and Do as well. I mean, the two of them together were the two that held that one down. They put up the big numbers. Do has only died twice. The lowest deaths here by a pretty significant margin. I mean, everybody else is either 4+. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty incredible. He's doing a great job. ZY, the initial entry, not that clean, but then the one tap, obviously, from the computer room, that was just classic ZY. And yeah, just to be able to clutch that one, that's, as you mentioned, Kyle, that's a big mental win for the side of all gamers. And also just, you know, 4-2 from the sub-base blacklist side. Already a good start, looking for probably at least a couple more.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, though, all gamers, they've done almost an identical setup for this control every single round. In BaiSha, they just haven't decided to push into it. I'm surprised. If I was BaiSha, I'd be going aggressive here into lobby, putting that pressure onto the doors. Instead, they give them this zone, and already all gamers have used that, sneaking into the back of the B-bomb side. But Xiao, good for 2. What is that second shot? Takes down Zhui and ZY, and now they're still looking for more. Do going to be spotted on the back of quad, even goes down to 5-7-7, but ZQ and Do are trying to turn this back into a winnable round, but ZQ down and out. I'm not so sure in the 1v3.
Don't count Do out. He's a pretty special player and has been showing up in this grand final so far. That is a stellar shot to start it off.
What is happening?
It's no longer a 1-on-3, it's a 1-on-2. He is going to have to move quickly, though, with that C4 dropped. Honestly, if he would just go straight to A right now, the round would be very winnable, but I suspect he's not going to make that decision.
Chance,
it's a little bit harder to make that call.
Maybe now you can.
10 seconds left. He's got a plan, and that's going to give BaiSha the chance to close the gap or not. 5-7-7 on the swing. He's been spotted out. Do misses the crucial shot. You'd think now it's over. 5-7-7 will lock it down, but I'm going to be honest, that didn't look super clean from BaiSha again. If Do hits that shot onto 5-7-7, there's no trade opportunity, and then he's in another 1v1. So BaiSha are still not quite 100% there at the moment.
Still 3 rounds on this side of the map, not too bad. It is a BL-sided map by about 55% to 45%. So 4 for BaiSha is still a pretty good half, considering their BL is pretty strong on this map. So it's going to be up to the rest of all gamers to prevent that. You've got Do and ZY having incredible games, but everybody else only 3 kills on the board so far for all gamers. I'm actually kind of surprised even in ZQ are a little bit low here.
Yeah, it is a little bit concerning, although maybe it's just that Do and ZY are stealing all the kills, especially in the 2v5 clutch. So those guys just got to stay alive a little bit more.
I don't know if I'd count that as a steal. You know, they had to work hard for those ones.
Well, yeah, that's why. You know, they should have stayed alive, and they could have been there for the, you know, to get some of the kills. All gamers, once again, passive setup. ZY looking at vents. And it might just be another B hit here, but it has been pretty good for BaiSha, especially when Xiao's doing this.
Yeah, insane shots back and forth between these two snipers, and I think that's going to be the key point for both of these teams. Who continues to play at this level? I mean, both of them looking good, but they need a little bit more if they want to get into the lead for BaiSha. You see a lot of pressure this round towards the B bomb site. The bomb already pushed up alongside Even here, and it's going to be a full commitment out of lockers with one player lurking. It's going to be ZY, but they've got to go. They've been spotted. CZY had no idea, though. Gets caught in the fight very early, but Baby in the rafters, good for one. Xiao gets another on the cross pick, but ZY, he's still on the lurk getting it done, but only gonna be good for one. Even gets the second on site. 9, he is stuck here in the back of Cage, but look at 577. He's on a huge flank and they don't even know here, but now he's left alone. 1 versus 2. 577, are they ready?
They should be. They've got to be wondering where is he. We haven't seen him all around. He's got to be on the flank somewhere. Du will go down even for the trade, and you asked for a couple of kills from Even. You said, where is he? Well, that is a perfect round as an example from him. Critical frags, and not only that, but also the fact that he survives in that engagement against 9. Keeps it alive for All Gamers, 5-3. And definitely a 6-3 on offer right here for All Gamers.
Yeah. And that round was All Gamers kind of pulling teeth. They went right through it, as now here comes 9 looking for more. He does get 2. And now wants to get another. They know where Du is, but Du is just really on point. You can't peek this guy. He's just going to take you down. 2 more on the board for Du.
It's a poor peek, though, from BaiSha, to be quite honest with you. You shouldn't be going 1 by 1 like that against the sniper. You've got to be swinging at the same time. He's not going to kill you both. He can't. It's impossible. He has to recock that weapon, but in the end, BaiSha make a small error, and it might give up the round. All Gamers have the entire A site. Plan's got to be coming through shortly.
Yeah, ZY as well. He's got control over the vents, and on the post plant for the BL side, having just that one player in vents is almost a guaranteed win, especially if BaiSha don't clear him out here. CZY and Xiao, though, targeting the back staircase to get through. The utility not going to do anything. They have to go in and just hit the shots. CZY, he's looking for this kill first onto Even. That flash forces him off the angle. CZY not going to hit the shots, though. Even good for a first. Xiao sitting in this corner, but there's no way out of the corner now. Xiao stuck. Will also go down to Even, and All Gamers take a 6-3 half.
There's that great team play from All Gamers on effect. You can see so much util getting tossed at Xiao. It's just impossible for him to play the game. Reminiscent of the match that we saw him playing on Port. And AG off to a good start, 6-3. The BaiSha fans looking a little bit concerned. The AG fans, maybe not quite so much.
They're okay. Du once again gonna step up, wins the sniper battle. This has been a consistent thing from yesterday into today. Just over and over, just taking down Xiao and making it so difficult. You can see the difference with how they handle the snipers. We were just talking about how Du was just allowed to take 2 free 1v1s. And then when Xiao comes in, it's like, well, I mean, a little bit of an easier position for them to focus on only Xiao, I suppose. But yeah, not the greatest. Is Du not going to hit that one, but does get the info that 577 makes his way in. ZQ taking a bit of damage, but doesn't matter. They're just lining them up. And already you can see BaiSha kind of, I don't know, they're kind of floundering around here, going in 1 by 1 and getting just sniped out, not winning any firefights, and All Gamers move over to the Global Risk side, and they make it look Global Risk favored.
Yeah, not a good look for your first round of the second half, especially when you go into it down 6-3. Scoreline now 7-3. BaiSha might still be able to do a little bit better than they did the last time they played on sub-base, but I don't think that that's something that they're really going to take much heart in. 10-3 loss yesterday. Even a 10-4, 10-5 here would still be pretty damn bad, considering it is BaiSha's map pick. And a loss on sub-base generally leads to a 0-3 loss in the series as well. So for Du to be kind of setting the server alight at this point in time, it is the perfect time, really, to be coming online. And it's so funny to think that we were like, well, Du's not really been looking so good in this tournament.
Well, we said that before yesterday.
During the group stages.
Yeah.
And then he comes into the playoffs and he's like easily up there as far as the best players are concerned.
I mean, he's playing best for a couple of days in a row. It's kind of insane. How can one player just step up to the plate in a big way?
Big game player.
He was saying in our little video that he used to be a fan and he always wanted to play on the stage. So, you know, just like a lot of these guys, just wanting to achieve greatness, and this could be his tournament where people really begin to identify him as maybe the best sniper in the world. Could be, I mean, the way he's playing. As now trying to come out here is Zway. Gonna run into them, trades 1-for-1, spots the push. And ZQ's gonna hide here behind the missile.
Look at the fast wrap behind though coming through from All Gamers. This is so quick from Even. They've got no idea.
Goodbye.
He's just held the W key and he has shut them down. There is nothing for BaiSha in this second half. They have not even looked remotely close in either of these rounds, and the scoreline is ballooning out. It is 8-3 now.
Look at these shots, though. I mean, what do you even do against that? He's approaching a 20 already, and finally, All Gamers just says, hey, let's get even more aggressive in this matchup. ZQ pushes solo into the control room, takes down Baby, and just the one kill is enough to scare BaiSha away, and that tells you everything you need to know about this map so far.
Yeah, and at this point, they're kind of just trying to do, you know, emotional damage. They're trying to get in their face and say, we are the better team, and we're going to show you. You don't even have to do this, but also kind of unexpected. You know, AG are not a very aggressive team, but ZQ gets in there, takes out Baby, who, unfortunately, he was fantastic in group stage and leading up into the playoffs, but it's kind of been invisible, at least in this match against All Gamers yesterday and today. Not to point him out specifically, it has been, you know, a pretty one-sided affair across the board. So, yeah, not going to make things easier here for BaiSha. They need to win this one, otherwise it's 9-3. As little peek there. 9 with the M4, so just spotting Even and identifying each other, and now it looks like BaiSha do want to move away from the lockers.
I don't really know what to say about this one for BaiSha. You know what's funny though as well is All Gamers just look like a completely different team when they play against BaiSha as well. Don't know what it is, but something comes over All Gamers where they really just do play so beautifully when they're playing against this BaiSha roster. And then maybe not quite as clean against other teams like Imperial. Either way,
he missed!
Well, he did get a little connection onto Xiao, but he didn't get the killing blow, that's for sure, and that was the problem.
It's possible for him to not just 1v5.
It's true.
At this point, when a player is playing like this, you kind of just expect them to be superhuman. And he has been, but a nice little isolation there from BaiSha. It's what you got to do if you want to shut down someone like Du.
Oh. First kill goes the way of All Gamers though, and 577 over the top of the missile. He's going to be looking for those trades. Has found one, but not enough, and that is another round for All Gamers. And to be quite honest with you guys, it doesn't even really end up feeling close, you know. Like, it's a 3v3 post plan, but All Gamers, they just win it with 2 players alive. 2 fairly healthy players alive as well, with plenty of time. 9-3. It has to be map over at this point. Like, really, I don't see BaiSha coming back from this one.
Yeah, it doesn't seem possible. I mean, everybody on All Gamers is causing so much trouble. And ultimately, on the BL side, BaiSha just not looking good. Xiao, I mean, what do you even do on the other side against Du playing like this? You can't challenge him early, but you also can't challenge him in the late game either on the retakes. So he's having a lot of trouble getting that confidence on his side in that fight. You combine that with normally someone you'd expect to have 20 by now, and 9 only 8 and 12. So it's a tough one when you have your star players just struggling against both ZY and Du, who've been kind of unstoppable, and then in the second half, Even steps up on top of that.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a Groundhog Day from yesterday. Would be, especially if this ends up 10-3, where it's like, okay, well, similar players are stepping up. I think ZY is stepping up a bit more than Dway did, but it's totally fine. You know, if somebody's going to step up, could be anybody. And yeah, they're just biding their time. They say, BaiSha, you know, we're not going to get aggressive this time around. You're going to have to do the hard work from the Blacklist side. And it shouldn't be hard work on this map, but kind of does feel that way. ZY, look at this spot. Rarely see this.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit isolated, but then again, you've still kind of got Du on the angle as well. He wasn't able to land a shot initially, but on his second peek he will, and it is really starting to fall apart now for BaiSha, isn't it? Du's just putting on a masterclass, and he needs one more for 20, which of course he'll get. 10-3, map 1 goes to All Gamers.
Well, there you have it. Map number 1, absolutely dominated by CHENGDU All Gamers. They come in here in CHENGDU and they do it again. We saw this yesterday. We had a best of 5 between these two teams. It was 10-3 on sub-base. It's 10-3 on sub-base again. We have the same map pool. Should we expect anything different after it looks like CHENGDU All Gamers have come here to play?
Yeah, it's definitely bad news for BaiSha, isn't it? I feel pretty bad for the BaiSha fans that have rocked up into the stadium today, because I think it might be rough viewing for those guys for the rest of the day. I've got to say, just on the surface of it, obviously looking at the past histories between these two teams, this seems like a pretty doomed start from BaiSha, as I said a couple of times in the pre-match, during the match as well. If BaiSha loses sub-base, they then go on to lose the series 0-3. That's happened twice before this year. Could happen a third time. And even beyond that fact, if you just look at the eye test and the way that the two teams are playing right now, BaiSha is just looking completely outclassed. Like, All Gamers, they've stepped it up a notch. BaiSha, unfortunately, just don't look like they're even a shadow of the same team that we saw in the group stage, which is really unfortunate because it might mean we're in for a fairly quick grand final today.
Yeah, I feel like the win conditions for BaiSha just aren't there. Xiao getting bullied by Du the entire map. You combine that with N9 not really being as present as he normally is. I mean, he consistently has over 100 ADR. Here, not even close in this matchup, I would imagine. And on top of that, the underperformers for All Gamers have stepped up in the biggest way possible. I mean, ZY, I think, was 4th overall in KD coming into this out of the group stage, huge. But today, looking phenomenal. And Du, I mean, 20-5. If he does that again on any map, it's GG. Yeah, it's 4 KD. It was definitely at least 120 ADR, I would imagine. Should absolutely be the MVP. Yeah, it's 146. It's pretty good. And 1.5 kills per round. We were definitely seeing a lot of that where he was getting multi-kills. He was getting clutch moments, you know, 2v5 that one time with ZY. Nearly pulling it off by himself a couple of times, actually pulling it off by himself. He will be the MVP for this first map. And we've said it before, like, if All Gamers, they get a couple more guys onto the same level as everybody else, then you've got a problem, because then you just have 5 insane players that are all on the same team. They're just going to win. Yeah, look, it's hard to really knock 9 all that much, though. I was just taking a look at that graphic. He still had 96 ADR, so he's kind of still putting up his numbers. It just felt like there's only really so much that you can do in a 10-3 loss. And we can even go back to that round where he got a double kill holding the B site, holding the A site from the bottom of the stairs. And that's a perfect example of maybe why just being one individual and playing well isn't quite going to be enough, because he really does his job there. He does everything he needs to do. 2 for 1. You can't complain about that. If you get a 2 for 1 every single round, then you're a value player as far as I'm concerned. But still the team loses that round, and honestly, it's like, well, at that point, what do you really do? I mean, take a look at these openings.
What do you do,
yeah,
you say?
4-3, 2-0, 6-1, 4-0, 4-1. So Du's just kind of dominated everyone across the board, really, and for the most part, it's kind of the same story there for all the All Gamers matchups. And so, bad day, I think, for BaiSha, and I really hope that they can find a way to have that mental resilience and come back into this series. But I'll be honest with you, if I know one thing, it's that BaiSha is a momentum-based team. They play very well when they're playing very well, but when they start poorly, a lot of the time they are really quite a bit slow to get going, and it's not really the same. You don't get the same vibe from them as you do from All Gamers, which is the team where you say, well, just never count these guys out, because they are definitely never out of the series, and they've reiterated that multiple times, whereas BaiSha, don't think we've quite seen that same resilience from them, particularly in games against All Gamers.
Yeah, it almost feels like maybe it even gets worse at this point. I feel like All Gamers is actually playing better than what they did in the first matchup, and they had the same scoreline there because BaiSha tried to force their hand a little bit more, but you can kind of see it. They don't look happy right now. I wouldn't be either, because when you have the same scoreline again, you start to think, well, does this just happen again in the same exact fashion over every single map? And if that does, it's over, it's dusted, it's a 0-3 for them.
Yeah, and as we said before at the top of the show, you had to play a long day yesterday. And then you go back and essentially all of your time is just used on trying to figure out this team. How are we going to beat them? And now they're stumped again. So that's a really difficult mental hurdle to get over. We're going to have to see if BaiSha can do it, or if CHENGDU All Gamers are going to run away with the series. We're going to take a quick break before we do come back for map number 2, and we'll be right back.
When you open your mind, you enter a new world. A world where you delete everything you've seen before. where you shift your perspective. It's time to escape the ordinary. It's time to open minds. Alienware.
Morpholing Cyberflex Gaming Chair creates dynamic lumbar pillow. It automatically adjusts to your body's movements. Morpholing Cyberflex Gaming Chair, reaching your throne.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧，然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后帮你给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？还行。啊。可以想这个。
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手。我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
Hello， 大家好，我是BaiSha。我和 CFS 应该是从2013年正式开始接触吧。然后13年应该是自己作为一个俱乐部的管理者，参与了 S1的一个赛季。然后 S2是当了一个选手，临时去打了一些。然后再到后面的话，其实一直就是一个解说的身份。对于我个人而言，其实整个的 CF 职业生涯，包括经营俱乐部、做俱乐部，其实我的荣誉并没有很多。我从12年 CPL S1是拿到了 CPL 的冠军，然后在紧接着13年的这样的一个CFS S2的时候是拿到了一个世界亚军。紧接着我是从 CPL S4就开始退役转居幕后，然后去经营管理俱乐部。我觉得这么多年一直没有拿到总冠军，我们的队伍其实最大的原因还是我个人感觉是我们自己吧。因为其实要拿冠军不是说碰碰运气，或者说就是简简单单嘴上说而已，因为确实要具备了很多的因素吧，不管是选手能力方面、团队的这个能力方面、各方面，还有包括俱乐部的运营方面，就是大家很多的东西夹杂在一起，才能就是有这样的机会去拿世界冠军。我觉得可能前面这些年确实我自己做的也不好，然后我们队伍啊、选手的个人能力、队伍的整体，包括管理各方面都可能差了一些吧。但是这2年确实，我个人觉得我们俱乐部也做得越来越好了，越来越专业了吧。所以去年呢也有幸去冲了一下这次这个 CFS 的世界冠军，所以我觉得就是这个东西都是相辅相成的。去年年底，我们队伍的选手加上我们的教练加上我们的管理，大家都是团结一致吧。然后就是我觉得是发挥出了，就是超出了自己平常的那种实力，然后拿到当时就是特别是决赛那一天，就是3-1拿下的时候，我感觉我自己都惊呆了，都有点就是兴奋的，就是嗨的，就是已经不知道用言语怎么去形容了。
吃过了。今天啊，非常紧张啊，又到今天比赛日了啊，头来。
今年 CFS 落地中国，对于卫冕冠军的话，信心肯定是有，希望今年还有机会去夺得 CFS 的世界冠军。
Welcome back to the caster desk. We are here at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals on the final day. It is, of course, CHENGDU All Gamers up against BaiSha Gaming. We have the first map result already, 10-3 in favor of All Gamers. And it wasn't very close. BaiSha barely squeezing in a couple of maps there to try to make it competitive. Yes, rounds.
We should clarify.
Maps. To make it 10-3, and that was just barely getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way you put it. Obviously, it's CHENGDU All Gamers up against BaiSha, but the argument I'll make is right now it is really All Gamers that's the only team that's actually showing up to this grand final, because BaiSha, they just went completely missing there on sub base. They had, you know, a decent start. I thought 5-7-7 getting that clutch, I was like, okay, right, this is the recipe for success. BaiSha, they're going to start feeling it, they're going to feel confident, they're going to be happy, they're going to be enjoying things from the very first round, and then, well, we saw what happened. It ended up being 10-3, like you said, and it was very, very dominant from All Gamers. Felt like they stepped up across the board. ZY and Do certainly were the standouts for me. And really, aside from, again, 9, who maybe showed a little bit of resistance, there really wasn't a whole lot to kind of touch on there for BaiSha. And now the situation almost gets even worse, right? Because you've lost map 1, 10-3. That's your map pick. Again, hindsight shows if they lose but the sub base, they lose the series 0 and 3. With that in mind, we're going into Ankara, which is undoubtedly All Gamers' best map, and so many times we've seen them going up against BaiSha and beating them on it. And, well, they've got to be feeling good about things at the moment and getting some appreciation from the fans as well as they head into the arena once more.
I feel like that's the widest I've ever seen even smile.
He's a very solemn character, isn't he? Here comes BaiSha, though, and hopefully all those cheers can get them back into the groove, because they certainly have been out of it today. And even arguably yesterday, I felt like they were kind of out of it as well. So it's a bit more of a worrying trend that it's going to be over the course of an even longer duration. Like, you can have one bad day, fine, but come back the next day and at least perform to the level which you'd be expecting to see them. And unfortunately, 2 in a row is starting to become a bit more of a trend rather than actually something that's just going to be a quick fix.
Yeah, I feel like when we look at map number 2, it's only going to get tougher as well, just knowing they didn't get a single round on the BL side, and that's where they start for every single map left in this series. So for BaiSha, this is going to be a really tough ask. They have to conquer their hard side first now, and for a lot of these maps, they're pretty GR-sided as well, remaining in the pool, so it's going to be a tough task ahead for sure.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I think that BaiSha, you know, they have a lot of time here. It is the finals, right? We give the players some extra time in between the maps to really discuss and try to break it down. I do like this kind of finals atmosphere that we do have for this one. It makes sense at the finals. So, yeah, it's maybe they figure something out. They need to. Otherwise, this might just be another 3-0, because I was hoping that BaiSha would kind of step up to the plate, but that sub base doesn't really offer you any hope, I would say, on the side of BaiSha Gaming. Now, they're not out of it yet. That's why we do play best of 5s, but as we've said before, best of 5s generally favoring the team that is better on the day. And if All Gamers start off with a win and they're the better team, they might just go on to that 3-0.
Yeah, look, it's not even as if there was really anything there for BaiSha to sort of say, okay, well, that was pretty good. Like, probably the 2 big standouts were 5-7-7 clutching that very first round, which was a 2v1. Okay, you know, that's pretty nice, but it's like nothing that out of the ordinary. It's nothing that special, especially in a grand final of this scale. A 2v1, you're going to get that every now and then. And yeah, like I said, 9 was, you know, 96 ADR. He was kind of contributing, it felt like, almost every round, at least a kill, which is, you know, kind of the base level, right? That's the average. That's what you need to hit all 5 players. I mean, if he's the only one doing that, like, while it's good for him as an individual to kind of be, quote-unquote, performing okay, I mean, the rest of the team's kind of gone missing. So, like, even if you're grasping at straws, even if you're trying to make an argument to say, yeah, BaiSha did this and this and this well, I'm kind of coming up with things which are even, like, you're almost a bit like, well, it's not really. I'm just saying something for the case of saying something to try and maybe say something positive about BaiSha. But if I'm being realistic, there isn't really anything very positive to say about BaiSha. They have to make a change. They have to do it quickly because, yes, it's a best of 5 and you've got a lot of time in a best of 5 to work through things. But if you go down 0-2 against All Gamers, then, yeah, I'm not sure that you're going to be coming back from that one. So has to happen here and now, and it has to happen on Ankara, which is just, oh man, like, could it get any worse, really?
Yeah, All Gamers best map, and then you've got Port on the way, and All Gamers gets the GR first on Port. So not an ideal situation to try and claw back this series, but we are going to see if BaiSha have something during that break that they've been able to change up and I feel like change-ups are the name of the game for them. We went into that sub-base, they played the first couple rounds a little bit differently than their first meetup, but then they kind of sunk into their habits, and that's exactly what all gamers wants here. If you play the same way, you're going to see the same results.
Yeah, absolutely. Does feel like a couple of these maps that were very slightly favored in terms of stats have gone a little bit more towards that side. We saw it with Subbase, we saw it here with Ankara as well. You see the win rate here for all gamers. And again, you know, you look at these stats, remember that 3 of the maps were BaiSha up against all gamers, right? So, especially for these first 3 ones. And hopefully we get towards a 4th or a 5th. If BaiSha can put up a nice little show here. But at this point, still waiting for that. Definitely had a lot of time to try to figure out what to do coming into this. Ankara, definitely a map that we've seen some different styles on. I think that the Vietnamese teams showed that you can get pretty aggressive on this one, but also I feel like the teams here in the playoffs that have elected to go for that kind of style have gotten shut down pretty fast. So that just makes it even more dominant, I feel like, for the Blacklist side. If you don't really feel like there's a lot of recourse on GR and you're dealing with these really heavy pushes on A or underneath B to B or through the front yard, it is going to be a lot of pressure, and I feel like pretty difficult to stop them, especially for all gamers. Their entry fraggers have been fantastic. I guess the one recourse you can say is that maybe Do doesn't quite get to dominate as hard on a map like this. But even then, I feel like he's going to find a way the way he's playing.
Yeah, I reckon he could. I reckon he definitely could. He could definitely find his opportunities if he wants to. Generally, I think you're probably right, though. He doesn't have as much impact on Ankara. But let us find out, as it is time for map number 2. All gamers and BaiSha will go head-to-head here on Ankara.
All right, it's time to hop in. Will it be another All Gamers victory on this map? History tells us it's likely. 10-6 in favor of All Gamers is their history in win-loss on this map. So it has been done before for BaiSha, but they are going into a more challenging side. The stats before also showed 80% win rate on the starting side for All Gamers, 40% win rate on the starting side for BaiSha across the whole tournament. So a bit of a mismatch, but they could have something left to show us, and I know it's going to be something we're probably critical of in this one, but they've actually maybe changed it. No, just kidding. Jue is working his way towards that vent, and if there was one thing that could be exploited by BaiSha on the map, it is Jue in this vent position.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. I think if I was the IGL here of the Blacklist side, I'd be saying, well, let's just try to send 2 people swinging into vent for the first few rounds, see how that goes. See if we can find ourselves the opening pick onto Jue, because he does like to solo hold that position. Was doing it a little earlier in this round, but has backed off, and he's going to go for the swing again. Will be cleared out by 577. Ended up actually having to come down to the trade from 9. There's still a player, and it was a great entry. Hello, 9. He has arrived back into the server. BaiSha will be very happy to see that, and he could be someone that can drag them kicking and screaming through this series. So if 9 is able to do that on a consistent basis, then we might have a series on our hands.
Well, it is going to be Do and ZY who are left available, but they have to go through one of the most difficult areas to try to retake through smoke. And BaiSha, ZY is getting hyped, he's getting pumped up. And just got to be consistent with that. That was a very nice entry. N9 was hitting those shots. CZY got a couple of kills as well.
Yeah.
And that's what you got to do from the Blacklist side here of Ankara.
Nice entry, but also a nice call from BaiSha. There was only 2 players actually set up on the A side, and a lot of times you'll actually see a 3-1-1 split or a 3-0-2 split actually on this map. So you're not going to get away with such an easy take onto the A side every time, but I do find that AG is actually one of those teams that tends not to have that 3-stack on A quite as often as other teams. They are more than happy to actually just leave 2 on that side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm BaiSha here, I'm testing A until they can stop it. It's definitely the weak point for this team. Again, it only has 2 players early, but now they've rotated even onto the site, maybe expecting it back to back. The utility's starting to be thrown, and it doesn't seem like BaiSha are actually going to lean into it this time around. They've got Baby just kind of posted up on mid, CZY holding on to the B connector, and they're hoping someone gets a little bit too aggressive here and they can find them, but It's actually just going to be a safe setup on both sides, even though this is a bit of an interesting spot. Not something we normally see played, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of information he can play off other than just relying on ZY to have the perfect call for him to peek off of.
Well, this is looking like a two-pronged attack from the side of BaiSha. A couple of members going through the B tunnels towards B. We also have the fake. There's no bomb with this push onto A. So this is coming in first, trying to get the rotation from even over, and they will get it. And they will try to win this fight regardless. First kill goes the way of 577. He's very low, but look at this. Du holding on to this angle. He is going to stop the plans for now, as one kill will go the way of ZQ, and they're beginning to feel and realize that, hey, this is actually on the B side.
Oh, good timing from Du, though. He catches one cleanly, and there's a rotation still coming across. Maybe a little bit of an over-eager swing. ZQ wasn't there to trade yet, and that's given Baby time to get out of the site alive. I think Du wanted to pick that up because he knew that CZY was also still coming across. He could isolate the 1v1 on site, which is now what ZQ has been able to do. He's going to check Baby. Didn't look in the right direction initially. Got to sit that defuse. Just sit it. Just sit the 5-second defuse. It wasn't planted for Baby. I think ZQ could have won it holding the defuse, but in the end takes the fight. BaiSha will get themselves another one. Skin of their teeth really that time.
Yeah, but look at the execution of this double fake. I think that's really what got them the round here. You had 9 sneaking through mid, the double on underpass, and the double fake onto the A bomb side. So for BaiSha, really good strategic approach. Not something we've really seen from them yet on this map either, and you can tell they are ready to adapt.
Yeah, it's a good sign. I think that from here, 2 rounds already from the Blacklist side. They're off to a flying start, and the rounds were pretty dominant. Obviously, Baby had to win the 1v1 right at the end, but did a nice little chunk of damage to ZQ before he eventually finished the job. So made it pretty elementary for him right at the end. And BaiSha now really playing with the clock themselves, just waiting on it before they do go for these pushes. Not a lot of information to be given over to the side of AG. You can see Du's trying to hold the angle over by the hotel, but nobody's really showing pretty much anything at this point. And same time, that push onto A almost worked as well. I mean, ZQ did clean up the last guy and then got to rotate over, but you can tell that it isn't the easiest site for all gamers to actually hold on to with their setup.
Yeah, BaiSha now working their way back towards B. 3 going towards the hotel. Could be a chance for 9 as well to sneak up into mid again. Even still playing on this window position, but it might be 9 going for the fake actually over towards A. Jue still holding forward on the vent position. They've also got the sniper posted up on long, but it really comes down to Du underneath. He's holding on and has to be careful not to get picked alone here, but 577, the timing should be perfect on this. And oh, Du gets the reaction anyways. Takes down 1, but he's still looking for more. Pulling out a nade though on that wide peak. He still somehow gets out alive. Baby gets the late trade though, and now they've got control of the site.
That was risky from Du, and he almost got away with it, but good trade in the end from BaiSha. They do have the site. It's a bona fide 4-on-4 retake now. ZY's just been watching that mid-rotation to make sure nothing's coming in from that flank, and I think at this point AG are just going to have to more or less disregard it. Lots of util still to get tossed out here by BaiSha. Is going to be good for the delay, but inevitably AG are going to push on through past it. Baby, first point of contact, doesn't really have a lot of help, but maybe doesn't need it. Eventually actually does falter. 9 gets that opener. The defuse is being stuck here by all gamers. The swing's not come through. Oh dear, that's a little bit of a lackluster finish there from BaiSha. They did still have players alive, but the swing came through too late.
It's a good call though. You have enough people alive where you can use that defuse to force them to peek uncomfortably, and this is all gamers just adapting on the fly perfectly to win that round, because I feel like if they don't stick that bomb there, they just take the fights. BaiSha looks a lot better in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seemed like BaiSha was kind of set up to allow them to try to swing into BaiSha, and BaiSha was like a little bit, they had that angle waiting for that. But when the swings never came and ZY just held the angle, they were like, oh crap, now we got to scramble. And scramble they did. Not quite able to get there. ZY lined up the headshots, and all gamers are on the board. So definitely a couple of really hype rounds to start off for the side of BaiSha. I'm just happy that they're seemingly here to play in the second map. And All Gamers, though, are going to take one back. So going to stick in this one, make it competitive. BaiSha now looking to push through the B tunnels and get into the B site.
Yeah, again, not a bad call from BaiSha. With ZY having cleared out so much of that forward position, he's going to be able to turn around and actually help Do out on this hold. First shot won't quite be connected, but ZY is the next one that they're going to have to get past, and he'll at least claim 1 or 2. That is okay from him, but the rest of the team has kind of faltered. The push in mid worked out well for BaiSha. They are looking a much better prospect, a much better outfit here on map 2 than they were on map 1.
Yeah, now the rotations coming through. The GR spawn. ZQ stuck behind this wall of smoke. They also have 2 nades to work with on the side of BaiSha, but 9 goes for the double peek, gets the double kill, and BaiSha extend the lead to a 3-1.
That's the 9 effect. 9 having a great game here, and it is massively favorable for BaiSha as a result.
And they got in so quickly that Dude just isn't able to have an effect. We're already seeing that he's not, I mean, he's got 3 kills, he's okay, but they can effectively force it to be a 1-for-1 at worst for BaiSha if they do isolate him and just run at him. And now Baby's having a big map. We see 9's having a big map. 3-1 here for BaiSha. And All Gamers still haven't quite figured it out. We do have BaiSha considering pushing towards A, but at this point, no committal. That's a nice amount of damage there into ZQ, actually.
CZY poking around the B hotel, looking to see what he can find. Not going to see anyone yet. There is CZY holding on to the forward B connector angle, but they have a 3 stack on A. Jump spotting here, trying to figure something out, and BaiSha playing a lot slower than I normally anticipate from them, but it's been working out so far. They've baited out the picks nicely. They've forced some uncomfortable rotations to happen, and again, we see a slow split starting to happen towards mid and B.
Yeah, 3 players stacked on the A site this time for AG. Now feels like it'd be a pretty good time to actually go for a little bit of an info play if you're Zhui and you're this far progressed already in the vents, but not bold enough at this point in time. That may be what costs All Gamers. He's going to go over the top. And there's the info play from Zhui, but he didn't really spot much. Maybe saw Baby there. Baby certainly spotted him. I reckon Baby might be actually quite keen to try and take this fight. Oh, got his timing wrong on the rotate away, but in the end wasn't really punished too hard for it. It will force out some of the util over on A, but the real offensive is going B, and ZY's caught off guard. It's again on to Do to try to hold on.
Uh-oh. Gonna miss the flash as well. He's getting isolated, feeling the pressure. Grenades coming over the top. Can he even get one? No, he will not. 9 comes in from behind, and BaiSha get onto the B site. These executions are just so clean. Onto the site, and you see All Gamers not really able to respond to it. Pause is on already here from the side of All Gamers.
That's good, though. I was just about to say I'd like to see actually All Gamers call a pause here, because it just doesn't seem like they're really doing anything on this GR side. You know, they're setting up in their sites. They're expecting that to be enough, but clearly it's not enough. BaiSha are bringing a better game today than what they have been previously on Ankara. So as All Gamers now, the onus is on you to deliver an adaptation. What are you going to do here? You're down 4-1, and it's not so much about what's going wrong, because let's be real, like, All Gamers aren't really doing anything wrong per se. You know, they're not giving up opening picks. They're not really over-aggressing. They're not really over-rotating. It's not as if All Gamers is making bad decisions. I think a lot of this is actually All Gamers is making no decisions. They're not getting any info. They're not trying to dictate this round or that round. They're not trying to push their way forward and get an early pick. They're really just letting BaiSha have the run of the map. And at a certain point, BaiSha are a pretty good team. You give them space, they're going to make something happen with that. So I'd like to see AG change something up. Maybe try to push out at A. Maybe try to push out longer on B. We've seen them get a bit of control over on that side of the map. Do something that is going to make BaiSha think. Because right now, BaiSha's just getting to play the game that they want to play, and it's working.
Yeah, I feel like in this round, I would love to see them go for a mid aggression. I feel like pushing underpass or peeking out onto mid early for information is exactly what they need to do, because they keep getting these late round situations where you've got Even, who's generally your strongest point of entry, just sitting mid, forcing himself to play retake most of the time and getting no kills in this half. They need him to be a little bit more assertive in the round, along with Du, and they can get a lot more done, because as we've seen on the aggression, it's a really good time most of the time for Even and Du, and they haven't been aggressive at all in this half.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you guys. I think we got to see something a bit more here from the side of All Gamers. Some kind of change, whether it's getting more aggressive or doing something that wasn't what happened in the last 5 rounds. And we did see that ZY did go out a little bit out of the hotel, but no pushes or anything like that at this point. And the way that BaiSha have been playing these early rounds does make it a bit difficult to just run at them.
What else is also concerning for All Gamers is Even is going completely missing on this map, and we've actually given him a lot of plaudits throughout this event for basically never going missing. He's always been Mr. Consistent for this All Gamers roster, but 0-4 and 0, he's just not having any impact at all, which is really uncharacteristic for Even. Don't know that you can really put it down to him as the sole contributor as to why All Gamers is down 4-1 right now. I mean, this is definitely an across-the-board problem, but certainly not something that All Gamers will be quite so used to. This might be the first round that maybe looks a little more favorable, though, for All Gamers on the outset. They've actually got those 3 players stacked over toward A, so if the hit comes in this direction, the setup is actually correct for pretty much the first time on this map, because every other time BaiSha have hit the weaker side.
Jue still has to get more than 1 in this situation. He's always stuck there, and again, doesn't get a single kill in the vent. It's a 3-for-1 trade onto the A bomb site. ZY has to try and get back in early to find the kills, but they have completely shut down this bomb site, and now Du and ZY are stuck in a retake against a lot of utility on the other side as well being thrown, and Du, he needs a big play now to make it happen.
It's looking pretty unlikely. Take a look at Xiao's positioning here. It does look like they do want to get the drop on him as ZY flash over the top, maybe give an opportunity for Du, but he's not going to go for it. It comes down to ZY, and Xiao takes him out. And Du 1v4, even going to get peeked by 9, might as well at this point, as they are dominating here from the Blacklist side.
Yeah, wow. I mean, look, you have to kind of wonder what was the conversation during that timeout, actually, for All Gamers. Did it really basically boil down to, let's put an extra player on A? If that was the change-up, then it's not enough. If All Gamers is going to hold the A site like that, Jue goes and dies in a 1-for-0 or a 0-for-1, I guess is probably the better terminology. He gets no kills, goes down himself, untradeable. ZQ sitting underneath the vent, he gets a 1-for-1. But like, okay, that's 2-for-1 on the entry, and then the guy up on the top of the site can't really do anything. Like, these are all isolated individual aim duels for All Gamers, and for a team that we constantly applaud for their solid team play, we're really not seeing any of that displayed right now on the GR side of Ankara. It almost feels like they haven't changed anything on this map. They didn't think that they needed to change anything on this map because it has been a stronghold against BaiSha. But now BaiSha is kind of bringing out all the stops and showing them that, yeah, we are actually a team that deserve to be in this grand final. We do deserve to be in that discussion. And what is it now that you're going to do? Because we've changed things up. We're looking better. And you have now started to stagnate.
Jue holds on to this vent again. He has to have a big play here at some point in this match, but he's just going to spot one, falls off to a little bit of a safer angle, but they're just kind of toying with him, knowing the value not really being there. And something I'd like to see actually is switching Even in Jue. I feel like Jue, the way he plays is he wants to peek, he wants to get info, and you'd rather have that in your mid player than your vent player at this point. And looking at their scores, it's not a bad idea either. You've got 0 and 5 on Even, 1 and 6 on Jue, and they've played the same spots basically every round.
Can't really go any worse, can it? You know, might as well just change it up and see what happens. He's got an awkward timing here by the looks of things, and yeah, just nothing going right for All Gamers on this map. This is almost starting to look more decisive from BaiSha on map 2 than it did from All Gamers on map 1. ZY behind the boxes, Even's got to worry about mid. He's lost his life to 9, and ZY, there's nothing he can do either. It's just so easy for BaiSha right now on Ankara.
Absolutely rolling them in a 6-1. There was like 5 damage done, and that was after the round ended. someone jumped off the top of B, I think. Nobody on the side of BaiSha took any bullets from the side of All Gamers. I mean, that is a perfect round, and I don't know how that's really possible. We saw map 1. We were all here for it, and I think it was real based on what I was watching. Do okay, finally. Gonna get out here. Headshot onto CZY. And that's, you know, I think this has got to be the player to do it, especially with the sniper. They're going to be holding long angles, and you just kind of have to get in there.
Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, because I think if All Gamers can make it to 3, then they can still have something really to say in that second half. It is a blacklist-sided map, and there's no doubt that they're a good team on this map as well. They do have to make sure that they give themselves enough room to work with, though, in the second half if they even want to be trying to get involved. Right now, we're kind of leaning at maybe an 8-1 scoreline, but with AG finding the opening pick in this round, the pressure does start to lift a little bit. 5-on-4. I mean, you've got to convert this one as All Gamers.
Yeah, for All Gamers here, they've got 3 stacked onto the A bomb site, so they've got a good read on what's coming their way. You've also got Shui playing a little bit safer than usual, which is a big plus. He's playing on the top of the stairs instead of going for this wide angle onto the vents. But BaiSha, they get the first pick. It's Xiao finding Shui anyways. Du looking for the trades, but it's going to be 9 who gets the opening with 5-7-7 to clear out the bomb site, and already they've lost the numbers advantage even, and ZY is stuck on the full retake. ZY is going for the long flank. The nade goes over the top. 9 still going to stay alive on it, but even this is his chance to do something after being silent all match long.
Got to find a way to pull off a miracle here if you're All Gamers. Just seems like nothing is going right. Timings were perfect for BaiSha on that peek into B as well. Even and ZY, they need a killer piece to start this retake, but they won't get it. It is just down to even, and he's now 0-7. He's got like 20 ADR at this point. What has happened to All Gamers? I mean, it's crazy the difference a map can make.
Well, the choice for BaiSha goes heavily for All Gamers. The choice for All Gamers going heavily for BaiSha doesn't really line up, but you're right, still the way it changed everything just moving on to this one. BaiSha got to start on Blacklist side, and they came out really strong. And All Gamers from there just not hitting their shots. They're not even really getting opportunities to hit shots. They're just getting peaked and taken out immediately.
Yeah, if BaiSha are able to win this one, then we'll be into uncharted territory, because one apiece. Not a scoreline that we've actually seen too often in this matchup, especially if it's 2 like incredibly decisive first maps for their respective teams. 10-3 on map 1, and it might even be better than that for BaiSha here on map 2. The way they're going, doesn't seem like they can put a foot wrong.
Yeah, BaiSha setting up for the B split as well. ZY is kind of left alone on this one. He's going to have to find that early kill, though. You can see him starting to creep out. Able to get 1, able to get 2, looking for the 3K. Not quite, but that's enough to hold on for the moment. Baby goes in, pushing for the entries, but it's going to be Even who finds him for his first kill of the map on the other side of it. Du gets spotted out, but Xiao good for 1. CZY and Xiao just decimating these players. Xiao good for the triple kill, and now somehow it could be the round for BaiSha. Xiao looking for the 4th, but it's actually Jue who sneaks onto the site, gets the first, looking for the 1v2. CZY is low, but it's not gonna matter. BaiSha steal the round and the half. 8-1.
That has got to be the nail in the coffin for BaiSha. What on earth is going on in that round? How many of those players manage to get a favorable peak and don't get a kill is beyond me. All Gamers, they just look like they can't hit a shot on this map. It's so uncharacteristic. You look at those fights that they were taking, and it was like, well, they should definitely win that one. And then 5 seconds later, BaiSha players are still alive, and All Gamers players are starting to die. And it's like, man, what has happened to All Gamers on this map? They have completely lost all their confidence. The aim just not working. Not coming back from this. 2-7. I maybe could have said, you know, All Gamers start well, get a bit of the ball rolling, I'll give them a chance. But down 8-1, I just don't have any hope. And yeah, ZY's felt like really the only point of resistance CHENGDU's been okay. He's found a pick here and there, but apart from that, I mean, this might as well actually be a 2v5 here for BaiSha. It's just not coming together for the remaining 3 members of All Gamers. And unless ZY or Do go crazy, they just don't get around.
And at this point, you got to win like 7 in a row pretty much. If you let BaiSha get to 9, it's pretty much lights out from there. We did see a comeback yesterday at 9-6, but kind of a different scenario in that matchup. But yeah, All Gamers, they got to figure this out from the Blacklist side. I mean, that was just Xiao going insane as well. He's really stepped it up, him and 9 and Baby really just putting up the big numbers, and perhaps that was what the conversation was about, as here comes 577 right Alpha, maybe a bit over aggressive. Nice little pick underneath B from the side of ZQ, it looks like, in the middle of the map. And now a chance for All Gamers 4v3 from the Blacklist side, and 9 just peaking.
How do you get away with
15 and 3.
That should never be allowed. Okay, it's still looking a little bit better for All Gamers here on the Blacklist side, but 9's going to go for a bit more information. Doesn't get what he wants. The first step in a very long journey for All Gamers if they can get this round. CZY making it difficult, but will be spammed through by ZQ in the end. So no real hope for CZY in that one. But Xiao, how about Xiao? Man of the moment in the last round of the half. Can he start the half off with something special here as well? The tap's not quite connecting, so he hasn't made life easy on himself. Pushing through the smoke, gets ZQ. No trade to be found from Zhui. Do was down the bottom as well. So here's where it starts to feel possible. All Gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Xiao, and he makes it look easy. That is an All Gamers that is just absolutely out of this map in every way, shape, and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them in this event. 3 1v1s for a team that we said had the best team play at this event. I can't believe it. Like, what has gotten into All Gamers? That was not good at all.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it in the beginning of the round too. They had the early advantage. They had everything they need, but the solo peaks just devastating. Going into this round, BaiSha already winning in the opening fights, but even in ZQ, take it right back to another 1-on-3, but 577. Surely not another 1-on-3 to close out the map. He already finds a 1v1 onto Zhui. Even's already half HP, so this could happen still for BaiSha.
It feels very likely, actually, that BaiSha are going to do this. I think 577 is going to go in there. And we saw that N9 had a lot to say after that one, as did Xiao. I think the majority of the words were just, okay, let's go kill them. Because, yeah, he's going to do it again. They're just untouchable at this point. Well, I say that, and then ZQ gets the nice nade into nice little swing there. So a second round going the way of All Gamers. It's not over yet, although I would say that this map is actually pretty much over. 9-2. BaiSha, you can see it's a bit frustrating there on the side of All Gamers at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any coming back from this for All Gamers. Like, sure, you might be able to put a few rounds on the board, but you'd be asking for absolute perfection to make it to the overtime and then win the OT. All Gamers maybe have to look at that as an opportunity in itself, that if we can actually make that comeback happen, then BaiSha's pretty much dead and buried for the series, but it's trying to find lemonade out of lemons. The silver lining to a very bad situation for All Gamers. I'm not sure that they're going to get that done. I'd almost sooner rather just see this map over and done with and the reset come through for Port, because I just think the longer this sort of goes on, it's not the worst it necessarily gets for All Gamers, but I'm not sure that they're getting too much value out of it. Unless they, you know, obviously do end up winning it, but it's really too early to be talking about that. You'd need to be, I'd say you'd have to be up to like 8-9 for me to start believing that that might actually be doable for All Gamers.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get back into this one, but maybe a couple rounds gives them a bit more momentum to take into the next map, believing they can bounce back here in this series. But BaiSha, what a statement this would be to close out 10-2. 9 goes for the swing as well, takes down ZQ, and now the pressure is on. It's It's going to be Baby in the key position, gets the drop down, but misses the double kill. CZY right here on the response, gets the double for himself, and Even's been spotted as well. Xiao goes down to Do in the duel for Hotel, and look at this from Do and Even. They narrow things down to the 2-on-2, but the flank is already here on to Even. Even good for a second in the round. 577 is left alone. Even looks for the triple, but 577 gets the swing on him. It's down to the 1v1 now, and the map on the line.
He's got the C4 control as well, 577. Du's going to swing on in, but of course, it is BaiSha's time. 10-2 on the second map. Scoreline, 1 apiece.
Well, BaiSha Gaming had something to say after that first map, and it was, we're not gone from this one yet. We are still in this best of 5, and they certainly are in a big way. 10-2 on Ankara. That was All Gamers map pick, by the way. It doesn't seem to matter. It just seems to be whoever's playing better on the map, whoever is popping off in a big way is going to win, and we saw it from the side of Do and ZY on the first map. And now it's N9 and Chao.
Yeah, I got to really say, I didn't think that that was possible. I thought All Gamers was going to come through and 3-0 this series, but BaiSha showing finally a little bit of mental fortitude in this game against All Gamers, which is not really something that we've seen from them in pretty much any of the past matches this year. So very good stuff and a great bounce back from BaiSha. I felt it would be 100% done if this ended up being a 2-0 for All Gamers, but now jury's out. It really does feel like, obviously, it could go either way. super map dependent, super team dependent. Both teams kind of had one really good map, one really bad map, so you can't really necessarily say that one is looking better than the other at the moment. It just feels like, yeah, even territory, and I guess on to the best of 3, which will be Port, Black Widow, and Mexico. So this is where things do start to get a little bit interesting, because we are getting kind of deeper into the map pools of both teams, and we don't have, necessarily Port or Black Widow quite as high up in the map pool for either team as what those first couple of maps were. So a bit harder to predict, and this is where things start to get messy and fun.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest difference we saw here is, of course you've got N9 getting 147 ADR, but the big difference, a player like 577, completely silent in every map they've played against All Gamers so far. He's up to 102 ADR, every single player over 70 ADR as well, and that's what you want to see. They're looking like a more well-rounded team. Even though you have N9 doing a lot of heavy lifting still, it's even more beneficial when that rest of the team is present to clean up the rounds and make sure they can convert. And of course, N9 going to be the MVP with 147 ADR. You couldn't really ask for more out of him, but now with the team kind of rallying perfectly around him, it's a difficult recipe to find a way to counteract if you're All Gamers.
Not much of a response on that map. I think, in this format that we have here for the finals, you take these big, long breaks in between the games, and maybe All Gamers came out, they're like, we're gonna take this one. It's on Karo, we're very comfortable. But BaiSha took that time to really dig deep for that next level, and we saw it there on that one. As take a look at some of the kill matrices here. N9 actually losing to ZY, but destroying everybody else. Sometimes interesting to see some of the individual matchups. Xiao was at least able to match Du 2-2 this time around. Definitely a big difference from a map like Subbase, where Du was just able to find so many different angles.
Yep, yeah, look, I mean, what do you really say about this one? It did feel like All Gamers was going to run away with the series, but BaiSha are sort of back in action, and if 9 continues to play that way, then BaiSha might actually end up winning this series, because he's a star player, and actually with that MVP, I think that means that he's now more or less uncatchable as far as the overall MVP of the event, because it was 9 and Hugh that came into this with 6 apiece. The next closest I think was 4, and even if Even was going to get the last 3, which is impossible because then it would be a 3-1, or you can't go to 4. We can't go to a 5th map if he gets all 3. So he can't catch 9. No one else is even close enough to catch him. So 9 overall is going to be at the top of the charts as far as the MVPs are concerned for this event, and doing it in more ways than one. You can see, right, he's obviously the leader for this team as well, so he's kind of letting them know it's not just about the frags in the server. This is how we're going to look towards Port and see if we can play this one out favorably as well, and maybe we can actually claim a title away from All Gamers this year.
Yeah, I feel like Port is going to be tough to have an equal start from BaiSha, because you do have All Gamers starting on the GR side for that map, and now we're getting into the really GR-sided maps in this series, so it is going to be a tough one, but also All Gamers, they're looking a little distraught after that one. They've been kind of rattled, and I don't know if they're going to know how to respond here. BaiSha has the benefit in this series of knowing how to handle a loss against this team. This is the first time All Gamers have lost to BaiSha in this entire event so far, and that could be enough to maybe rattle them out of the series.
Could definitely be enough. We could also see, as you mentioned, All Gamers starting on the GR side of Port. Maybe you just try to calm things down, play it a little bit slow, win a couple of those early maps, and then you slowly build up that confidence once again. So we'll have to wait and see what does happen, guys. But first, we're going to take about a 15-minute break and come back for map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧。然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF。 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后帮我给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？啊？可以选择。
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
Hello， 大家好，我是BaiSha。我和 CFS 应该是从2013年正式开始接触吧，然后13年应该是自己作为一个俱乐部的管理者，参与了 S1的一个赛季，然后 S2是当了一个选手，临时去打了一届，然后再到后面的话，其实一直就是一个解说的身份。对于我个人而言，其实整个的 CF 职业生涯，包括经营俱乐部、做俱乐部，其实我的荣誉并没有很多。我从12年 CPO S1是拿到了 CPO 的冠军，然后在紧接着13年的这样的一个CFS S2的时候，是拿到了一个世界亚军。紧接着我是从 CPO S4就开始退役转居幕后，然后去经营管理俱乐部。我觉得这么多年一直没有拿到总冠军，我们的队伍其实最大的原因还是我个人感觉是我们自己吧，因为其实要拿冠军不是说碰碰运气，或者说就是简简单单嘴上说而已，因为确实要具备了很多的因素吧，不管是选手能力方面、团队的这个能力方面、各方面，还有包括俱乐部的运营方面，就是大家很多的东西夹杂在一起，才能就是有这样的机会去拿世界冠军。我觉得可能前面这些年确实我自己做的也不好，然后我们队伍啊、选手的个人能力、队伍的整体，包括管理各方面都可能差了一些吧。但是这2年确实，我个人觉得我们俱乐部也做得越来越好了，越来越专业了吧。所以去年呢也有幸去冲了一下这次这个 CFS 的世界冠军，所以我觉得就是这个东西都是相辅相成的。去年年底 我们队伍的选手，加上我们的教练，加上我们的管理，大家都是团结一致吧。然后就是我觉得是发挥出了，就是超出了自己平常的那种实力，然后拿到当时就是特别是决赛那一天，就是3比1拿下的时候，我感觉我自己都惊呆了，都有点就是兴奋的，就是嗨的，就是已经不知道用言语怎么去形容了。
吃过了。今天啊，非常紧张啊，又到今天比赛日了啊，淘汰赛。
今年 CFS 落地中国，对于卫冕冠军的话，信心肯定是有，希望今年还有机会去夺得 CFS 的世界冠军。
Hello and welcome back to the CFS Grand Finals here for 2023. We are in the midst of this best of 5 between BaiSha Gaming and CHENGDU All Gamers. BaiSha able to tie up the series with a extremely dominant Ankara map there for map number 2. 10-2 was the score line, and it didn't really make sense. You know, the timing, they just got kind of bopped on their map pick of sub-base. They come out incredibly strong now on Ankara, but I'm glad that it happened now that we have a 1 versus 1 and it's kind of a close series now.
Yeah, it sets us up nicely for a pretty interesting finish to this series, though the question remains, are we going to actually get a close map? Because so far it's been 10-3 and 10-2, so, I mean, that's one thing certainly, but 2 very, very one-sided maps, and it felt like in both of the maps where each respective team lost, they just completely did not show up. Like, they couldn't hit a shot, they couldn't really do anything. Even was like 0-7 at one point. He actually really did bring it back quite substantially during the second half. He ended up at like 7-10 or something like that. So that's pretty good from him. But look, end of the day, I mean, when do you ever really see even go 0-7 for a half? I certainly haven't seen it, certainly not at this event. So a hard one to call. Like, I mean, where do you really go from here with your analysis and say, well, okay, one team's looking good, one team's looking bad, or vice versa? It's just been like a complete trade. And this is nothing you could have ever predicted going into Ankara. All signs pointed toward AG having a good day today, starting well on sub-base. Ankara, their best map. They should win that one. Go in 2-0, and it's like, okay, well, then we have a proper storyline to follow. But now, after BaiSha have just pulled that out of the hat, kind of feels like anything is possible, because we've seen fantastic stuff from both teams.
Yeah, I feel like the one benefit you have is the one consistent component throughout this match so far, and that's N9. He's the only player who's had 2 good maps in this series, consistently still pulling around 100 ADR or higher on every map he plays, and that could be the key for BaiSha moving forward. You have Even, who was Mr. Consistent, no longer consistent. If he's shattered, the rest of All Gamers could potentially fall behind that, but N9 has to keep moving forward strong if BaiSha want to win still.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot on the line here for this next map because, you know, some players performing on one map, they don't on the next. Kind of the opposite, right? This is this kind of weird paradox we found ourselves in, and now I feel like if you can get a lead on one of these maps, this will kind of set you up for the next one, especially if it's BaiSha. If BaiSha come out here really strong in the 3rd map and they just kind of crush them again, I think the series might just be over. Now, if All Gamers come out and they have an amazing port, that's going to be really interesting because now it's going back and forth, and maybe we can kind of expect BaiSha to bounce back on map 4 even and kind of set us up for a really fun map 5. So, you know, not to lie, I'm kind of wishing for All Gamers to win it so that we can have this back and forth, but also if BaiSha just come out really strong and begin to dominate, all power to them, you know, that they deserve to win that.
Yeah, yesterday Port was the closest map in the pool of the 3. Obviously it was a 3-0. We didn't get to go the whole distance for the best of 5. But it was the closest map of the 3, and it kind of felt like the longer we went in that series, actually, the better BaiSha looked, but they just were never actually able to overtake All Gamers. Now they've kind of completely reversed on that, and they've gone straight away. Second map, boom, we're just that much better. So I wonder what that does actually mean for us here on Port, especially considering, right, Xiao had a really good map yesterday on Port. He had a really good map the day before on Port. He actually looked pretty good there on Ankara as well. So I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of getting the feeling maybe there could be a BaiSha map in the back pocket coming through in this next map. I will be very interested to see how the form of both the snipers go, because they've really felt like in both cases for the team that won, they have been one of the driving forces behind that. Du was pretty insane, obviously, on sub-base, and Xiao was sort of the second man there behind 9 that was able to sort of step up on Ankara. But Port really feels like his home territory, right? So I think that, yeah, we're going to really keep a good eye on both Du and Xiao coming into this map, and maybe whichever the one of them does better, that's going to lead toward a victory. I think the rest of the map is actually going to end up being pretty close.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing, though, that works well for All Gamers on this map is how they deal with that sniper. We saw it against Gokun earlier in this event where they made him pretty low impact on a map like Port, and they're very good at using their utility across this map in a way we didn't really see on Ankara quite as well. So I feel like Xiao is going to have a hard time putting up somewhere around 20 kills against this team because they just make it so hard for that sniper to function outside of maybe just a single kill on the push. Whereas Du, I feel like he's a little bit more accessible in what he's able to do. He's got that aggression as well on this map that's hard to handle, and I think that'll play into All Gamers' favor, and that GR side first is going to be a good chance for them to set the pace, whereas on that previous map, BaiSha had the more favorable side first in that one.
I'm also curious about what N9's going to be able to get done, because he was looking amazing on Kara, right? But we saw that he was one of the main guys pushing up through mid, pushing up through bridge, and finding these amazing timings on the aggressive side, on the Blacklist side as well. So definitely could be kind of that X factor for the side of BaiSha if he's able to really help out on these pushes elsewhere on the map and kind of lurk and find the right timings, especially, you know, you can see he's in the back room. He's like going over all the strategies. We're going to be doing this and this and this. I'm sure they're going to have more prepared strategies, just like they had on Ankara, at least to start, with some of those like double fakes and stuff like that. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they have prepared here to start off this map. Because again, if you get a good start and N9's really just massacring you in the middle of the map, that could be a big blow to the confidence of all gamers.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like Nine's also having one of those series, right, where he actually is kind of online. He's been online for both Map 1 and Map 2. And one of the issues that I sometimes found about this team, this BaiSha team, is that when they do go into the games against all games, they kind of look a bit off. They look a bit of a different team. They don't really play the same way. And Nine actually was someone that I felt had historically had significantly poorer series against all gamers than against any other team. So it's kind of good to see him turning up today for BaiSha, and it's obviously a really positive sign that if he can continue that pace as the player that we have coined potentially the best player in the world, then, you know, maybe that will give BaiSha the title of the best team in the world at the end of today.
Very well could. We can see the stat comparison. Actually, BaiSha overall on the event looking a little bit better on this map. 81.5% on the GR side, but it's not to say all gamers isn't equally strong on the GR side. Their numbers aren't too bad, and they get a start on that side. But I feel like if you're all gamers, you have to have a not even close first half to win this map, because BaiSha, when they get on the GR, I'm expecting at least 6 for them.
Yeah, and that's a heavy number, right? 6 on the one side. If it does actually come true, you really need to be just as dominant, if not more dominant, when you get your chance. And it's kind of crunch time here right at the first half of map 3. It's kind of been for many of our best of 5s, especially the ones that start off 2-0. But yeah, we got to see all gamers. They got to claw this one back, and they need to have a good performance to start off this map. Otherwise, BaiSha might just run away with this series, as it looks like we are just about ready to hop onto Port for our 3rd map of this series.
Here we go. It's crunch time here for both of these teams, and it's time to see who will grab the lead in this series. You can see both teams hyping each other up, getting ready to go, and it's all going to come down to who can win this opening round, as we've seen so far in both opening maps. Very momentum-based teams in their head-to-head against each other, and it's time for one of them to show us what they've got to pull in front. And I'm actually expecting this map to be rather close compared to the first two as well. It was a little bit closer when they first met on it, and I feel like now that they've both kind of had a peak performance map, things are going to kind of settle in the middle here.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think Port, as I said yesterday, one of the closer maps in the series, has felt like it's been historically a map that neither team has really dominated on necessarily. So I'd be expecting a bit of a closer affair on this one as well, but easily could be proven wrong. Have been proven wrong multiple times in this event. 82% of the time I was right, though. But, you know, this could be the 20%.
That's a pretty high number. Not as high as Seven's number. He had a higher number than you.
Not quite. But I'll take it, you know. And I'm happy to be proven wrong here as well. Like, either of these teams out the gates really strong. Again, sets them up, obviously, quite positively for the rest of this map. And then potentially the series as well. A 2-1 lead puts you on series point.
Yeah, this is a big start for both of these teams. And somebody is going to get a big lead if they do take this one, with all the pressure in this big arena with so many fans. And Du's going to get it started on A Long here, as they do try to isolate him anyway. But at this point, he's got a friend, and he's got a second kill, make it 3. As finally they get up there at 9, he's going to just sneak his way on top of A top. They don't have the bomb, but, you know, they give themselves a chance to try to clutch this one now.
9 as well. Gonna pick up the He knows he's low, has to find these kills quickly in order to get the round. The problem they're going to run into is now ZY is in A connector, and he's holding that angle onto the bomb. There's no good way to grab it. They're running out of time as well. You can see the patience, but N9, 3 kills already on the round, and he's still in a position where he could maybe find some more. CZY sneaks the bomb as well. I'm not sure how ZY just didn't go through for the fight, but you know what? N9, maybe he'll do it after all here.
Well, don't doubt 9 with the Orm in hand. Already seen him at this event do some pretty crazy stuff with it. This time not able to land the shot onto ZQ, so he'll opt for the Colt, and he needs to get it done alone. Needs to step up again for BaiSha and will be unable to do so. ZY keeps it alive for All Gamers. First round on the board. They want to make a big comeback after that last map. They just went completely missing, but make no mistake, All Gamers is definitely not out of this series.
Very insane start there from due to the round, but I mean, this is the tough situation they're in. N9, 4 kills in the round, nobody else finds one, and still All Gamers a little bit more spread across the board, and ZY and Do continuing to be those entry fraggers that they need. Kind of what we saw in map number 1.
Yeah, I like that from BaiSha, though, to try to challenge in there. The execution a little bit off, as ZQ gonna hop on in, get the 1 kill. He's gonna get a second as well, just keeps peeking him, as now ZY gonna help out and pick up 1 onto Xiao, and immediately, look at the health bars, look at everybody down here on the side of BaiSha. They're getting rolled now. CZY alone. Gonna peek into 2 guys, and down he goes. Nicely done by All Gamers with a very dominant win there in the B tunnels.
Yeah, I'm loving the pressure that All Gamers is putting on across the map. Aggressive play into the B tunnels. The early utility as well. Really good placements there to kind of soften up that push early on, and now they might do it again here. Early pressure on the B tunnels. This time they're going to smoke screen it and play a little bit safer on the off angles. All Gamers, though, they have to be ready for this mid aggression. You can see BaiSha sending 3 onto the bridge. They are hoping somebody peeks a little bit too overzealous into mid, and they might get a chance here from Even.
Yeah, Even is going to hold this angle for now. I like that somebody is watching this angle because, as I mentioned before, at 9 can get some pretty sick plays on that one. And looks like BaiSha just going to wait. You know, this is how they started off on Kara from the Blacklist side is, you know, you wait and then you go for a push. This has been kind of the meta that a lot of teams have been doing ever since it was working for Imperial against All Gamers. And then All Gamers, of course, plays this kind of style. BaiSha saying, hey, we don't have to go aggressive either. We can kind of wait it out. They go for a couple of faster, aggressive pushes, 1 into A and 1 into B, and now they're just going to wait back and try to recalibrate in this 3rd round.
Gonna need to see somebody else come online here besides 9. 4 kills for 9, 1 for Baby, 0 for everyone else. In the first 2 rounds, there's 1 for 577 to get the ball rolling nicely. He's typically the entry fragger for BaiSha. So when he's having a good game, then BaiSha's having a good game. Will be turned away by a bit of the util on the response from All Gamers. And yeah, BaiSha definitely don't want to commit to this B site. They haven't even taken the C4 with them. More than happy to slow things down, wait that timer out, and put the element of doubt in the minds of All Gamers. Are they going to challenge Do again? He's 4-1. You can only imagine that if they would have wanted to go B, that was the chance to do it. The fact that they don't would indicate that they want to end toward A. Shui unable to really do too much about that, and now Do is on an island. It's a tall island, and it's got a sniper scope at the top of it, so he might still be able to hold the fort, and that's what he's doing for now. Trying to buy as much time as possible, but run down by CZY, and a good flash coming through from BaiSha as well. Nothing he could really do in the end, just not enough support from the team. So it's on to ZQ and Even to make a retake happen here. The bomb plan hasn't even really gone down. Time was definitely favorable for All Gamers, but shots were not, and BaiSha will get themselves around.
Yeah, really critical miss there from Shui in mid. He had to hold that for at least 1, but he couldn't find anything on that angle, and that right there is the kill. That shifts the round. 5-7-7. He's come alive in this match, finding 2 key opening frags in the round, and we've got Baby online now as well. Things could change very quickly for All Gamers.
Yeah, absolutely could. And BaiSha, he'll note that you know, they take this more passive round. They get the 1 pick and then a nice little execution through mid. It's clean, and All Gamers don't have a real chance against it. Although they, you know, a little opportunity there at the end with Xiao kind of bringing up the caboose a little bit slow, but it did not matter as the round did go the way of BaiSha at the end of the day. But yeah, I think that BaiSha from here definitely, you know, playing with the tempo, especially playing kind of a slower style, is seemingly what is working out for them. So you mentioned it, Kyle, if they're kind of slated for 6 rounds on GR, you know, picking up 3 or 4, obviously it's going to be close to 10 and might be enough to get them over the line.
Like the setup, though, from All Gamers, changing things up, but it is pretty risky to play that long box against BaiSha. We've already seen it twice. They do a good job of using their M4s to clear that position out, so Zhui has to be careful if they do go towards the A bomb site, but we are going to see a slow movement towards B here. All Gamers, they are set up and ready to go for it. You can see ZQ holding the off angle onto the side entrance, but 577. He looked crisp in the previous round, has to do it again on the entries, but ZY shuts it down right away, and CZY doesn't even attempt the trade. 9 here, though, not going to be ready for Zhui in the corner, doing even, just shut things down behind him. And Xiao, he's left all alone in a 1 versus 5. It may be 1 kill on the table, but he's going to have to do it all.
It's going to have to be something special from Xiao here, and I just don't think that's possible when Even is already quite aggressed in the connector. Spoke about Xiao potentially being the difference maker for BaiSha on this map in a couple of the previous instances that we've watched them play. He really has felt like he's just owned the map, but there's a pretty damning statistic for him, 16 ADR, and it's only because he gets that shot in the previous round. He has had 0 impact in the first 4 rounds. And for BaiSha, that is an important player to go missing on a map like this.
It's kind of insane that Xiao can kind of get dominated by Du on the first map, come into the second map and look like a god.
Yep.
And then third map begins and it's like, well, I mean, obviously map dependent, I would say. On this one, Blacklist side, you're not going to have a lot of opportunities to light people up kind of the way he was able to the last time around, but it's still pretty interesting. And yeah, BaiSha, once again, slowing things down. Not going to look for any picks early on. Xiao not peeking long. Nobody going into the B tunnels. Just hoping that somebody on All Gamers is just going to peek this, and maybe it's ZY. Because at some point, you would like to have some idea of where they're coming in.
It's going to be a 5-stack potentially here into the A connector. A little bit risky, but it's a good call. When you've got a sniper to deal with on the top of site, you can get towards their position a little bit faster, get that distance closed, and usually hold them to at least 1 frag.
Look at all that. They just flash, smoking them off. Like, whoa, hang on a second, guys. Like, can we just talk about this for a second? I don't think so. I don't think they want to talk. I don't think they do. 5, 7, 7, and 9. They've just blown the door open. What is that? That was a crazy round from BaiSha.
I mean, they just threw everything in mid.
Yeah.
And then they said, okay, we're going to entry onto this, and we're going to make sure that nobody can follow up. And you can see,
that was insane.
Especially after they got those entry frags onto the site, it just means that even ZY and ZQ are behind the 8 ball here, having to trudge through a bunch of smoke, utility flashes. Here comes ZY. He's going to tap on the head. There's 2, but over the top. Able to take him out. ZQ now's got to go 1v2. Baby on the backside there. Xiao goes down.
It's doable.
He knows where Baby is. And Baby's going to back away. He's going to hold this defuse.
He's winning. He's won the round.
It's not planted for him.
Baby is going to just not go up, and that's going to be it. ZQ holds it for the win.
Madness. What a crazy round. I mean, geez, can I just get a replay of all that util at this point? Because I have no idea what all that was. It just got absolutely tossed in by BaiSha, and then they get the perfect 5-on-3 post plant. You think this is over, and then that happens. I mean, All Gamers up 4-1 now. BaiSha surely starting to get a bit rattled after that round.
Yeah, just a huge misplay on that bomb plant. It's way too far away. Even if Baby peeks there, he couldn't see the diffuser, and it cost them completely now. Only one round going their way, and it might be the only one they find in this half with the momentum shift that's occurring here. You've got ZY and ZQ really stepping it up alongside Du. Still not the best performance from Even so far in the first half on this one as well. Jouet at 1-5, but it doesn't matter when the other side is fairly silent here as well.
Yeah, this kind of feels like BaiSha from yesterday, where, you know, 9 is doing some stuff. He's not popping off, but he's getting some stuff done. ZY is just so clean on those. I mean, he's getting more. He does get taken out by Baby, which is going to make this a 2-on-2 with the bomb plants here on B. So BaiSha, at the end of the day, nice little setup for them. This is not going to be an easy retake here.
Nope. Especially since they've been smoked off. Du feels like he's going to be the key player in this one for all gamers. Jouet maybe going to be given the duty of making the entry into the B site and setting it up for Du. Jouet's been a little bit slow. Here's an opportunity for him to get rolling, though. It doesn't seem to have gone particularly well. It's on to Du. He's run out of bullets. And BaiSha get their second round. Pretty solid 2-on-2 close plant in the end. Didn't really look all that threatening from all gamers.
Yeah, I mean, I thought initially with the setup they had in the B tunnels, they were going to win. You had ZY with a really solid double kill to start off the round. They even got a third as well. But then you've got those responses there. Baby hitting the shots. CZY starting to step up as well in that round. Even takes the fight in mid. Xiao just barely misses the shot. It's still even, at least for the moment, but all gamers, the one thing they're getting in their favor consistently is this map control on the B side of the map. BaiSha isn't really doing too much about it, which forces them to either go into a stack on B or just go late towards the A bomb site.
Just hanging out. BaiSha, they had that nice execution on that B tunnel area. As the fans are just going insane. They're just saying, they're screaming random stuff now. It's not even Jayos or cheers.
I think they're yelling at each other, to be quite honest.
Yeah, maybe they're having fights in the audience.
There's like some BaiSha fans, there's some AG fans. They're going at one another.
But also they've got fan cheers as well.
Yep, they've got chance.
And now they cheer for themselves.
I can tell
Nicely
you,
done, fans.
the guys near us are the BaiSha fans. Because every time something like that happens, we hear a little bit of a cheer from the right side. And there's another good entry from 577. It's starting to get a bit louder. This is looking good for BaiSha. 5-on-2. Surely you can't lose this one.
You would think, but ZQ and ZY have both been very solid in the clutch for all gamers. But the utility just so strong from BaiSha in this half to get control of this A bomb site. ZY trying to set up the flank on A connector, but they've got this hold on to long as well. Xiao just holding anyone who could potentially peek out. ZQ goes down, ZY has been spotted, and it's just going to be a full swing onto his positioning at this point. There's no way out alive, and BaiSha take it to just a one-round difference.
This is a big charge here from the side of BaiSha. A couple rounds on their side. 577 just too clean. I mean, this is a one-tap, literally, to take them down on the back of the map. And then the top side gets cleared out as there's no actual help there for Du up top.
This is pretty crazy from BaiSha. Everyone's on 6 frags, except for Xiao, who's on 1. And if he starts to come online, then I think BaiSha just wins this map. Taking a little while for Jouet to get up on the boost, but he's up now. Have a look at that. 6-6, 6-6, 6-4, 6-3. All contributing. Very across-the-board performance from BaiSha, and all it really takes is for Xiao to just come alive a little bit on this map, and BaiSha are going to start to run away with things. They're doing a very good job on the blacklist side of the map as it is, 3-4. He will not be complaining about that kind of a scoreline at this point in the map. And with another multi-entry, AG, their defense is in tatters. There's holes everywhere.
Yeah, now it comes down to the 3 solo holds here. You can see Du trying to look for a pick, but he might not find one too easily. The rotation's starting to come towards the A bomb site. ZQ teaming up with him, and all they've got towards B is ZY and the lower tunnels. But BaiSha They are still playing safe here. They know all gamers might have to take a risk to get back into this round, and they are hoping for another push out in their direction. And this is a much different BaiSha we're seeing. Normally, they're just pedal to the metal. They're going in, but now they're playing so much more methodically, and that is the key difference in them getting in this match this time around.
Yeah, it does feel like strategically they've really upped their game coming into today. And that's a lot of what we were talking about. We weren't sure if we were actually going to see it. As take a look at this now, Xiao entering with that one, and Du, there's just too many guys in front of him. He is going to be able to pick up one, but that is it, just the one. Xiao with the big round here as well. And now it's tied up 4-4 with 3 in a row here to the side of BaiSha from Blacklist side. Took them a little bit to get their footing in this map, but it certainly looks like it's their map for now.
Yeah, are BaiSha doing it again? Are they dismantling the hopes and dreams of all gamers one map at a time? Sure, they had a bit of a speed bump on sub-base, but this second map, sorry, this third map is starting to look quite good for them.
577, this is a lot of pressure to deal with, but All Gamers doesn't peek into it, just going for the info play and the nade. A back off and reset towards the 2-2-1 setup, but this is where BaiSha, they've just got to keep playing patient. They've been given so many early peaks from All Gamers trying to get info that I wouldn't be surprised if they find it again. You combine that with Jue just having a really rough half, 1 and 8 from him alongside Even, who hasn't looked too good either. They're in really good shape here if they continue to keep these guys low, low, low on the frags.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get into their heads a little bit as well. If this becomes consistent, if it was like a one-off thing and you say, okay, that map was strange, we got wrecked, whatever, let's shake it off and come into the next one and perform well, that would be fine. But to have it happen twice in a row can be a bit of an issue. Especially with the way these rounds are going. The last couple of rounds, extremely dominant, Even desperate for any kind of information, but don't think he's going to be able to see much. And now, as we know, BaiSha actually bringing this bomb over here towards B. Little rotation coming in from N9, has not been spotted by Even. Take a look at this, Jue trying to get aggressive with it, don't mind it given his current situation. Nade going to do insane amounts of damage. And now he's in position here for the push.
Yeah, ZQ will shut down CZY, or rather 577 who tries to get aggressive, and then the flood of kills come through from AG, and they remind BaiSha, who might really be on top in this series though. That's a hard question to answer right now. 1 apiece in terms of the maps at the half of map 3, we're 5-4, as close as it can get. So where do you really sit on this one? I'm still undecided.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Xiao, if he was coming online a little bit more, I would say it's already over. BaiSha wins it, but this is the half where he has to find that impact. The on this side has to be your opener to the rounds. You saw Du really making that happen here, and I wouldn't be surprised if All Gamers test him early on. They are so good at setting up A executions that make the sniper super, super low impact, and seems like they might target that again with 3 already set up outside A long. So I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I do think that you're able to get a nice amount of momentum if you can string a couple of rounds in a row. It was 3 rounds to the side of BaiSha, but then EG got that last one, and then we go to the half. So this is really up in the air at this point. Again, another couple of important rounds in a row after this half to see who's going to kind of control the momentum. AG playing very similarly. They're being a little bit more mobile around the map, just checking all their corners. And we see a big stack here from BaiSha on the A site. Actually, 3 people, was 4 for a little bit. Baby has moved back to mid. And it's just N9 alone there on B. And it's kind of looking like All Gamers are going B at this point. So let's see if N9 gets a little isolated here.
Well, he's certainly isolated at the moment, though Baby rolling across back to B. He's going to be able to set up the crossfire there with him. A little bit of delaying util going to get tossed down here as well from 9 as soon as any presence is shown. And in fact, even a little bit earlier. CZY wants to set himself up on the side. Nine's already struck for one, Baby another. And a double kill in fact from Baby is pretty much enough to shut that one down from All Gamers. Even will wrap around the back and try to get anything done, but it's just not happening for All Gamers in the first round of the half. BaiSha are kicking things off with a very decisive round victory. Maybe a flawless round victory as well, as Nine will swing for the final kill and 5 BaiSha members alive. That's a strong hold on B.
Yeah, now they're tied up, and ties tend to favor the GR side on this map, so All Gamers, they've got to do a lot to get these rounds to go their way. You still see Jue having a rough time when it comes to entering, and now BaiSha looking a little bit more well-rounded in this half so far. I think it's going to be up to All Gamers to make a more aggressive play at the start of a round here. I feel like if they just play safe, it's going to favor BaiSha, because then they're forced to push with not a lot of time, and that's when you see those little mistakes start to be made in trying to get that bomb planted at the last minute.
Yeah, and the entry, like you mentioned, like to get in there and just take nobody down. There was like one flash over the top, and it was just red. Like they were in position by that time. There wasn't really a lot of value out of a push like that, unless you're going to be extremely crisp and get the entry frags and get away with it, essentially, even with the enemy team totally prepared. You can see that N9 and Baby still holding this angle, trying to throw in some smokes and delay any kind of push. As we know, there hasn't been a lot of early round pushing from either team, so at this point, just trying to delay the inevitable.
All Gamers, they are all grouped up for the A hit here. It's a nice 3-stack from BaiSha, so they should have a good opportunity to hold on to it. Here comes the utility into A connector. Jue and ZY kind of eating that one. Baby finds the lurk of even in mid as well, but Xiao still has to hold the line. Peeks wide, doesn't matter. The rest of BaiSha is here to just swing out and stall for the moment. Still a 4-on-3. Jue trying to find any way in. He actually gets the double kill before going down, but they still have Xiao in their way on the top of this bomb site. ZQ, he's stuck on the back staircase. Xiao peeks for one. ZQ, he's been spotted by Nine as well, and here comes the collapse. Nine hits the shot, and BaiSha, they are back out in front.
Man, Xiao's feeling it. You can see it. He's pumped up. Wasn't even the craziest of rounds from Xiao individually. A pretty good one, it has to be said, but I mean, I would still say he hasn't even really gotten rolling on this map yet, which is a scary sign for All Gamers. 2 pretty solid rounds to start the half off for BaiSha. Momentum-based team. They're screaming, they're shouting, they're making noise, they're feeling the fun. And that could be a very bad recipe getting shoved down the throats of All Gamers right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a problem if after the half, like I was saying, a couple rounds momentum, and it's BaiSha in control now of this momentum. So All Gamers need a round quickly, otherwise, you know, we were talking about at least the 6 rounds for BaiSha from Global Risk side. These 2 rounds have been extremely dominant. Got a little bit close there at the end, but in a 2v1 situation, they were able to close it out. Also, Evans just having kind of no impact so far in the middle of the map, just getting caught out a couple of times. Maybe trying to find the timings like N9 used to do. Didn't do it too much from the Blacklist side this time around against BaiSha, just throwing in some different strategies, different pushes. But yeah, Evans trying to find a similar kind of value, but it's just not coming through.
Got the group up here again, targeting that A bomb site, but BaiSha continues to pre-nade into the connector. Xiao, a little bit shaky last round. We'll see if he can hold it off. He's got the support there, but the support is already gone. But here's CZY on the rotation back in, gets the double kill, and they are completely blinded by Xiao, who's still looking for his first in the round, but the pressure is on Jue, trying to sneak up the ladder, and Xiao, he's got no idea. He's taken down, and Baby, he has to hold it for a moment longer, gets the kill onto Jue, looking for the second. He'll find it, down to the 1v1, and Nine takes it to 7.
Nine's a stone cold killer, isn't he? He doesn't even cheer after he wins the round. He just shrugs his shoulders and says, expected. It's another one for BaiSha. All Gamers really struggling to break open this A bomb site, and honestly, it kind of feels like they're doing everything right. They're getting past Xiao, they're getting onto the site. Normally when that is what happens, the Blacklist side has the advantage, but the retakes and the rotations have been so good from BaiSha as well. And all gamers have to find a way to break this drought. They have to do it soon, otherwise BaiSha's going to run away with this map, and maybe off the back of that, they're going to run away with the series as well.
Yeah. I feel like the ideas from all gamers are good, and the execution is kind of there. It needs to be really quick on this map, though. If you're going to get on top of A, you need to get up there and take control of the site. If you're just kind of hanging around down beneath and getting picked off one by one, and eventually you're just going to slowly wither away and not really have the power to push through and actually take over the site. We're seeing so many dances around here in the smoke, but I don't think this is ever going to be a factor until all gamers actually push it. As you see here, CZY really key in that one, as Du does go down eventually to 9 as well.
This is a third solid map in a row from 9. He's 11 to 8. Hasn't really been setting the world on fire on this map, but impact frag-wise, he's always been there. Huge asset for BaiSha. And I'm getting some levels of belief that BaiSha might actually be able to win this series now. I mean, that was a far cry from what I thought when we were going through that first map of Subbase. I thought, geez, this is going to be a fast 8. But it looks like BaiSha might be out to play. And it is going to take some real mental resilience from all gamers to come back into not only this map, but maybe the series as well. 577 on the push is getting so much info, and not even just that, but he's also going to be able to get behind all gamers. I almost feel like the info is kind of fake at this point, though, because he's kind of cleared everything out and thinks, well, I haven't seen anything toward A. It must be B, and as a result, Xiao's going to rotate off as well, but this is not actually the right call from BaiSha.
Yeah. Everybody was B there for BaiSha and ZY, and Du now getting pickoffs as they try to rotate over, but now it's got to be Xiao up here, and he only does get the 1.
That's unfortunate for BaiSha, really, because they actually did an amazing job, actually, of getting 577 into a gap, and normally if you do manage that, it's going to be a round victory for you almost assuredly, but his timing was just unfortunately a little bit off, and so he didn't see any of the AG players, like not even the players rotating into mid. He was half a second too fast for that, half a second too slow to spot the players in the A-con. In the end, these things happen. BaiSha shouldn't be too rattled by that because they have built themselves a bit of a lead. But if something like that happens, you know, at an 8-8 or an 8-9 kind of a scoreline, that's when it becomes really scary. So BaiSha get a little bit of a reprieve after a pretty unfortunate round. I think AG get pretty lucky with that one, to be quite honest with you. Still feels like BaiSha is the better team in the matchup at the moment.
Yeah, the GR side's still looking strong for them regardless of a little bit of a hiccup there off of the flank, but it's just a bad info round. Now all gamers kind of doing the same thing, the 1-3-1 early on. Wouldn't be surprised to see another late A hit coming this way. Ooh, almost a chance there for Du. Just barely missing the wrap on the corner, but this is just BaiSha knowing what they need to do to not be overexposed on the defense. You can see, though, they've caught on, putting a little bit more attention now towards that A bomb site. It's actually only 9 now on the B. Everybody else really stacking over towards A.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, you've got 577 on the off angle. Not sure if he really wants to flank anymore after the last one.
Yeah.
And that's going to be mid kill here on a baby. So the entire team just going to push up through mid. At least a couple of them committing to this for now.
Well, where do they end, though? That's the big question. They've got Du over toward the B side, but they're really putting all that pressure on A. I think they're going to walk into the stack. This could still go wrong. CZY is there alongside 577, and all gamers have gambled incorrectly. It has come up BaiSha-sided. Du spotted down the bottom along as well by Xiao, and that is going to be important information. C4 dropped in a pretty impossible position for Du to retrieve, and if BaiSha play this correctly, there's just no way Du wins it. That's perfection as well, the 3-player swing. BaiSha get one more. Good response to the previous round. Another decisive victory. And outside of a bit of bad luck from BaiSha in one round, every single round in this half has looked very BaiSha-sided.
Yeah, I mean, they just have the difference here when it comes to playing on this map on the GR. Very well-rounded. Xiao also a lot more impactful on the GR side than what he could do on the BL. And it's a situation you love to see because it's not necessarily them relying on 9 to open up the rounds. It's everybody finding equal impact, and on the GR, that is the perfect recipe for success. On the other side, you still have Even having a bit of a rough game, 5 and 10, and he was their consistency. He was the backbone of the team, and when you don't have that backbone there anymore, things just don't look as good for All Gamers.
Yeah. Bit of a invertebrate at this point. Feeling a little bit floppy.
Sure, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, it's not very solid. It's just the reality of the situation. Du has looked at this angle every time. He did get the value on that one round when they had no idea where HC were. But outside of that, and yeah, I don't mind this. You got to try a different angle. Can't just keep sending it into A, especially because BaiSha are like, okay, you want to keep sending it, we'll respect it. We'll check this at the same time. 577 comes over. They've got 3 guys over on the A site and only 1 on B right now, although of course Baby can fast rotate as they get the information.
Oh, the nade so good from 9. He's going to keep his head ducked down as well and then swing for 2. Just makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Baby's already quite deep into the site as well, and that was unexpected by CQ. Another double, a triple in fact from Baby. And BaiSha are storming towards a map 3 victory, which would put them up 2-1 in the series and throw the pressure back in the face of All Gamers.
This is where All Gamers has to show us what fight they've got left. If not, it is on to try for 2 in a row if they want to win this series back. But BaiSha, they've only given up 1 round on this side of the map. They've looked so good on the GR. Everybody doing what they need to. Baby up to 16. I believe his strongest performance so far against All Gamers in this tournament. So it's going to come down to everybody bringing that team play to the forefront for All Gamers to get this one in a winnable situation. You can see there, Du had the right idea, gets the connection for 80, but they still don't get the kill.
Yeah, this was incredible from N9. If he doesn't start it off, then Baby can't finish it off. So just a nice performance from the 2 of them. Du looks like maybe... No, he's looking over at his teammate. I don't know if he even saw this at all. Baby just has to not back up.
I don't think he will.
Yeah. Very important spot for him, just like N9 the last time around. Baby gonna spot it. Throws the nade, trying to delay, trying to get his teammates over. Frost comes out and Baby lines up the 2 heads. He's shooting through the door, through that window, and now it's gonna be up to CZY, trying to get that spray down. Not quite able to take anyone out, but still, everybody's so low. Look at this wrap. Look at this wrap. Okay, nicely looked at by Du. And he's going to keep them safe for now, but Even's position is just so unfortunate, going way too far, and down he will go.
577's also got the info that there's nothing happening in the warehouse anymore. He looks through the window there. He recognizes there's nothing, calls for the rotation back over to A, and in the end, Xiao's actually going to beat the C4 there.
Yeah, he's just dead. He's alone. He's going to go down, and All Gamers are falling apart. BaiSha putting up some incredible stops from the Global Risk side. And now it's a 1v2 for Du.
Bombs down as well. I mean, this is a perfect position for BaiSha to hold on to. But CZY and Xiao, they got to be careful not to peek alone. Du, surely not the 1v1, but CZY, the ladder position, gets it done. And BaiSha take a 2-1 lead in the series.
BaiSha Gaming, they get across the line once again. They move over to the global risk side of Port, and they absolutely dominate, only giving up the one round that honestly felt like a little bit of a fluke as well on a flank gone wrong. So absolute domination on their map pick. We will be moving on to the next one here, but it's BaiSha in a 2-1 lead, and they look like the better team right now.
They definitely do. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily translate always into a series victory, especially against a team like All Gamers. But yeah, they're in control right now. Black Widow's going to be the next map, and they'll be hoping that they can close it out here 3-1 to cap off a pretty good event for BaiSha. It's been a real ebb and flow of this BaiSha roster, hasn't it? We were kind of worried coming into today that things weren't going to look too good for them, but it seems like they're back to their best there on Port. And we'll see how things obviously do go for the rest of this series, though. I will say, I don't think it's ever over against a team like All Gamers. After I watched that grand final at the Summit Invitational, I'll never count them out.
I wouldn't either, but at the same time, this is some of the first matches we're seeing N9 third or lower in ADR, and that is a great sign for BaiSha. Baby as well wasn't super high overall in their last match, but he stepped up big time.
Thing is though, 9 still has a good ADR there. It's not as if he's going missing at all. Baby definitely the standout, especially toward the latter stages. Those last couple of rounds, fantastic stuff from him. Great holds on the B bomb site, and awesome to see him actually showing up in a game against All Gamers.
Yes, very important, able to step it up there, and you're getting, as you guys mentioned, a lot of different angles now, a lot of different guys stepping up to the plate. There's all this pressure. They don't care. They are here to soak it all up and play even better. As we take a look at the kill matrix here, Baby not very good against Du, but amazing against everybody else, especially even Ndue, who have been kind of the standouts in the negative way for the side of All Gamers. Wouldn't be surprised, though, as you guys are saying, like a couple of those guys, like even Ndue, they go into the back, they take some time, they say, okay, well, we're All Gamers, we're better than this, especially even, I think he's really going to take it to heart and say, sorry guys, I haven't had my best performance. I got to step it up and maybe try to lead by example in that manner. And you get some momentum going on this fourth map. Anything can happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, Even is a very seasoned campaigner. We talk about 9 being a seasoned campaigner, having 3 CFS titles under his belt. Well, Even has got a couple of them himself, and he probably wants to try to equalize there with 9. So I think he's the kind of guy that, if you, like you say, goes back, he's got the experience on this kind of a stage to know what he's going to need to do, and I'd be very surprised if he continued to go missing for an entire series. So I would like to see him bounce back here on Black Widow, but another thing that kind of has me a little bit worried is maybe All Gamers just in general feel like they're kind of cooling off a little bit in this series, and as we've spoken about, that momentum definitely picking up for BaiSha, and I really feel like when BaiSha is one of those teams that gets on a roll, they're very, very hard to stop.
Yeah, I think you combine that too with looking at the type of maps we've seen so far. On the close quarters maps, All Gamers generally has looked a little bit better, but we're going into Black Widow, which plays very similarly to Ankara, where we saw BaiSha look completely dominant. So it does make me a little bit worried for the future of All Gamers in this series, just knowing this is another long-range map, and so far BaiSha's 2-0 on the long-range maps.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think Du was having some angles there at the end, and maybe he can get something going for himself. I see that even smirking a little bit here. You know, the team isn't totally down and out. They actually look a little bit better now than compared to the first loss that they took. They looked a little bit more distraught after the 10-2. Maybe just feeling a bit better about their own performance, as it was, at the end of the day, still a close map. But yeah, win's a win for the side of BaiSha. And you got to like their chances coming into this next one. Xiao really stepping it up as well. So if we do talk about the snipers, you've got another guy who is stepping up to the plate here for the side of BaiSha. But yeah, it's going to come down to how it goes on that map. As we are going to go to the stage, we do have a bit of a special thing for you guys to watch. So hope you guys can tune in and enjoy this with us on the stage. Make sure you guys are paying attention as we'll throw it down there right now.
Hello， 欢迎回到 CFS 2023 Grand Final 的总决赛比赛现场。大家都知道啊，今年是 CFS 的第10年，而10年总是有非凡的意义。
Yes, tonight at the 10th anniversary celebrations, we have prepared a very unique, special surprise for all Crossfire esports fans.
是的，正如 Matt 所说啊，这个惊喜也许很多细心的 Cipher 们就已经发现了一些端倪了。无论是在我们的主宣片当中，还是在主视觉画面当中，包括我们的小游戏互动当中，到处都有卫星和摩斯密码的身影。
So a series of events has led us to this truly spectacular moment here on the final stage. And let me assure you, this is real.
是的，和 Matt 说的一样啊，所有的铺垫呢，都是为了在此刻向全世界的 Cipher 们展示属于你们的独特礼物和惊喜。那我们也是不断的努力，终于为大家找到了专属 CFS 独特的 Stars 那个最独特的星星。而我们外场的 MC 和嘉宾也已经准备好记录这个时刻了。
Yes, so tonight, a unique satellite which belongs to all the Crossfire esports fans around the world is going to send special blessings for the next 10 years of CFS. And we will now go over to Irelia as she searches for the CFS star which is roaming the universe. So let's find it together.
好了，那么接下来就让我们把画面交给外场。大家晚上好，我是 CFS。
Hello, good evening, Cipher. I'm today's special guest, Xiaoxing. I'm now currently standing at the stargazing area outside the venue. Here we'll be witnessing a special moment in a few minutes. And I'm thrilled to have our self-PL caster, Zhao Zhao, here with us. Hello, Zhao Zhao, it's good to see you. Hi everyone, I'm Zhao Zhao. So Zhao Zhao is going to witness with us a satellite above the sky of CHENGDU. And this satellite will send a special message to all of us by flashing the signal through the Morse code. Actually, in fact, this is the first time for me to have a direct interaction with the actual satellite. And now I feel very excited to ask Zhao Zhao, so how do you feel right now? So can you share with us your feeling? So honestly speaking, I'm a little bit nervous since it's the first time for me to see the real satellite passing by. And as for my fans know that since I'm pregnant, I couldn't commentate at the caster for this year's CFS 2023 Grand Finals, but now I have this opportunity to witness this special moment with the satellite and to bear witnessing the new champions. Actually, this moment is quite essential for my life. So it's really meaningful and magical. So right now, we'd like to invite all friends in Chengdu to come out and look at the stars with us and witness a satellite crossing above Chengdu's night sky. And we are informed that the satellite will pass from the southeast direction to the northeast. That's roughly the direction. So let's look for it. Yes, roughly the direction. Yes, because we've checked the southeast direction should be there. Yeah, that's right. So this is the first time that, so that's a satellite, the one that's moving, right? Yeah, it should be moving. Because I've seen it slowly moving right now. It looks like it's floating above the twinkling. Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's it. Well, this is the first time to watch a real satellite moving. It's amazing, and that's indeed the satellite. It looks like it's approaching towards the direction. So everyone, you can all see the satellite with us together. So our Chengdu fans, now at the moment you should be able to see the satellite passing by above our sky. And this is astonishing and touching. And this is the first time in my life interacting with the satellite. And it's a very wonderful experience. And now I'd like to tell all the fans that the satellite just sent out the message of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals by giving us the signal through the Morse code. And we're all aware that this year marks the 10 years anniversary of CFS. So Zhao Zhao, does the 10 years anniversary have a special meaning to you? Well, personally speaking, it means a lot to me because this is my 9th year of being active as the caster. And this year marks the 10th year. So I started to cast the CFS back in the days in 2015 or 2016. So it has been quite a long time. Yeah, of course, so it represents my, it's kind of like a nostalgia for CFS. So even though and I'm pregnant now, so I came here once again to participate in this special moment. And in the future, I might return to the commentary booth as the caster in the next CFS. So it feels like I could spend my entire life and always be with CFS. So CFS has always been here and grew up with us. So Zhao Zhao, do you have anything you want to say to CFS for its 10 years anniversary? So first of all, that's the old saying that I wish CFS can have a success down to the road, and I hope that more international players can communicate dedicate and compete in the future CFS Grand Finals, which can bring pressure to the tennis player. I was able to hope that a marvelous and exciting matches for the spectators. Okay, thank you very much, Xiao Zhao, and a huge thanks to all the CFS for witnessing the spectator moments with us.
Well, that was cool. We have our own satellite here for CFS and for, of course, marking the 10th anniversary here for all the Seafers beyond the screen. So thank you so much for that. Really cool to have our own satellite.
Yeah, I kind of echo the thoughts there from the Chinese commentary side. You know, obviously I've been involved in Crossfire since 2015. The first event that I did was the 2015 Crossfire Stars Grand Finals. So it's been like, what, 8 or 9 years for me now as well. And funnily enough, that was the first event that really got me into esports as well, you know. So it's something that I sort of hold close to my heart as well. And I'm really happy to still be here doing it in 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, likewise. I actually competed for a spot in CFS Season 1 and have been casting ever since, so definitely a really meaningful moment and, you know, signaling the 10 years to potentially come as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we are done for now. We're going to take a break before we get into map number 4. We'll be right back.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙。我和 CFS 应该是从2013年正式开始接触吧，然后13年应该是自己作为一个俱乐部的管理者，参与了 S1的一个赛季，然后 S2是当了一个选手，临时去打了一届，然后再到后面的话，其实一直就是一个解说的身份。对于我个人而言，其实整个的 CF 职业生涯，包括经营俱乐部、做俱乐部，其实我的荣誉并没有很多。我从12年 CPO S1是拿到了 CPO 的冠军，然后在紧接着13年的这样的一个CFS S2的时候，是拿到了一个世界亚军。紧接着我是从 CPO S4就开始退役转居幕后，然后去经营管理俱乐部。我觉得这么多年一直没有拿到总冠军，我们的队伍其实最大的原因还是我个人感觉是我们自己吧，因为其实要拿冠军不是说碰碰运气，或者说就是简简单单嘴上说而已，因为确实要具备了很多的因素吧，不管是选手能力方面、团队的这个能力方面、各方面，还有包括俱乐部的运营方面，就是大家很多的东西夹杂在一起，才能就是有这样的机会去拿世界冠军。我觉得可能前面这些年确实我自己做的也不好，然后我们队伍啊、选手的个人能力、队伍的整体，包括管理各方面都可能差了一些吧。但是这2年确实，我个人觉得我们俱乐部也做得越来越好了，越来越专业了吧。所以去年呢也有幸去冲了一下这次这个 CFS 的世界冠军，所以我觉得就是这个东西都是相辅相成的。去年年底，我们队伍的选手加上我们的教练加上我们的管理，大家都是团结一致吧。然后就是我觉得是发挥出了，就是超出了自己平常的这种实力，然后拿到当时就是特别是决赛那一天，就是3比1拿下的时候，我感觉我自己都惊呆了，都有点就是兴奋的，就是嗨的，就是已经不知道用言语怎么去形容了。
吃过了。今天非常紧张又到今天比赛日了淘汰赛。
今年 CFS 落地中国，对于卫冕冠军的话，信心肯定是有，希望今年还有机会去夺得 CFS 的世界冠军。
第二时间还要再换点吗？正面剩的时间不长。
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧。然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后帮你给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
还行是吧？啊？
可以选择。我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
Welcome back. We are here in the midst of this best of 5 between BaiSha Gaming and CHENGDU All Gamers. This one going the way of BaiSha so far, 2-1. They take down Port, their map pick, and now we will move on to Black Widow to see if BaiSha can close it out at this point.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's a big thing really for BaiSha, isn't it? I guess at this point it's quite prudent to mention that 9 has got 3 titles at a CFS event twice. He was able to go, well, back-to-back once, I guess, if you want to make that argument. That was 2016, 2017 for Vici and then Super Valiant, respectively. And now he's looking to do it again with BaiSha. And this time it would be BaiSha back-to-back after winning last year. And obviously, as of this matchup and potentially at the end of this matchup, still he will be the player that has the most wins under his belt in this matchup with 3. You have a couple there. Even and Zhui have got a couple. And then 577, BaiSha, and ZQ and ZY all with 1 each at a CFS event. And obviously there's also still a couple of members that are kind of looking for their first. But I think for me, yeah, that big storyline is, can 9 get 4?
Yeah, I think it might actually give him the most out of any player as well for all time. I think
is a lot.
He's currently tied with Dabaku at 3. So we'll see if he can pull it off. But the momentum's on their side now.
Yeah, the momentum is on their side, and we are going to be going over to the stage just to look on in and see what is going to be going on here. As, yeah, this is going to be very interesting coming into this 4th map. Black Widow, I think this is maybe once again going to come down to just what happens with the snipers. Can N9 continue to carry? And is anybody else on the side of All Gamers going to step up when they need it most?
Yep, big question mark, definitely. But 9, I tell you what, if he wants to be the GOAT of Crossfire after the first 10 years of CFS, then this is a good opportunity to do it. Seal your 4th W in the book at a CFS event, and also do it with 4 really good maps on the trot. He's been really good in every single one of them. I mean, he was the only player really that was of any resistance on map 1 when AG dominated. And then map 2, he picks up the MVP. Map 3, he was there as well, contributing. All of a sudden, it feels as though maybe there's a world where BaiSha can get this one done 3-1. So we'll find out.
Well, here we go once again. The pressure is on. The heartbeat has begun as we're getting ready for this one. Black Widow. Always a pretty fun map. We can see that over the course of 2023 CFS, it has been quite Blacklist favored, more than I think any other map that we have in this pool.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to kind of consider. And the thing is, like, I just don't know that it necessarily matters too much between these two teams. It feels like they can really both get it done on both sides. It's a question of who's going to show up into this one and whether or not all gamers have the mental resilience once again to come back from a pretty hefty deficit against BaiSha and maybe crush their dreams one more time, which is what we saw from them at the Summer Invitational. And that's why I will never count this AG lineup out, but right now it definitely feels like it should be BaiSha to walk away with the victory. And I want to reiterate that for 9, that would be his 4th. And considering we're 10 years into CFS, then that's 40% of the biggest events in the world that he has won over the course of those 10 years. And talk about the longevity in a career like that, with your first win coming in 2016, second in 2017, and then you're missing out for 5 years. And then in 2022, you come back and win another one. I mean, that's just a special player. And it would be pretty fitting to see him get his 4th on the 10th anniversary of CFS. And can it come here on Black Widow, or will all gamers play spoiler one more time?
Yeah, it's almost like he's done it individually a lot of the time as well, because if you look at all these rosters, it was never the same the same players on these teams as well. It was 5 different players each time. It was not back-to-back with the same team. There's always been some sort of change. Even this year, you don't have XQ Lun anymore on BaiSha, who was with them when they won in 2022. So I feel like it just shows more towards him as being that goated player, the best maybe of all time, if they can finish it here. But the discussion maybe opens up a little bit if they don't.
The BaiSha fans are going insane today, and they're up against the All Gamer fans, as you can see over here. And it's a fierce rivalry here between these two teams. They've been here before, head-to-head, just last year. So all the fans trying to just push their team over the line. At this point, BaiSha feels like they are getting the better of that end, just with some of the fan chants that I've heard here.
Yeah, Black Widow is somewhat uncharted territory now because we get deeper into the series than what we had when we got to watch them yesterday. Obviously, that was a 3-0 for All Gamers, and we could have potentially made it to Black Widow. It was in the pool, but we didn't ultimately get there. Back in Vietnam, when they played it in the grand final of the Summer Invitational, it was a 10-7 win for All Gamers. But the series felt a little bit different then than it does now. It was 2 really out-of-the-gate strong maps from BaiSha there, with Xiao just popping off and kind of taking the game away from All Gamers. And then he sort of fell off, and it was All Gamers from that point that won a few close maps. But this one really feels like it's been a bit more... There's been a bit more there, I think, for BaiSha, for me personally, right? It hasn't really relied on one player necessarily to get them through the maps. I mean, yes, again, we've been talking about 9 a lot, and he was really good in Ankara, but you had good cameos from Xiao there, and obviously we talked about Baby getting the MVP for Port, but, you know, you had a couple of good members there sort of touching in on a few of those rounds as well, and I even mentioned at one point, like, everyone on BaiSha had, like, a good spread of 6 kills each, so it's feeling a bit more like an effort by committee today for BaiSha, which is not something that we normally say about them. I think they're often a bit of a streaky team where 1 or 2 players are really just going hard and getting them through those rounds. But everyone showing up today for BaiSha. And if that continues into Black Widow, then maybe this series is going to be over right here. Baby's feeling it. He's letting the boys know. He's pumping them up.
Yeah, I feel like the confidence is at an all-time high for this team, but All Gamers, they're still in this one, as we've seen historically. They know how to bounce back when it matters most, but now it matters more than ever going into this 4th map of the series. But I feel like BaiSha, they're at a new peak right now as a team, and if they can stay there, this is going to be the start of something special on map number 4.
They have declared the battlefield theirs so far today. All Gamers trying to mount the comeback, but BaiSha, a very threatening opponent in their way. As we load up map number 4, it will be Black Widow, as BaiSha Sharkman is standing nearby. And on the other side, the All Gamer fans trying to push them across the line as we do move on to Black Widow. This one is going to be an interesting one. We've seen a lot of snipers have big maps on this one. Even Ice Cube and Eagles, a couple of guys that come to mind when I think about this one, especially with Ranking playing this map so many times. As now jumping through the smoke, not sure about that one, but All Gamers trying to get very aggressive with 3 guys out of B and 1 out of, well, the side of B.
Yeah, it looked like both teams actually really wanted to fight at the start of that round, didn't it? You had both kind of collapsing toward the B side of the map, but it was ZQ that did get isolated in mid. And it starts the story quite nicely for BaiSha. How long of a story is this going to end up being, though? I mean, there's still potentially another whole map left in this one. That would be Mexico if we got there. Even has fallen to Baby as well, and I don't know, but maybe Baby is going to be popping off again on this map. CZY, that's a risky pick against a player like Du, but he'll make it work. Sharp shots and secures the 4-on-2 advantage here for BaiSha, which prompts Zhui to make a bit of a push. Doesn't see anything in mid though, so he'll make his way over towards B, and it's still winnable here for AG if they can hit their shots. They're in the right position to do so, but CZY boosted up on top of the boxes. He's going to get himself the freebie for the entry, and just CY now to try to save the day.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has much to work with in this round unless he can get an early kill onto CZY. He's going to find it though. Good start, but if they peek 1 by 1, it's going to be a bit of a dangerous game to play here. If you're BaiSha 9 though, gets the shots. And BaiSha open up with a round win.
That's a big one. Starting off pretty aggressively from the side of All Gamers, and they just kind of get flattened. And then BaiSha, they recollect themselves, get a couple of pickoffs, relatively easy entry onto the B side from there. And this has been a very blacklist-sided map this entire tournament, but yeah, I think All Gamers are the ones that are scrambling to try to find new angles. BaiSha kind of feeling the pressure, reacting in kind. And if they can continue with this, might be lights out. But just the first round, start us off. Looks like All Gamers going to take control of A Long and calm things down a little bit after that first round.
Yeah, it's a good call, a safer setup, still having trades as well. ZQ not doing anything too crazy by himself this time. A lot more reserved on that A Long position. Interesting to note though, he is still sniping alongside Du, so the double setup continuing here for the side of All Gamers, but BaiSha, they've got their eyes set on the B box room control play. It's going to be even in ZQ, ready on the other side of it. The counter flash in hand, but the nades force them off of position. 577 can't connect onto ZQ, and now they have to rethink the approach.
Or do they? I think they might want to just keep going. They're going to try to go toward B, or in fact, even All Gamers maybe going to re-swing their way into the box room as well. They've decided not to, and just backed off in the end. And indeed, actually, both teams now sort of backing away with just over a minute on the clock. It still gives time for BaiSha to go where they want to, though 2 players at the bottom of long is going to make that a difficult job unless BaiSha decide to just walk their way up through short instead.
Well, they're going to regroup here and maybe look to re-aggress onto the B side. Don't mind this, you know, a little regroup, keep AG guessing, and then you just go for a quick execution once again. Here comes 577, double stack there on the right box. ZQ and even, I believe, as they're going to be there. They do get the spray down. That's 2 for 1 in favor of AG. As now this bomb is down, Du is able to swing in as well and pick up some value. And now 2v4 here for the side of BaiSha. Not a lot of time left. They got to swing in. CZY tries to make his way in. Does get the one guy as ZQ is going to hold it down. Picks up 2 and keeps All Gamers in this.
That was kind of Chad from CZY, though. I actually thought that he was maybe going to make that one happen. Got in on top of Du, but either way, ZQ holding it strong from the boxes. I like the setup there from All Gamers. I'm actually kind of surprised more teams don't employ that one. A little bit of a high-low, and the guy on top, if he doesn't get taken out, he can jump behind the box and play the time. It worked perfectly for All Gamers in this instance. Back to the drawing board for BaiSha now.
Yeah, I agree. A really strong setup on that B bomb site. This time, though, it's only going to be Du holding on to this position by himself. The rest of All Gamers playing pretty heavily in favor of expecting a mid and A split in this round, but reflecting on what happened, it all started with even from that position on top of the box, finding 2 ZQ as well. A good solid double kill to close out the round. Now, though, they've got to decide if they want to recommit into the B, knowing it could have that play set up again from All Gamers. I would definitely expect them to go catwalk this round. They haven't shown a lot in that direction, but for BaiSha, their cat and long pushes tend to be pretty good on this map.
See, Baby's trying to get some info from there. He might be the only one that does push, actually, from Cat, as the rest of the team is coming out here through long. ZY and Dway, couple of guys just waiting for this push. The shot's going to miss, though, but Dway on the off angle, he picks up 2. And now immediately a lot of pressure from this push is taken away. Xiao and Baby get 1 apiece, but now it's just Baby. And he doesn't have the bomb. He's got some time.
Yeah, he's also got isolated one-on-ones at the moment, though. The longer that AG are given time to reposition, the more difficult it is going to be to find those. But I do like the fact that he's at least got a bit of time here to have a crack. Has felt pretty good on this map so far, and if he hits that window jump, maybe there was something in it, but not quite going to find the timing there. Even should clean this one up pretty easily. 2-1 for All Gamers.
Yeah, I mean, Even's back. That's a big difference maker in this game already to have for All Gamers, but Shui as well. Look at the start to the round. Almost finds the triple kill. CZY
Goes down to ZY on the other side of it, but again, all gamers doing what they need to on the GR. And the two weakest players in previous are starting to wake up a lot more in this fourth map. So I feel like in this situation, they're in a really good position to maybe grab this first half now.
Early days for sure. Much more proactive approach though from all gamers on this GR side than from really any of the maps that we've seen so far. Constant pushes out of B. They were holding the bottom along as well. Saw in the first round as well, they tried to push out through mid. Didn't work in that instance, but BaiSha is really having to fight for every piece of map control. Nothing is being given to them for free.
Yeah, all gamers here stacking outside of the water. And there is a smoke down, so BaiSha, they'll feel the pressure. They're not going to push into this. This has been just the way they have played their blacklist side as well. Xiao just going to look through the door and say, well, if you want to peek us, sure. Well, he says sure, and then he gets shot. Du's going to win that sniper battle.
Yeah, there's so much forward pressure to deal with now from all gamers. BaiSha, it's going to be a matter of where they decide to push forward. If it's B, they're almost running into a death sentence here. There's 3 players still holding on to long. CZY, if he takes this peek, he could find himself down and out, but Jue, he sneaks down low. Do they know he's underneath? No, they don't. Jue, good for one, quickly traded, but they still hold the numbers. 9 tries to peek out of the window into mid. Not gonna happen. ZQ shuts it down. All gamers again holding on to the numbers here, and baby, there's just no way he gets out of this one too easily. The trade, though, actually missed from Du. I thought he was just gonna clean it up with the Colt, but ZQ thankfully there as well to get this one done. And all gamers, you can tell their eyes are set on a map 5.
Yeah, most definitely. BaiSha need to turn things around pretty quickly. 9 and Xiao both missing out at the moment. 577 also a bit slow. And this is maybe the BaiSha that we get when 9 doesn't show up, which is why we continue to talk about him so much. You can really see the difference that it makes. All gamers looking decisive on this map at the moment, but a faster play from BaiSha could catch them undone. 3 players over toward the A site to defend with. CZY, though, having been cleaned up, and 577 for another entry. C4 was dropped on the way through. Baby was holding on to it. And numbers starting to get whittled away here from BaiSha. It looked like such a great start, but it has slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely not settled here. And now 9 might get jumped on by even. Yep, there it is. 9 looking through the door. ZQ playing Distractor. And yeah, just those couple of peeks from ZQ and Du really wresting control of this round back. They know that even is still here. 577 looking for those one taps. He's not going to hit it. And ZQ and even just hanging out there. Du as well. They might just look to get this one planted.
Yeah, I think you have to at this point. Like, you do need to sort of pick the pace up a little bit here. ZQ cops a lot of damage from CZY, who wants to clear out long, but now needs to turn around to watch the window, and you're pretty done at that point. That kill from 577 needed to be converted for there to be any chance in the round, and it wasn't. So 4-1 now for all gamers. The timeout will be called by BaiSha. Pretty good time to get one through here. It's still early enough to make an adaptation in the first half and get some value out of this timeout. And the map hasn't run away from them just yet, but it is in danger of doing so. So what do you say? I mean, it's 9 normally that does the talking right here, but he's kind of gone missing here. So is there going to be someone that's going to be able to have a chat with him and say, listen, we need you. You are the best player in the world, but if you don't turn up in this map, then maybe we do go to map 5 and maybe we do still lose this series.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, but you can see...
He's the one talking, though.
Yeah, he's still leading this team, and that's what you want in an IGL, though. Even when things are getting tough, still being strong on the comms, keeping everyone's motivations high, because that's how you get back into this kind of game. They've got to know it's not over yet, and I feel like for them, they can definitely show us a stronger finish to this half, a 5-4. Pretty vital, though, for them to secure at the very least, because this is a BL-sided map, and if all gamers get 5 or 6 on the GR, it's a bit of a grim look. You can see the retake here in the last round, though. BaiSha just kind of going for over-aggression on those peaks one at a time, and also, when you look at the key players on this team, Xiao, 9, both below 30 ADR, and that's what's the scariest.
Yeah, the entry was clean, but afterwards, not much. And as you guys have already highlighted, some of their key members not really getting the job done. There's still time on this map, but Crossfire, certainly one of these games where you start to, you know, one team gets a round win and then they get a second, and all of a sudden it feels like they're immortal.
Yep.
And that the other team has just lost all this tempo, just like that.
It's a pretty snowbally game for sure. It's a confidence-based game. I think that's the better way of putting it, because it's not necessarily that the momentum actually makes any physical kind of difference, but the confidence definitely does. It changes the way that you peak, the way you swing, your timings as well. You feel a little bit more confident about, okay, I think I've got a timing here, I'm going to go for it, rather than, oh, should I go for it? Should I not go for it? Yeah, I'll go for it. But by that stage, you've missed the timing. You need the confidence to go when you think it's time. And right now, it seems like AG have got that confidence back 4-1. It's a hard thing to do against a team like BaiSha, who just went like a freight train through a couple of maps, but there might still be a map 5 in the future here.
Comes the rotation. BaiSha stacking up towards A long. We've got both ZQ and Zhui on this angle. They've been good for it so far in the first half. Can they do it again? BaiSha, they've got to secure the trades at the very least, but are they ready for ZQ on this off angle? No, they're not, but they get the reaction timing anyways. Zhui still good for 2 before going down, holds the numbers. ZY gets a third on to Xiao, but Baby again trying to do the work on these entries. Do sneaks into the window position to try and shut things down, but this for all gamers is almost perfect positioning to just peek on the plant. Even goes a little bit too early, but Do here in the window. That's the player that could change everything very quickly, but even he gets caught alone. Do stuck in the window. They know he's there now as well. All they've got to do is hold this angle, but Baby hits the headshot anyways at the last moment.
Where's he looking, man? He wants the highlight play. He wants the flick shot. Like, dude, you know he's in the window. He can't be.
Definitely got to hold that angle as your teammate is planting the bomb.
For sure.
Certainly a little bit scary, but, you know, BaiSha, they get across the line. They clear out the A-long area. They get Even, who peaks pretty early. Now Xiao's going to get this win in the sniper duel. They isolate Even, and BaiSha have woken up. They have come into this map now with the momentum here. They take a big round, and now they run into this round.
Very much feels like the conversation was, we're probably playing a little bit too slow here. We're playing a bit too scared. We need to sort of chat it up, and we need to just send it, and it'll work out. And it has worked out. This is so much cleaner from BaiSha. They're back 2 in a row. 3-4 the scoreline, and that 5-4 that you talked about, Kyle, it felt like a long way away, but maybe it's on offer now.
It definitely seems that way. They're playing a lot better in these last couple of rounds, but all gamers, if they've got something up their sleeve to stall momentum, this is the round you bring it out. It guarantees you the half if you get just one more, but 5-7-7, he is not slowing down yet, but ZY, that is a huge double kill to find on the back of the catwalk. ZQ gonna be good for almost 2 as well. Goes down on the trade to Xiao, and 9 and Xiao might just keep this alive after all. The 2v4 down to a 2-on-2, but 9, is he ready? Oh, just barely misses that, but Xiao, the C4 down on the catwalk. I don't think they know it on the side of all gamers, but this is still a difficult round to win back now.
I mean, all of those rounds that you see 9 in a situation like that, you actually think he's going to win that duel. I thought he was going to win it. He didn't, and so that's put Xiao in a bit of a sticky situation here. He's not even going to go for the C4 initially. He's trying to hunt down Do and see if, you know, has Do hung around, overcommitted a little bit here. Is he going to give me a 1v1? Well, the answer, as we can tell at this point, is no. He has decided to link back up with CY, which is a wise decision, but this re-aggression onto short, if Xiao's watching that angle, he could maybe get a pick through one of those windows.
They know the bomb is there to AG. So they move in and then they back away, kind of expecting maybe Xiao to wrap around through A, but as we can see, Xiao is using all of this time to try to be at a very strange angle. And all gamers, ZY and Do, they're just going to stick together. They're going to clear all these angles out together. If somebody goes down in the front, which it looks like it's Do, who has picked up an M4, if he goes down, then ZY can trade it back.
This is possible now, though. Look at this position. This is definitely good from Xiao. He's maybe around the back behind ZY. Might not be super easy to trade him. Now he's just got to find, where's that last player? Surely if Do's there, ZY's hanging around somewhere.
If he just checked behind him. There it is! Xiao! He's here to play 3 rounds, going the way of BaiSha.
What a beast!
And that is the play you need to bring this map back, because until this point, nothing was looking good in the round for BaiSha, but this last shot is everything for their hopes at taking this map back into their hands. Now, with 3 in a row, they look to try and make it 4 to close out the first half. Baby, again, going to lead that charge up the catwalk. ZY, good for 1. CZY and Xiao, though. It's 2 on the trades. ZQ has to back off now and play for the retake.
All gamers were looking good at the end of that round, but now that they lose it, it just feels like they're getting rolled over. The timeout is perfect for BaiSha because they're just rolling over them now. And if they got that last round, that would have been huge for all gamers, but I worry for them now. And 9 behind the pillar. He's going to peek it. You can see some shots here. It's 4v2. Bomb is already planted, so not a good chance here for all gamers. Even just got to run out of there, but the time is being utilized. That'll be 9 going down, but you just don't have enough time to clear out 3 people and defuse this one. As ZQ giving it his best shot. He is going to take down 1 kill, but only the 1 kill. 5-4 as BaiSha. They show up here at the end of the half.
What a return to form from BaiSha. It was looking like they were down and out, but that tag timeout pays off in dividends. They get 4 in a row after being down 1 and 4. Still a close map, though. And what kind of has me worried is if BaiSha get close to a victory right here, all gamers do still have their timeout available. And we've seen what a difference it can make for a team like BaiSha. Why not the same for all gamers? It's still going to be a big slog for BaiSha to finish this map off. They still need 5 more rounds.
A lot of early utility thrown on the long. ZQ and Jue down to about 80. But this is where the 9 difference could be everything. He's the lowest fragger on the side of BaiSha on this map. If he steps up, that's your win condition right there. The rest of this team, though, doing a good job to keep them competitive so far. Even a spot out 9 on the cap, but this is just kind of a hunt down for his positioning. Even they really want him, but they've got to be careful not to push too far. You can see now Dew slides into position to try and get somebody, but the timing just not quite there.
That's probably one of the hardest shots to hit in the game. It's such a tight angle, and the player's like basically, what's the opposite of parallel? Is it lateral? He's jumping laterally.
Perpendicular?
Perpendicular? I don't know. He's jumping 90 degrees from the angle that you're trying to shoot on. So basically he just goes zoop, straight past. So you'd almost need to pre-fire it to actually hit them, because no one can really react that fast.
I think we saw it once in this tournament so far.
Yeah, it happens every now and then, but it's very difficult to hit.
Yeah. Dwayne, he's here. He's on Cat. He's trying to see what he can see, but he does back away. Team, though, bringing the bomb over ZY. It has been Dwayne and ZY on the entries, so they're going to go together towards a long now, actually. Well, at least ZY to lead this charge. Dwayne still hanging out on the catwalk. And we got Dew just watching the long angle, going to catch up to them eventually, but this push is coming in, lined up from Xiao, but it's traded. And now all gamers are making their way in. Dew's going to get that kill through the mid doors. And you've got a chance here, but CZY looking to hold it down, picks off 1, trying to spray on a ZQ, but he's going to get isolated. As 5-7-7 now 1v3. A big ask, and I think they know exactly where he's coming from. He's not going to hit the 1-tap on a Dew, and he's about to, not going to jump onto him just yet. Just shooting through the catwalk.
Yeah, 5-7-7 here. He has to take the fight on to Dew first. They get so low on HP on the side of all gamers, but they still managed to get the round regardless. I feel like Jue, he wanted to jump down, but then realized if he does, he probably just falls to his death there with only having 10 HP. So a good response round from all gamers, but it's still not done for them just yet. We're all tied up 5-5 as we continue forward.
BaiSha, they just have like a cheering squad up there. There's like 100 people in one area of the stadium, and they're all grouped up together, all wearing BaiSha jerseys. And every time they win around, every time they lose a round, it doesn't matter. They're really trying to control the atmosphere here.
The BaiSha gang.
Yeah. The Sharks?
The Sharks.
Yeah. Could be. All gamers, though, they're making this much more difficult. BaiSha aren't just rolling over them. It was a nice comeback there from the Blacklist side at the end of that first half. But all gamers, they hold it to 5 versus 5. Now they're going to slow things down.
BaiSha, though, playing pretty patient on their side of things. They've got one player pushed up into long. It's going to be 9 just holding on to it. Xiao playing from the A ramp as well. A little exposed on the hold depending on where the push comes from. But at this point, if it's ZY alone, it should be a free kill for BaiSha to at least trade out. But now we see the grouping here as well. The rest of all gamers starting to fall off in rotation towards the A split. And this is where you're going to need someone like 9 to kind of guarantee 2 from this long position. If he's just traded, it's an overexposed bomb site now for them to work with for all gamers.
Oh, you do have Xiao there as well. So if the swing comes in, 9 gets 1. Xiao can maybe help him out and get another. Difficulty is obviously Xiao's kind of got a couple of angles to be aware of here. It's really all down to the timing and how precise are those opening shots from all gamers. Here we go. Xiao will actually get the initial contact. And that might work out perfectly. First shot, though, will be missed, but 9. Oh, you'd think he's good for 2 there, but he wasn't. Still, CCY comes up with a miracle shot onto ZY, and 577 catches one more on the rotate. Good shots from CCY in this round, keeping BaiSha in it and keeping all gamers honest. Even is going to have to force the plan down. He's only got 10 seconds here, but he's lucky. 577 was still on that rotate in through long. He was given time to get the plant down, but he didn't make the jump into the window, and that'll be his undoing. Baby finishes it off. BaiSha have another. They keep their noses in front.
The rounds are still so close, though. I feel like even there, just got a little bit overwhelmed, but he had a chance in the 1-on-2, but still, all gamers, they're going to have to do better in the early round. It felt like they had the right idea and the perfect read on how to control that A-long play. They took down 9 with only 1 kill going his way, which is exactly what you want out of that positioning. But then on the retake, it's Baby looking good as usual. This time BaiSha full contesting onto A long. Jue kind of stuck in the corner here on the off angle, and there's not really a clean way out of this one. You can see as well CCY even swinging on to the position, and Jue, I wouldn't peek here too longer if I was him.
Yeah, just run away. And that he did. He has gotten out of that corner. Bomb's still back in the spawn, so don't think AG is looking to make any maneuvers just yet. 2 people here from BaiSha out on long until CZY is just going to run away. They're going to leave N9 over here once again. Until N9's he's thinking about peeking this one.
Oh, has he spotted him? I think he has. Yeah, he's definitely spotted them. Backs away toward long, calls for Xiao to come across as well, who sets up on the other angle, but he might get caught out in no man's land. Xiao on the line, good for 1, and 9. Oh, he's desperate to survive here, but it's an awkward fight for him. Multiple angles to peek. I think Xiao was just caught in 2 mines for a little bit too long there. But even still, BaiSha are maintaining the numbers at 3 apiece.
Yeah, a lot of that is thanks to 577 on the lurks. He's been getting the kills, but the timing here is everything for 577. If he can sneak away a kill on this flank, it could mean the difference for BaiSha to win this round. I like the patience here as well. Maybe he thought he heard someone rotating into spawn, but they're quickly now going back onto the A bomb site. But this is a perfect read from BaiSha. All 3 players are ready to respond, but Baby still has to find the initial peak. It's going to be him and CZY trying to hang on to the site. The flank starting to come through, but it may be a little bit too late here. Unless Baby can do that, the double kill now on to Do. Baby looking for the triple, not going to find it, but it's all on to 577. There's no way he's ready for it. Do misses the shot, but it's still going to be Do staying alive with 21 HP as the C4 gets planted.
Oh, Do. Sliver of HP, but really all it takes is 1 shot from that Orm. So it's 1 shot versus 1 shot, and Do has missed the first opportunity, but he'll get at least 1 more. Able to dance around the boxes. 577 though, crossing, doesn't care. He's not afraid. Wins the clutch for BaiSha. They go 1 step closer to the championship trophy. And it's just going to require now 3 rounds from BaiSha to go back-to-back.
They've done that before. That timing was huge. 577 also finishes it off in the 1v1. And this is what you want out of some of these guys that haven't been the big names, but 577 is the big name right now on this map. He's 12-6, and he is carrying just a bit, quite a bit, I should say. Here comes Dway. He's got his entry buddy ZY, maybe looking for an early pickoff, but they're just going to go for a pause as well.
You're going to have to at this point, right? There's no reason not to use it. Even if you do win this round, BaiSha's still in front. They're still in a position to close this out. And the later you use it, the less time you have to actually get the value out of it. So good call from AG in my opinion, but we'll see whether or not they can get through this round first. It's a good shot from Du to bring down Xiao. They've still got to worry about 9. And he's kind of comfortable on long, but bomb plant going down 4 on 3. He's going to get quickly brought back here by Baby. 9 as well, doing a pretty good job onto Du, who is holding strong with that Orm, but eventually he'll be brought down as well, and plant open for Bridge. You'd have to imagine that's where the last couple of AG members are. Smoke is going to be tossed in there by Baby, which will force the peek from AG. They need to get info, and 9 gets one more kill. Oh, never mind, it went the way of Baby. He might be the MVP for this map, but CQ, he holds on for a huge double, and AG are not out of it yet.
What a play there from ZQ, the falling 1v2.
So back and forth, like it really did feel like first it was AG that were going to win the round, and then BaiSha, and then all of a sudden again AG are back into it. Timeout though, we saw how impactful that could be when BaiSha called their timeout. They got 4 in a row, and if All Gamers can capture some of that success, then they'll win this map.
You can see Baby here. I think he was telling CZY to chill out, just take it easy. They're getting a little overzealous, going for the aggressive picks, unnecessarily so, and if BaiSha can win in this scenario, this has to be one of the best performances they've put on, because 9 is the bottom fragger for BaiSha right now, and they are still leading this map, and that's something we don't see every day.
Yeah, it's a big sign from this BaiSha squad that they're all stepping up to the plate when they need it most. Timeout reflected here on the championship trophy of CFS. And yeah, All Gamers, they call this timeout, of course, before they even go for the push. And as you mentioned, Elfish, this is them still in a deficit 6-7, but you're playing from Blacklist side. ZQ just, that's
so crisp.
like the fadeaway, that's, I don't know, that's just insane. And ZQ up on top, most kills, multi-kill, assists as well. 577 on the other time. It's on the other side. It's ZQ versus 577.
Feels like it at the moment. That's a good nade though from BaiSha, and they might be aware that they've done damage with that as well, given the reaction from the crowd. Not sure how much they can really hear in those booths, but normally when everyone's making noise at the same time, you can generally tell something's going on. You can maybe even feel it through the floor. But either way, All Gamers will slow down the proceedings. The issue obviously with that timeout as well for All Gamers is it kind of gives BaiSha a bit of time to chat as well. And maybe they're getting a little bit antsy, right? They're getting close to the win. They're feeling a bit nervous. You talked about how Baby was maybe giving some words to CZY. That really could be all that BaiSha actually needs to close it out now, right? Confidence, settle themselves down. 3 rounds to go. Clear mind going into these last couple of rounds. Let's see how it plays out. Big moment ahead here for All Gamers if they can clean up Xiao.
Xiao's got the angle, though, hits the shot onto Du, but the quick trade is there. 9 has to respond, but CZY already on the lurk underneath, able to get 1, but N9, what can he do? He's going to give them the sight for at least a moment. They know they have the numbers to work with. Now you can see BaiSha not getting too over-eager here, starting to pair up to secure these trades. The double play onto long is a really, really smart call here, but even this is the player they have to be ready for. They've got to check every position. You can see ZQ trying to bait them out perfectly as well, but even if he gets the double kill here, this could be the round. CZY is stuck as well, and now it's on to Baby, who gets the kill onto Cat. 577 underneath. They haven't even spotted him yet. The flash is right in their face, but there's no time here. Baby, he has to stick the defuse. Is there time? No, not gonna matter. ZQ gets it done again.
I really love the way ZQ played that round. Oh, what a magical round from him. The fight that he takes onto long, he gets the info, he spots those 2 players, and then he backs off, plays the crossfire angle. and allows Even to swing on the timing. Then he swings, and it's just an unwinnable fight for BaiSha. Perfection in the 2-on-2 from those All Gamers players on long, but job's just not yet done. Xiao continually finding the openers.
And look who he killed as well at ZQ, the guy who just had 2 back-to-back perfect rounds. And now ZQ's out of it. The rest of the members of AG are really going to have to step up here when they need it most. Now, it has been a couple of rounds. They do tie it up. They're still on the blacklist side. So maybe they can still pull something together here, even if they do lose this round. It's getting pretty close at this point. Might have the first overtime of the match.
Even though getting a little bit aggressive by himself towards the B bomb site, poking around at the box room position, but Baby's kind of alone here. He's got 577 floating back and forth between checking the box room and the double doors, but all gamers are definitely favoring towards this B bomb site. You can see the utility pressure starting to come down as well. A nice little nade, takes about 30 off of Even, but here comes the smoke for the double doors. You can see Even getting it lined up, ready to go, so they can try and push in off of this flash. He's gonna lead the early peek, but 577 actually catches him on the shoulder peek, knows exactly where he's coming from, and now you can see the awareness from him and Baby on this angle. They're ready to hold it off, and they have the counter flash as well, ready to go.
All gamers might be starting to get a bit desperate here. They've tried A a couple times, has sort of not worked out. Now they're going to try B. If this goes wrong, then where do they head? Baby holding on from the boxes for a double, and that gives time for CZY to roll on in and say thank you very much for the freebie. Shui pushes forward to isolate the 1v1 against CZY, and now 9, he discovers it's time for 8 rounds for BaiSha. Now 2 steps away from the trophy.
How about back-to-back championships for this team if they get 2 more rounds? They must be tasting it now. This number 8 has been rough for a lot of teams. Hasn't been too rough for BaiSha, though. Can they pull it through here when they need it most? And a lot of flashes being thrown here on long. Does look like all gamers do want to stick around, though. Maybe take control of this and look for a separate angle towards long and onto A this time.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is really onto AG at this point, and running these rounds down to the wire is only going to get more and more stressful the closer BaiSha gets to the finish line. So I feel like all gamers, they got to give themselves a little bit of extra time to work with, because you have to know under this type of pressure, you're probably going to make a mistake if you have to move too quickly. Though, this angle looks a lot more dangerous than it actually is. It's pretty unlikely he gets the spot here. He's going to go ahead and pick up the C4. They start to work their way for some late mid control. You can see the nade, though, just plops right on top of Even there.
He knows he's done that damage as well. Like, the crowd makes so much noise. There's no way he doesn't think that he's hit something with that nade. Slow push from all gamers. Once again, they're going to test the A bomb site. It's been a bit of a 50-50 for them, and it's really only gone their way when ZQ has stepped up. So, not sure what the confidence level is going to be like for this round. 3 players over there from BaiSha. A couple underneath the bridge, though. Really a lot relying on Xiao doing well from behind the van again. CZY has joined him. It's been a slow setup from all gamers. They've been spotted out now. And how will BaiSha handle this test?
Good flash over the top, good entry from ZY. All gamers are getting onto the site now. Gonna drop the palm on the ground and look for more, but Xiao gonna just snipe him through the window as he jumps through. 4v4, and 9 looking to clear it out. The plant just coming in, Dwayne just get 1. He can't get the wraparounds here, do it 2.
Bombs dropped though with 20 seconds left to go. They've got to move here, all gamers. You've got Baby working his way up on the bridge. The plant's going down, Baby. He's not gonna find it.
Take a shot.
C4 down, and now 577 catches the timing onto Even. Baby also finding Do. And this might be about to seal the deal for BaiSha. ZQ, the last alive. Can he clutch it one more time? He's been given every opportunity. 577 now in the 1v1. ZQ will hear that tap. He's going to have to swing, and he's got it again. Oh, gamers, they just won't go down.
3 1v2s for ZQ, though. The real difference in this map is just one individual for all gamers playing out of his mind. You can see here
They had the perfect opening, the 2-on-1, but BaiSha, they just could not handle the pressure from ZQ in that situation, and now is truly anyone's map for the taking here. BaiSha making a lot of mistakes. 9 still being fairly silent as well. Leaves the door wide open for all gamers to take this one to map 5, especially if you know ZQ is just going to finish the round for you.
Don't know that you can rely on him that many times, but I guess he has been very reliable, so 3 from 3 for ZQ in the 2v1s. Incredible stuff. Huge thorn in the side for BaiSha. They would have thought that that was their round. It should have probably been maybe a little bit of miscommunication in the 2-on-1. They didn't quite swing together. What about an OT?
Yeah.
Haven't had one today. Had a lot yesterday.
I think it's going to happen. At this point, all gamers, are they going to go B once again? Bomb is heading this way already. ZQ holding on to this one. Maybe they want to try it once more. And then if they miss on this, they could try A once again, which has been the more successful side. Maybe throw in a tricky B push.
Problem is, BaiSha's got a lot of control of A long. They're not really seeing too much there, so they'll be fast on the rotate here as well. ZY doesn't get the entry, and 577 able to lock it down. Baby still alive as well. Will be tested by Du. It's just kind of filtering through for all gamers. One by one, they didn't really trade effectively there at all, and it ends up being now Shui who will have to clutch for all gamers. Can he repeat the heroics of ZQ? Has got the C4, has got the time. Xiao was able to clutch out a 1v3 earlier on the map.
Look at 9. Dway may just avoid him, but he's only got 30 seconds. And he's actually not being challenged here. They don't want to take 1v1s. 9 just checking this angle, and
smart.
Eventually, Dway will just come in here and plant it, but then it's a 1v3. He's not going to be able to get any trades before this happens. At least BaiSha trying not to give it to him. As now he goes out for it, picks up 1. He's going towards A, but he's going to be shot in the back. Xiao right there, ready for it. And now, match point. One more round. BaiSha get there.
Yeah, championship point. Can they close it out and take the 3-1? It would be the same result that got them the championship in 2022 to get there. But this is going to be a much harder pathway to victory. You can see the collisions happening. The utility damage felt completely by all gamers. BaiSha able to get out of there. And again, the nades. Shui down to just 10 HP. Du stuck here on A long as well. But this counter utility is going to be pretty solid. 9 and CZY and Xiao down to half. And it's a pretty even game now.
BaiSha don't want to crumble under the pressure right here. This is your opportunity. One round is all it takes. Same can be said though for all gamers, bringing it back to 9.
This is so tense. The music has begun as it is the last round potentially here. They're gonna push on in. Xiao is spotted. CZY gets the first one. That's 3, and they might just do it here. They get it done. BaiSha will win the championship this time around.
BaiSha Gaming!
BaiSha 获得了
BaiSha for winning the 2023 Grand Final champion. Congratulations.
Yes, their teamwork, their brilliance, and their just willingness to battle in the face of adversity. BaiSha Gaming!
恭喜，这是属于他们的荣耀时刻。看得到我们的选手都非常的激动在前方中央。
And please stand in the center of the stage.
没关系，胡哥可以一起站在这儿吧。恭喜你们，恭喜你们，恭喜BaiSha
again.
过千山越重
Congratulations
洋，披荆棘，
for
展
BaiSha
自己
Gaming
在长
for
达了
winning this
11天的比
game
赛当中，
after 11 days of
在
competition
10年
and the
，BaiSha
10th
战队
anniversary
将
of
勇
CFS
气
and
变成了
BaiSha
利
Gaming
刃，
has
一次次
transformed
突破
brave
对手
into
的
their
防线，
strength
用
and
信
beat
任化成
their
盾牌，一次次守
opponents
护
and
身后的队友。
finally protect
所以今
their
天他们当之无
teammates
愧
and
站
finally
到
got
了
a
CFS
victory.
2023
So they deserve
Grand Final 的
today's
冠军舞台之
champion
上，恭喜！
and congratulations.
好，我们再次恭喜BaiSha获得了2023 CFS
Congratulations to BaiSha for winning the champion of the 2023 Grand Finals, and we will do an interview.
先来问我们的宝宝吧。
First,
感受
let's
到你好像有
do the
点
interview
气
of
喘吁吁的
baby.
此时此刻拿到了最终的
After winning
总
this
冠军，
final
什么样的
champion,
心情？
how do you feel right now?
心情特别激动。
I'm very excited,
我由于有10个月没有
and
打比赛，
because
再次
I
登陆
haven't
CFS
played
舞台上
competition for 10
完成了2
months,
连冠。
and I have got the second champion in a row, and I feel very exciting at the moment.
有很长的一段时间没有打比赛，
So
裸装
it's been
的
a
舞台
while
再
since you
次
didn't
展
play
现了你的
competitions,
实
but
力。
after
会有觉得跟之
10
前
months
感受不一样吗？
you show off your strength. So do you feel anything different?
再一次回到舞台上面，
So
感受
when I'm back on
没什么不
stage,
一样的，
I
因
didn't
为
feel anything
我还是
different
我的这几个
because
兄弟们一起
I'm
并肩作战。
always fight with my teammates.
非常的不错，那我们来问一下
That's very good,
面交好不好
and
把麦克风
let's
给到我们的恩奈啊。
Pass the
面交
microphone
看得
to
出来今
N9,
天也非常的激动。
and you are
说实话，
also
我在看
very
今天
excited
BP 的时
now.
候
And in the
我们
band
今天
pick
的5张选图和
of
昨
the
天
5th
几乎
map
是一模一
today,
样的，
it's the
所以是
same
抱
as
着
yesterday's
复仇的
map.
心来
So
的
it's
吗？
kind of like a revenge, right?
首先昨天
First of all, for yesterday's map, it's the lead-in for the finals, and we had the confidence if we lose to AGs, but we can win the foreign teams. So we didn't bring a lot of strategies, and we all put it in today's game. So when we were doing the interview to N9 yesterday, and we said that we only need to get 1 point, but today we had a very good performance. So do you want to say anything to your teammates? 4 of my teammates are very good in their performance. On the first map, when our mentality just changed, and we can adjust it and calm down in the second map, and we are a team in solidarity. And for this year, BaiSha didn't win many champions, but at the very critical moment, we got the grand final champions. And another question to N9, and this is a very good question. Previously, CFS thought that BaiSha used to be always in the second place, but after we winning the champion in the last year, we didn't seldom hear this kind of voice. And for this year, we are the second champion, second years in a row. So can we just remove that kind of title? And after winning this, we had a very good mentalities. And for this year, I have a different position in the team, and I also thank the support and the belief of all of my teammates. And I want to do the interview to CZY, and after we got the victory, you were very excited and you just kind of cried. So can you share us with your feelings? So it's the first time on this World Grand Final stage, and thanks to my 4 good teammates, they can bring me up to this stage and get to the peak. So when getting to the BaiSha Gaming, it's been half a year. So do you feel anything different compared to before? Of course, the teammates are different.
亲爱的话，见字如面，我拿世界冠军了。
I want to my other teammates that I finally got the victory. I got the champion. I wanted to interview to 577. The position of 577 is always as the attacker a key role, but the pressure of attacker is very huge. So how do you manage these pressures? Just don't think too much. And I can knock down one player, and then we have the opportunity to win this game. So after winning this 2023 Grand Final champion, so do you want to say something? First of all, I'd like to express my thanks to the club, my 4 teammates and the coach, and all the fans and their support. And I also like to express my thanks to the friends and fans who participated in today's game. So the journey to the champion is very difficult, but we'll never let you down. And we live up to your expectation. And finally, we'll give the microphone to Xiao. So we found that you were the first one to rush to the stage to hold the cup. How did you run that fast? Because I'm so excited. So as for the champion, it's you are longing for it for quite a long time, right? So the CFS champion is also the most longing thing for our team, and it is the most critical competition for this year. So, is there any competition, any match that leave you with a very firm memory? So that is today's match. So this match with AG will be remembered by all of us. And then I want to ask a few questions to the coach, because in the CFS stage, we seldom have the opportunity to see the coach. So during the whole process of the competition, the players have no opportunities to communicate with the coach. So how do you feel right now? So do you feel worried about the players? So I'm more nervous when I watch the competition, and the only thing I can do just to cheer them up, and they have to control their own destiny. And I think that they perform very well today. They have very super normal performance, and I just want to shout out, and I want to shout BaiSha. This is very exciting. So normally we saw that you shout behind them, but this time with microphone, it's totally different experience. And I want to ask Hugo, I think you are much more nervous than the other players. So watching the show as an audience, it's very breathtaking. So for the whole year, there are a lot of ups and downs. But today, we just made it. And just on this stage, we just have the champion. And thanks to all of my players and coach, thank you. Then congratulations. And I also want to ask
what do you want to ask for our champion?
Well, I just think we need to find out if there are any messages anybody wants to say to the unbelievable fans who have been supporting you here. I've never heard anything like it.
Matt 说，你们有没有什么想要对现场的这么多的粉丝们说的？
Is there anything you want to say to the fans on the stadium? Okay, let me think. First, I'd like to thank all the saver who are presenting in the stadium. No matter who you support, we express our gratitude for you. And also, we also like to thank all the players and all the other fans and audience who love the CFS and the game, and who also have the passion for the game. And we also would like to thank our own fans. And for the last year, we are always in the second place. But for today, we just live up to your expectation and finally get the champion.
好的，恭
And again, congratulations for this grand final champions. And we all know that the performance of the players today is witnessed by all of us. But we'd like to have an FMVP of the game. And now I will just release the FMVP of CFS Grand Finals. It's N9. Congratulations. And I will do a short interview to N9. So after got the FMVP, actually it's not the first time, right? So please share your feelings. Actually in each match, especially when we are confronting with AG, we were almost there. I think that my FMVP belongs to my 4 teammates because they believe in me. Yeah, just the team is just worked as a solidarity. So who do you think is the best teammates in the team? I think 4 of my players have their own strengths. So like CDY, just to make sure they have a good performance, and 577 just be the attacker, and Shell just do the sniper. So we have different divisions of work. So for your performance today, so are you satisfied with your performance? I will rate me as 8 of 10. So what do you want to say to all of my teammates? So we hope that we can fight and we can continue to fight because we are very young. Again, congratulations to BaiSha and congratulations to A9 for the FMVP. You just live up to the expectation. And we will give the notebook of Alienware as the gift of the FMVP.
Yes, congratulations to BaiSha Gaming and the FMVP N9, who wins an Alienware laptop as their prize. And thank you again to Alienware for all the incredible support for this competition.
As of now, 2023 Grand Finals has drawn to an end, and the 10 years anniversary of CFS has drawn to a happy ending. And thanks to the Smilegate and Crossfire, and also our partner VSPO, and at the same time our sponsor Alienware and Morphling. Thanks for their support to this competition.
Yes, we would like to thank our hosts Smilegate Entertainment and Crossfire, along with our partner VSPO, supported by Alienware and Morphling. And congratulations again to our world champions of CFS 2023 and this whole tournament, which has given us so many moments to cherish.
Indeed, just like Matt said, even though that this 11 days of competition has drawn an end, but the journey of CF is still continuing. Congratulations to BaiSha Gaming for winning this 2023 Grand Final champion. And please hold this champion cup together and just feel the moment of honor.
Thank you for watching CFS 2023, and once again, our congratulations to your BaiSha Gaming!
We will missing the old days, but we will also looking forward to the future. So see you next time. Bye.
Never look back， 保持冷静，勇敢面对，Don't be sad， 把枪口对外。Never look back， 穿过泥泞的道路，Yeah we go high， We stay together，Yeah we stay together，We will never lose，Yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路。兄弟 always never lose. Yeah, we're crossing fire. Say whoa, whoa. Yeah, we go higher.
Look, I'm with the clan, they're my brothers, I'ma rock for 'em. No second guess, a load of clip, I'm ready to die for 'em. We the ones that's poppy, we the ones that copy. See an enemy, I drop 'em, winning is the only option. I ain't never scared, hold closer to a lion. If I catch 'em, promise I'ma stop 'em, I ain't lying. In the crossfire, you better survive. I'm rolling with the guys, I'm never switching sides. Getting money with the team, but I'm not surprised. Cause we prayed on it, waited on it for a little while. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna flop, all I know is gold. Team full of winners, respect, we need that gold. I done see the fame, turn a friend into a foe. But we not the same, I'll never turn back on my bro. Crossing all the star, I'm a superstar. We gon' take it far, win, lose or draw. Gotta keep it going, I can let the fan down. CFS 23, we gon' shut it down.
We will never lose, eh, 不会再迷路，eh. Yeah, we're crossing fire, 兄弟 always stay right here. 走向胜利，由我领队，时刻准备突出重围。Whoa, whoa. Yeah, we go higher. 冲散和敌人真心冲散 ，crossing all the stars, crossing all the stars. 冲散和敌人真心冲散 ，crossing all the stars, crossing all the stars.
Yeah， 这是 YO 语文集100%。Yeah， let's go。弹夹里有10颗子弹，现在只剩9颗，还有1颗跑哪儿去了？它在你的脑壳。这牛羊我能看见你，但你看不到我。如果你要当我对手拳，你赶快跑了。M4A1，what you say？ 哈，你玩没得实力，那就给我闭上嘴。AK47不得水哈，这个兄弟我就让你变成孤魂野鬼。WM 打在你的脸上，这束太阳让你根本不能跟我反抗。Crossfire 又要被我点亮 ，Crossing on the star。每个晚上，老子的兄弟坚决果断，甩甩地穿越火线，老子们相信卷着伙伴，兄弟火线赶在火焰。Champs Deep AUG 我们一马当先，随时争分夺秒。
We will never lose, yeah we're crossing fire， 不会再迷路，兄弟 always stay right here。We will never lose, yeah we're crossing fire。Say whoa, whoa, yeah we go higher。